they have the edge because, you know, you beat them, they learn from it, etc. You beat them, they learn from it.
I think it's... I think nobody has Edge. I think it's gonna be... Depends on this day, like who's gonna perform better. Depends on this day. I think they're gonna be a bit more motivated because we beat them before that one more series too. So I think they'll be more like hyped up about it. I think they'll be more. But we are also hyped up.
Gotcha.
I would say.
Alright, cool. Speaking of motivation, I remember after you guys won at the center back in 2018, I asked if you wanted to grab a drink at the bar after you won the championship, and you were like, yeah, I think I'm gonna go play some Dota. Do you still enjoy the game that much, or is it become more of a career to you? Or is it become more?
I enjoy it, but if I lose a tournament, I'm not sure I'm that ready as before to play again. I mean, like matchmaking or something. Yeah, I think it's the same.
All right. Mind Control says something that we said a little bit before, like it depends on the day, like who shows up, who has the edge. It depends on the day. And now we depends on the day. And now we brainstorm about it or talk about it at length because you know we're analysts. Is what we do. We overanalyze everything.
No,
like,
we do the correct amount.
Do the correct amount.
Just as a quick pointer on that, I think important analysis here is Kyle. He didn't go for the drink because it was you. He didn't really want to play Dota, but he needed to escape. It's called it's safety. It's just I would have done the same thing.
Well,
I would have had a drink with you, Perch.
I would have thought you'd play games actually.
I know.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But,
all right, let's talk about Team Liquid, their opponents. Let's see what kind of day they have today, because they haven't really had too great of days, to be honest, in the last couple of days, I'd say.
They haven't. The last series went rough, obviously, but the first series of their tournament looked pretty convincing. Their players have pretty varied play styles. Maybe that's not necessarily true, but I feel like they're a bit flexible, but it also feels like they really know what they want to do in every game. I'm starting to see some of the patterns of like Insania does this like lane pusher hero, and while the rest of the team plays on side lanes to look for kills. When you see patterns like that, it's usually because the teams have a decided set play style that they feel comfortable playing, that it works in the meta in their opinion. Didn't work so well in their some of their matches, but I have a lot of faith in them to put out a good performance against NIGMA and possibly win. I think NIGMA is going to be a little bit better today, but it could go either way.
Yeah, they do come a pot of a win against Alliance, of course, but most of the talk about that series was that Alliance underperformed rather than Liquid doing really well in that series, Syndrin.
It was a bit of both. I think the reason the games were that one-sided was that both things happened at the same time. Alliance had a bad day and Liquid had a really good one. But yeah, like Perch is saying, there's maybe a little bit of a pattern to Liquid's drafting, and if you know Kuro, he's going to show up prepared today and have an idea about how to deal with it. So I think Liquid today will be put more to the test in drafting, where they're not going to get the key pieces that they used to destroy Alliance with yesterday.
I'm curious to learn a little bit more about Team Liquid. It was Kyle that was able to talk to Taiga today.
Before they hop into the rematch against NIGMA, we've got a sec to chat with Taiga. Question for you. You lost in the upper bracket 2-1. Do you guys have anything special planned to try and take this rematch?
Well, I think we looked too much into them last time. I think that's personal for me. It did something, so and it did not work out because we thought too much about them and played less at the game. So this time we just like don't overthink it, and hopefully it's gonna work out better. And they personally offended me by winning us 3 times in a row. So they also took our money, so we gotta take them back.
Gotcha. Hey, good goals. When it comes to the draft and how you guys approach it, do you typically have game plans going in, or do you just sort of develop the lineup as you see the bands play out?
I think we're just gonna develop the lineup as we see the plans goes out. But I think in general we want to play faster. So this team is not a team you can play slow again.
Yeah, makes sense. You've also kind of developed a reputation for yourself as somebody who prefers the flashier 4 positions, but we haven't seen you on Dark Willow in like 3 weeks. I don't think I've seen you play Wind Ranger. Any reason you're sticking away from the high burst damage int heroes anymore?
I think the meta is shifting a little bit, and it's coming back to like the Earthbird times, you know. And I like playing Earthbird. I love that hero, so I prefer that. But I still think we can still play the flashy 4 heroes like the Will or Wind Ranger, but it's like very situational and it's not like a perfect.
Well, it seems like Team NIGMA has personally offended Taiga by winning against them a couple of times in a row. So he is definitely looking for some revenge. And of course, he doesn't want to win back his own money. No, he wants to win their money. So they took our money. We want, yeah. It was. I don't know. I like that interview a lot. I think there's one balance that he talks about it. And we heard also S4 talk about it in the captain's kickback by Kit Kat with Kyle earlier this week. They don't want to think as much. They don't want to overthink. And I think that is a very key point in this series.
Maybe we're thinking too much about that point, though. Do you consider that, Cheever?
But that's our job. We don't have to play.
But if we think too much about the point about thinking, then
what do we really think about?
Help.
I don't know. I'm not
Help,
sure.
I'm stuck in here with Purge. Somebody get me out.
I just think that they definitely need to just play in comfort zones. That's one of the things about playing fast, is that you can't hesitate. Even if you wait 5 or 10 seconds sometimes, or even 3 seconds, it can be enough between you getting to a gank late and then surviving. So it really does have to be super high speed. You can't try to out-predict. You just have to know where people are. And that's what sometimes makes teams feel so amazingly hot. It's because they're just a step ahead of their opponents constantly, and as a result, they get more kills. Yeah,
and one of the heroes, or rather players, that is known for setting the tempo, we definitely saw yesterday on Boxy with his in his Mirana game. It's the offlaners. They normally play a pretty big role in setting that tempo, and therefore we have the head-to-head here. What stands out to you most when you think about these two players, Synderen?
Yeah, I feel like whenever I look at both Mind Control and Boxy in the last few months, they have very hot and cold games, and it's not just because they as players are very volatile. It's just the overall strategy. I think a lot of games Liquid really invest a lot into Boxy, and he has games that he flat out just carries from the offlane, like yesterday's Mirana game. And same with Mind Control, we've had this Nature's Prophet game, and I feel for both of these teams, they thrive the most when these players actually get a bit of space at the expense of others. I don't think for Liquid that you need to give both Koikwa and make it a perfect game. I think you give them solid games, but make sure Boxy doesn't get left behind, because he can shine, but he can also have games where he just feels like a no-impact player almost if the game's too hard.
All right. Well, with that being said, it is time to take a quick break before our draft. We'll be right back with NIGMA versus Liquid. how you guys are with predicting under which coconut the coin is, but I must say that I consider myself to be pretty good. Now, what I am not pretty good at is the predictions of the, well, the fan predictions, the predictions that we do before the day. And what are the predictions today? Oh, thank goodness, this time, all right, this is the first time I am actually in accordance with our audience. So how about you guys? Did you pick the same?
I did pick intelligence. I was a little bit scared afterwards because I didn't look at any stats, but my initial hunch was anti-heroes, yeah. 3.6% of you guys are idiots, but that's okay. You know, there's a chance.
There's idiots again.
Very low, Chad.
Toxic purge.
Yeah. I will tell you why I came to the conclusion of intelligence. You can you know, see if my logic is correct.
Okay.
I thought there are more support heroes that are generally intelligence, and there are more mid heroes which is generally intelligence, and that's already 3 roles that are generally having a high chance of being intelligence. 3 out of 5, it wins.
Yep.
I think that's fair.
I think something that might fly a little bit under the radar is how many of the position 4s are strength, actually. And a lot of the offlane heroes are strength as well, but there's very few 5s that are strength, and it's not in this meta very popular to play strength safe laners either. So I still don't think it will overtake intelligence, but I would probably pick strength as my second choice over agility.
Really?
Yeah, what agility supports are there even? Venge?
That's the only one, really. Well, unless you count Venomancer.
Yeah, basically Venge is about the only one. But I was thinking there's a lot of Embers and things like that, but there's also Void Spirit and hard to say.
What's in?
It is hard to say, but I do think that intelligence will probably be the correct answer, which is not entirely nice because that means that just there's a large amount of people that get a large amount of points, and that doesn't actually put us higher on top of the list.
Unless you take equal.
Yeah, then well, yeah, and it gets equal, and then you yeah.
Yeah,
I guess that is
take
the
equal.
high risk, high reward. There you go. That's a strat right there. I want to talk about some other predictions because obviously over the last couple of days we have had predictions for which team wins, and it has proven to be a little bit coin flippy, if you will. But we do have 2 people clearly on the top right now.
And most importantly, OD
At the
in
bottom.
his place.
Oh, we're gonna see a potential winner today, actually, or at least like somebody pull ahead between Kyle and Synderen. One of you has to be wrong.
One of you has to be wrong. I hope it's Kyle, because if Synderen is right, then I'm right too. There is no chance for us. Oh darn it! I should have got something. I didn't pick very cleverly, because we should always pick something different than the top runner, right? Because that's your chance to get ahead.
That's what I'm doing here. I think OG is a lower chance to win against Secret, but I would like to be the winner, so I picked OG.
That is fair. That is fair. Because I don't think you're winning in fan predictions at the moment, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm top 10% though.
Yay! You want to name your number or no?
I can't remember off the top. It's like rank 400 or something. It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. Well, you just flamed Owen. Owen is rank 131. I found out, so he beat you there. I know Synderen is the better one of all of us. So
44.
44.
Woo. Does day 1 count? I don't think day 1 does. Day 1 got nuked, right? That doesn't count.
No, the day 1 predictions got added to the day 2 predictions.
Okay, but there was some issue with it at the time where at least it was displaying other choices than you had. I'm assuming they fixed it. But.
They fixed it. Yes. By the way, you've got like. Actually, the draft is about to start, so you got maybe like 1 minute to put your predictions in if you still want to have a shot at $250 or $1,500 at the end of the week. But I think that if you didn't predict the last 3 days, I don't think you have a chance at that anymore. That's a chance to sail.
Isn't it too late because we're on a delay anyways?
Oh, true. Oh, I lied to you guys.
So if you guys would have done your predictions about 4 minutes ago, you could have done them in time. Now it's way too late.
So rewind the stream 4 minutes and place your predictions.
Because that works.
Well, you disappointed a lot of people who got excited there, Shiva.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's on me.
That's what we do on the panel. We disappoint people.
Yep.
Let's talk shop, let's talk Dota. I want to hear about the heroes that we are expecting to see. We have a little bit of a development in the meta, if you will. We, of course, saw the Boxy Mirana yesterday. I'm curious to hear if that's going to be ban material. We also know that GH really likes Mirana as well. Of course, getting the achievement, VP achievement for that. But what are you guys thinking are going to be some of the heroes we're going to see today?
Well, the Mirana development was really interesting to me because it not only was a pretty successful hero as a 4 position, but it also could be used as BO3 did, as a lane solution against Luna, who has short range. Because Luna was trending up, now teams are going to think, okay, what heroes can we pick in the off lane that can actually successfully bully Luna? And somebody that has more range like that, and while still having decent burst damage, can be really successful.
Yeah, outside of that, I think I'm mainly looking at the supports. I think you made a really good point earlier about Insania's playstyle with this team. Insania is very wave clear heavy, whereas Kuro has played a bigger variety of defensive supports. He's played like Venge and Abaddon in his games, so the strategies are very different. And that means that there's not very much overlap in their pools. So if you target ban one player from one team, you're still likely to get your own heroes, because I don't think Liquid are very interested in taking Kuro's heroes, actually. So, and vice versa. Maybe the Caudle could be an overlap, because GH plays that for NIGMA, but outside of that, it's very different, which is cool to see.
Yeah, the only overlap they have is the Grimstroke Witch Doctor that they both sometimes like.
Yep.
We're in the draft. Powered by Betway, we have some bans already on the table as well. Queen of Pain is still in the pool, by the way. Hero that we've of course seen banned a lot, and I am hoping that if she is picked,
She gets first blood.
we also... What? No, she has Arcana.
Oh, I hope she gets first blood.
I thought you were excited about. Oh, that's right, you picked someone different than Queen of
I
Pain.
picked Oracle. I'm hoping for an Oracle.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
There's a, it's not that far-fetched that could happen. Oh,
Oh, very far-fetched.
oh.
9% of us are idiots right now.
There's more games, Purge, relax. We can
Ooh,
get there.
first phase banned Mirana still.
Yep, against GH. So let's see. So Caudle is in, Grimstroke is in. Is there any of the strong Zoo heroes in? Doesn't look like it. Beast Lycan are out. They've been banned every game.
Do you like Dragon Knight as a zoo hero? I mean, he is his own zoo, as Sunspan said yesterday. He's his own summon.
I think Dragon Knight's like decent but not incredible right now. It does give you tons of lane stability, which is nice, so you can usually match it up against a good variety of heroes, but it also does get punished a lot, and it seems quite clear that NIGMA likes picking Batrider against it, for example, so I don't know if it's a perfect solution. And this is a slight throwback as in like a week ago, but we haven't seen that many Phoenix picks here, so but this was really popular the last couple weeks before this tournament, so this kind of feels like a small shift back to older opening.
Liquid played it yesterday on Taiga in one of their games.
Other than that one game, and maybe other ones I missed.
No, but it's more that I think that is literally the only pick of the tournament for Phoenix was Taiga yesterday. I think so. So Liquid is the one team that still rates this hero this high. And yeah, I agree that it's a really good pick. And what you said about Dragon Knight, I feel like it's so true. To me, this hero has had in the last couple of weeks, it had so many atrocious games where a player like Mind Control, who I talked about pre-game as well, can like take over games and do so much. Every time he plays side lane Dragon Knight, his game just seems so miserable. It's happened seemingly 3 times in a row when he's had that DK. So if you pick that hero early and you consider it a flex pick, you need to make sure that you do enable it to do well in all 3 lanes. Wow, he is very excited. Foxy Mirana's banned, okay, bro? It's not available anymore.
I think someone just, someone just just told him like, hey, we just turned the camera on. It's like, oh, smile for the camera, you know.
It did kind of look.
It looked like a very genuine smile. I smile like that all the time. Then I get thrown out of the supermarket.
Yeah, I was gonna say. And then everyone.
How do they
scared.
see your smile when you're wearing a mask?
We don't do that in Denmark.
Oh,
Don't
yeah,
you know?
Denmark.
You smile in the eyes.
That's true.
Yeah,
Don't worry, we don't
I have
do that
very
in
happy
Netherlands
eyes.
either.
Chad actually tells me all the time that I absolutely don't look bored or tired. They say, wow, you look full of energy and really happy all the time.
I get that a lot too. I can relate to that.
Yeah, we have very energetic looks.
Yeah.
Resting happy face, I call it.
That's me.
That's me.
I just hear it so much it's annoying, you know.
Can you stop smiling for once, Kevin, please?
I guess so.
Alright, we have the openings here with the Earth Spirit Weaver on the side of NIGMA and the Axe Phoenix. Is there any opening you guys particularly like or dislike compared to the other?
I think they're both pretty flexible right now. They both have some foundations. They both have a little bit of disables. Axe can be effective against Weaver in terms of like hard disable because grab a Blade Mill. Weaver's HP to damage ratio is not so good to play against Axe at times, but Weaver's also pretty good against Phoenix with Geminate against the Egg, so it's going to be a slightly scary Phoenix game right now, but both teams can go lots of ways.
The thing about the Weaver Axe matchup that's also really interesting is that there's plenty of situations where Axe gets a hero low but can't fully chop. And then against Weaver, it feels like a lot of the time it doesn't matter. So you need to make sure that when you blink call a Weaver, you get the kill. Because if not, you time-lapse it off and Axe just wasted his initiation, right? And on the top of that, Weaver also has the bugs, where if you manage to connect them with Axe in the backline of the fight when it starts, he can't blink for an eternity because his attack speed is so bad that getting rid of that bug takes a long time. So for me, it's a really interesting matchup. I love these matchups where two heroes kind of counter each other, depending on the timing. There you go, Shiva. Here's your first blood. Who's the idiot now, Purge? It's you. I totally didn't pick Quap.
I mean, I guess Oracle was an okay pick because Liquid was playing today and they pick it all the time, and now NIGMA's doing it too.
Yeah.
With that said, though, Oracle getting first blood at the start, like at level 1, is pretty low chance, just because you're almost always opening with Fortune's End, and Oracle's base damage is pretty crappy. But
that is true.
If there is no first blood until the laning stage, then yeah, Oracle could definitely pick it up at level 2 or level 3.
Yeah, level 3 Oracle is, in many ways, the best kill support in the game, actually, for like a couple minutes, just because you have 2 Purifying Flames and 1 Fortune's End, and that does about, like, what's that, 400 magic damage, pretty much?
Yeah, that was my guess.
Something like that, so pretty nasty. So now that NIGMA has showed themselves, they've showed a hard save into Axe, where... Oh, I love it.
I wasn't
it fits very well with the drafting music.
Shiva, are you trying to bake a cake while working? That's really maximizing your at-home work. That's pretty incredible.
Oh, thank you. I mean, I'm sitting in the kitchen after all. It's all good. Oh, I fixed it. Yep.
Cool.
Sorry guys.
That's alright.
I love it. It's flavor. Just like whatever you have in the oven, hopefully.
No, this was a timer from earlier. We already...
Oh.
We have a long story.
High tech.
What a catastrophic mistake. Alright, there's
we had a great roasted sandwich, roasted steak sandwich. So Venge and Oracle to support, saving supports.
Yep.
We have actually seen this the other way around, right? This was switched around in one of the games that they played in the first series of the tournament, where it was Kuroki on the Vengeful Spirit and Insania on the Oracle, and it was the Vengeful Spirit that won that saving battle.
Yep. And a big part of that is Venge's ability to get heroes out of reach for Oracle, so Oracle can't actually save them. Well, that was an instant counterpick to Troll. Koikva loves Razor. It's really good against the Troll Oracle. I would say both Weaver and Earth Spirit fare pretty well against Razor, because they're so mobile, and they can get away from the link. Earth Spirit can also kick the Razor away from Troll, which is probably a play we're going to see this game, but just, you know, it's comfort zone. It's something they've played a lot. But what they didn't manage to get this game is wave clear on Insania's support. They probably will be using Taiga's Phoenix a lot for that this game, but that also means that the dynamic of the strategy is a little bit different, right? Because now, if Taiga is out wave clearing, then Insania needs to make the moves, but he's also their save at the same time. So it gets a little more complicated, a little less straightforward what you need to do, but they definitely have the options available here.
One thing on NIGMA's lineup, though, is I feel like they're a little bit lacking burst damage slightly. Like, outside of, I mean, obviously they have, like, Oracle nukes and stuff like that, but Weaver usually takes a couple seconds to kill a hero. Earth Spirit has more damage over, like, the medium term, like, over the 10 to 15 second mark, so I feel like that's one advantage that Liquid has, because anything paired with Axe is already going to have quite a lot of burst damage in typical situations, so... And they also are a little bit disable weak on NIGMA's side as well, so there's a couple issues standing out, even though their picks are smart on paper.
But what if this Weaver goes Axe?
Then it could be a lot more effective for sure, because then that would counter, it would give them 2 saves, right? They'd have both Weaver and an Oracle. So.
Weaver Axe is insanely good against Axe. I think it's probably the best save you can have in the game against Axe. So.
I want to just quickly point out that we just saw Boxy on screen, and his posture is not recommendable. I think Blitz as a coach, I mean, we've all seen pictures of Blitz sitting on chairs, if you can call it sitting. I think he's coaching Boxy in areas outside of the game too, after seeing this camera shot. But
I call
this is not a... What do you call this?
This is the lounge. I mean, it's super lounge, to be honest. It's not just lounge. Lounge is when you lean back your chair. Here he's kind of leaned back the entire room. So it's the Super Lounge.
I gotta say, I've just never in my life had the desire to put my feet on my table. Not because I'm worried about being messy. It's just I don't think my hips can do that. Maybe it's just an NA thing or something. But I'm really confused how that is comfortable for anybody.
Hips are very different in the States.
We're
Maybe
bad
the
at
tables
squatting.
are lower?
Everybody knows that. I don't know.
Don't know either. Let's talk about these last picks. We got the Bloodseeker for Mickey coming out.
Very
I'm
good
assuming
against
it's a
Weaver.
Mickey hero.
It's good against
good.
Weaver, but it's good against carry Weaver, right? Like, if this is a utility Weaver, I don't consider this a very good counter, because what utility Weaver does is sit in the backline. Throws out Scarabs, it waits to save someone. Bloodseeker against Troll can be decent, but if Troll has 2 saves, I'm not sure if it gets the job done. I think they can sustain and keep it alive. And on top of that, compared to yesterday's drafts, I feel a little less convinced about Liquid's, the straightforwardness of their lineup. It's a little more complicated to find the kind of fights that you want. Yesterday's drafts were just so clean. And like I said, today I'm expecting NIGMA to force them into something a bit different, and I think they've accomplished that. And now they even have last pick to try to set themselves up for success.
I mean, I kind of like the Liquid draft personally. I just feel like they're kind of restricting. Basically, their initiations have decent solutions against the enemy heroes, against Oracle and Weaver. Like they can do rupture swaps. They can do axe calls into like silence follow-ups. Even like Troll isn't going to be able to protect himself against silences very easily. That can limit him. Oracle's Fate's Edict is basically not good this game at all. There is magic damage across the board, but none of it is like super easy to stop. So I kind of feel like it turns Oracle into like a one ultimate sort of hero, partially. There's going to be a lot of BKB cores coming out on Liquid side, which is going to make the Earth Spirit feel weaker. I just like the hero matchups a lot on the Liquid side, even if things aren't as
good
easy.
this game. That's a really good pick in my opinion.
Why so?
Because if you look at the lineup from Liquid, first of all, their primary initiation is Axe, and now you have a natural Tornado against the Blade Mail. You don't even need to buy Yule, so you can counteract that very well. You have very good spacing in fights against a lineup that needs to run you down with Razor and Bloodseeker, Ice Wall, Tornado EMP. Anything that zone controls is super good against this type of draft. So I like that pick, and I just wanted to say, I'm looking at Liquid's draft. Imagine Boxy has a bad game here. I'm a little worried for them. This is, like we talked about pregame, Axe needs to have a good game. And I'm not sure if they can guarantee him that with this support duo. If, say, NIGMA tri-lane, for example, and just leave their Weaver alone. Troll, Oracle, Earth Spirit is nasty as Axe. It's so much chase potential, tons of magic damage, and his support lineup isn't too dangerous. So I like NIGMA in this game, for sure.
I wanna get an answer from you, Purge, regarding something that Liquid said before the game. We heard Taiga talk that their plan was to be able to play faster today than what they did previously against NIGMA. Do you feel like they achieved that, even if it is maybe difficult to execute?
It looks possible if the Axe gets a game on the right foot. I think Sin's point there was really valid. Like that is their easiest initiation. Doing something like long range rupture is not as safe as jumping in instantly with Axe, and even so they'll be able to fight constantly. But I wonder if that's also going to be able to be turned around now with the Invoker, Tornado, and other solutions. So it might be hard.
Alright, well, let's find out what's going to happen in the opening game of this best of 3 series. It is time to head over to our commentary duo of Odie Pixel and Fox.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, we've got a great one here again, folks. We're getting the last pick, Weeheart Invoker. I mean, is the magic gonna work? I love watching this hero, but I can't help but feel that we don't see it win a lot.
I have to concur. However, they're very comfortable on it. And this is such a 4 protect 1, right? This is just like all eggs into the miracle basket. This should be pretty interesting. You know, the alacrity going to be thrown at him. They're going to probably have this Weaver go, I would assume, maybe an Axe this game. Yeah, this should be a fun one.
Oh, let's see how it goes down. And of course, Liquid themselves with their last pick, the Bloodseeker, another hero that we don't. You know, it's not sort of the top of the list for a lot of the teams when it comes to a hard carry right now.
Yeah.
And Mickey, on it this game, what does sort of his potential look like? Is it pretty solid game, or is he going to struggle until he gets the BKB?
The two interesting things that I see, at least with it, is because it's going to be good versus the Weaver. The silence should be pretty phenomenal this game across the board. Actually, all 5 heroes don't really want to be playing against that Blood, right? And the Rupture. Troll can't control himself. You know, if you get Ruptured and you ult it, you're going to just run with that Rupture the whole time. Weaver also never likes to play versus that Bloodseeker either, because, you know, you get your thirst, etc. Lots of different reasons. The silence is also really, really good. So yeah, I do like the Bloodseeker pick. Just wondering how it's all going to come together, as I believe Sind was the one who was talking about a little bit of struggle on the side of Liquid for pushing out lanes. The silence, GH.
Ah, very nicely done it. Level 1 magic missile into the Bloodbright, and that should set up for the kill. He's trying to find the angle to roll out, but they're blocking him off, and first blood will go the way of Quakefer.
And that gives it to a Razor who's mid versus an Invoker. Invoker already probably going to struggle quite a lot in that matchup, and now you're giving Razor quite a bit increase. He can actually, I wonder if he's going to go for the Wraith Band, or if he's just going to, okay, he is. I was wondering if he maybe just rushes for like boots, just to stick on the Invoker and completely crush the lane, because Invoker's so slow. And you know that Invoker's going to rush boots himself to dodge the link. But yeah, he goes for Wraith Band. Should still be a tough matchup for Weehaw.
And, you know, going on why they picked the last pick Invoker, would you agree with what the panel said? Is this purely looking at the fact that you're against these 3 cores, this Razor, Bloodseeker, the Axe, that they want to be frontlining, right?
Yes.
They want to be running at targets. The amount of crowd control an Invoker offers is going to be a nuisance for them.
Yeah, and I actually tend to like Invoker versus Axe, because Axe's mana pool is atrocious throughout like the entirety of the game. You get hit by 1 EMP, you're out of the fight. So you're likely to get counter-initiated on quite a lot by that Invoker, and I believe that's kind of the style. They have so many different saves and pseudo-saves, right? They have Oracle, then they're going to maybe have a Weaver Ags, and then an Invoker Tornado kind of to cover as well. Yeah, they have a lot of different ways that they have drafted to protect.
Bottom lane, a bit of an attempt to answer Insania, but Mickey able to keep him fine and safe, laying down the Bloodbright, putting NIGMA off, pushing any further on that bottom side.
Like this lane setup by NIGMA too. Running the aggro tri-lane, putting the Weaver, just my control, you're on your own up top. We don't want to deal with the pressure lane, and we want to actually apply pressure. This should be very beneficial for the side of NIGMA. However, this might actually give Boxy a really good start, which I think Sinner also was the one who was saying like he wants to see Boxy off to a good start this game because he's going to be so crucial.
Yeah, they need his setup, they need his caps to be able to follow up on. And ideally they want to get it online before Weehaw has too many levels on the Invoker, and his crowd control and the way that he can break up the fights is at a higher level.
Yeah, Weehaw already struggling pretty hard in that mid lane. 11-3 to the 3-0. Koifa, he's got the Wraith Band, and he's going straight for those boots right after, so you see he knows exactly what to do in this matchup.
Yeah. I mean, it is just a very rough lane for the Invoker, right? Because nowadays you never go Exalt build, you go in this Quaswex, so your right click's already terrible. See if they can finish him off. Mickey getting low, GH able to back off and sell.
This is like a wand lane if I've ever seen one. Look at the stick charges up on the side of NIGMA. They know they're playing versus Bloodseeker, Phoenix, and there's always going to be spells just spammed out, so they're all already built up to what, 7 sticks. GH
is going to try and go for this. Rolls in onto Mickey. Mickey lays down the Bloodbright. They turn with the magic missile onto Miracle. Mickey stepping away. The Purifying Flames actually healing him back up, and now Miracle's in trouble. He gets the Whirling Axes, the mischance, stopping Insania from connecting with the hits. Now turns the Whirling Axe slow onto the 3 of them. Another magic missile's out. Insania's trying to finish off the kill onto Miracle, and they'll get it. With the Bloodbright hitting, they kill off Miracle. Mickey's able to stay on top and get the second. It's a 2-for-2 on this bottom lane. As it all kicks off, at the end of the day, though, Mickey is going to be the victor, staying alive and being alive for those 2 kills, getting the double, getting a lot of gold and a lot of XP in this lane.
Oh, the courier, though, he walks it into GH. He just gives it for free.
He was just too excited, you know. He's like, guys, I just got a double kill in this tri-lane. And it always happens. It always happens after a moment of greatness, then a courier comes in and dies.
He whips the tornado on
He's still on the lane.
He's dead.
He's dead. Ooh, I mean, it's a hard mid lane, and Quakefer he's certainly giving him a beating on the poor old Invoker.
Can't miss the tornado when he's static linking. He just ran right through it and got to stick onto him. And now GH, bottom.
He's popped the fire. He's got 1 charges available, and we'll pop them now. He's able to back out at the last moment. Turns around, kicking the stone back. The Spirit's sticking him down a little bit. Magic Missile into the Bloodbright again. It's this combo that's constantly keeping NIGMA's heroes very low on this tri-lane.
Oh man, Bloodseeker's just got his own natural form of regen built in because he went for the 1 point in his Blood Rage, so the sustain war is definitely going to be won by Liquid, it looks like, down here for the next few moments. And Boxy is absolutely maximizing now because of this. He knows he's in that 1v1, so he's just going to be pulling these creeps around into the camps that he can find, if there are any, since he did block the big camp with a sentry. Then he'll get quite a bit more farm in my control doing this. Yeah, Boxy's going to have a good game.
Mid lane, Weehaw was able to land the Tornado EMP combo this time round, so not really a threat of Quake for running him down. There's no mana regen on Quake for right now. Still, obviously, the CS very hard. Quake for having those stats with the double Wraith bands. He's got just enough for the Link. Another Tornado's out, but he doesn't quite break it. At the same time, down bottom, Liquid, they'll get one. They might even have a good shot of getting GH. He's got the roll back up in a second. And Sania, can he get in range for the Magic Missile? He can't. This Bloodbright does still connect, but Mickey's not going to be able to dive underneath this tower. And again, it really is just the funds that NIGMA's having to put into these consumables. You're just seeing salve after salve being popped down here. And as you mentioned, Mickey, he does not need that. He's going to come out on top, and he's 3-0-1 already in this laning stage.
Yeah, and you see the way that he's itemizing too. Look, he's got a bracer. He just wants to tank up, and he knows he just needs to survive the burst damage that comes up from NIGMA, and they should be able to turn for the kills.
They're going to try and go in on him. He's got the help from the side, but the Brute does hit. He's going to continue to run. GH with no spells left available. They're both on cooldown. The Bloodbright's going to hit onto GH. GH pops the stick charges. He's trying to finish off Insania. He's not going to be able to get him. Insania will live. It's another kill for this safe lane Bloodseeker. Mickey, 4-0-1. It's just getting better and better for him down here in this tri-lane.
Not looking so good of a start here for NIGMA. All three lanes looking pretty good for Liquid.
Very good. I mean, this top lane, I mean, you said it, you know, if Boxy, he is this player that if you just leave him on his own, he's just going to be able to maximize his farm to an insane level. He's got 52 CS against the Weaver, you know, and this Weaver mind control, he's farming all right, but it's just the fact that Boxy is getting so much out of here, and no surprise at all there with the CS record.
And he's even stacking the camp for himself with the Battle Hunter.
Like the efficiency.
He missed it.
Okay, I was going to say it couldn't be any better. It could be. There's always room for improvement, even for Boxy breaking records with his CS. But no, honestly, 58 last hits, eating every wave, eating the jungle creeps. This axe is going to be huge.
I'm tempted to just say rush the blink. I see he has the stick ready, but if he gets such an early blink dagger, that's going to be so good for their team to just set up every single fight, and it's going to come. It's going to come at a really early pace. And that Axe versus, the thing is, Axe versus Troll, he can dunk through that ult.
Yep.
If he does get set to the low threshold, it's going to be a lot up to the Oracle if he can keep him, the ultimate at a high threshold, and then, yeah, you know.
No, it's definitely, there's a lot of things that Miracle's got to be careful about in this game. It's not a game where you think, right, it's an easy Troll game. It really is not. They've got a lot of counters to it, be it the Axe dunk down, the Rupture, the Link.
Yep, they
slow.
really tripled down.
I mean, it's they've got all the answers for a Troll until the Troll has sort of those, you know, sort of mid to late game items. Before that, it's all on Kuro with the saves, and even then, it's still not easy for Miracle.
Yep. Yeah, he switched to the Blink Dagger right away. So he's level 8 now on the Axe already.
I mean, that's insane. Yeah, because down bottom, everyone's like level 3, level 4, and then level 8 on Boxy. That's ridiculous. We'll see another fight kick off in this tri versus tri lane. Insania looks like he's going to accept that he's going to die. He's running, he's popping the stick, but he's under the tower. They've got another root control. NIGMA will be able to kill the Venge.
Will they get the illusion? They will not. He's going to bully GH with that now.
Dude, honestly, Bogsy's going to hit 100 CS before, like at a timing that I don't think, I mean, we've probably ever seen people do so in such a long time.
Yeah,
like, this is so
blink
quick.
Very soon.
This is insane.
They're just going to, I mean, everyone's HP pool is going to be so low. He's just going to call, get like 1-2 spins, and then dunk over and over again. This is looking amazing for Liquid.
2K lead already.
Weehaw is trying to at least mess with Boxy here. Maybe some TPs coming in. Okay.
Let's see what they can do about this. EMP, Tornado's down. They'll be able to drain his mana, but they'll help for GH. They'll have a go at this. Will pop the call, go for the TP out. Actually cancels it there. Knows that GH still has a rolling boulder, so wouldn't have been able to get away with it nonetheless. Tries to stand his ground and, in fact, kill them with him. And one more spin would do it. He's chasing down GH. He's going to get it. He's now into the trees. He has a Quelling Blade, so he can kind of cut his way through and juke this out. At the same time, Quakefa makes the move down bottom, kills Miracle underneath his tower. Boxy's still alive. Weehar is searching, knows that Boxy's solo, has got the cold snap. Boxy should finally fall there. Tornadoes out there, finally get rid of him. But certainly causing a nuisance and making space. As I say, Quakefa had the room to step away from mid because there was no threat of his tower being pushed with the Invoker out of the picture. Goes bottom and kills off the carry.
Yeah, you know that they felt like they needed to make him. They're like, we can't just let Boxy do this. He's getting away with far too much, so they make the rotation. And as soon as they make that rotation, like you said, GH isn't bothering them anymore. So it's a dual lane versus tri lane, and they can even bring in more rotations. Excellent moves by Liquid. They're very well prepared today.
And
Weehaw does
they
have
really
the urn
are.
finished up, at least, right, for himself. So now he can be active on the map too. Get those urn charges up and be pretty aggressive.
But here's that timing. You know, one of the pluses of Boxy dying here is that he's able to come back out on the map with the Blink Dagger, and that certainly is, it's very likely to catch NIGMA off guard. It's very, very early. They would have been
Oh,
aware
and it's
that he was
going to be
getting
for
a
the
lot of farm.
outpost. Perfect timing for this outpost.
See who wants to make the jump on Boxy. Blood Bright's out. He's going to look towards GH, turns over towards Kuro. In fact, in the river as well, Quaitfa is already, he's just going to kill Weehaw. What was Weehaw doing? He was trying to join the fight, but Quaitfa says no. Boxy, it does end up managing to dunk down Kuro, and GH just dies to the Blood Bright.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's a mess. It's a big old mess right now.
And Boxy's like, I don't need to farm anymore. Now is like this is the best possible situation for an Axe. He's like, I'm just gonna go hunting.
He's gonna get the grab onto Miracle. He's gonna need a lot of spins to make this one work. Gets another. He's gonna need a couple more. I mean, Miracle, you gotta remember, he's still level 5. He's not 6. TPs have to come in to keep him safe. Mind Control's come over to this half of the map to try and push Boxy away. But Liquid, you could just feel it. They're just in full control right now.
Look, this Axe has 16 armor. All right, they got the EMP and Tornado.
See if they can finish him. He's got friends, though. Quaitfa and Insania are around. He goes for the call onto Mind Control, into the Magic Missile. Do they have the burst to kill him off? They do. The dunk's there. Boxy, he's just toying with them. He's saying, come and get me. Come and get me. He does not care.
I didn't point this out either, but maybe the best item Axe could have gotten this game. He got an Arcane Ring. And he's playing it versus an EMP Invoker, so he's got to have that extra mana pool always to just jump up and go for these plays. That is actually phenomenal luck for him there, but he's been owning anyway, so.
Yeah, and it's the fact that the number works out so perfectly, right? Because the thing that screws him is if you're going on this Axe, he gets his mana drained. Sure, he's getting spins off, but he can't get that finishing nuke off. You get 75 mana from the ring. Dunk, it costs 60, at least at the level 1. So at this stage of the game, he's always going to be able to get the dunk off, despite the EMP being there most of the time.
And I was mentioning how your mana pool on Axe tends to be pretty bad. You throw this on top. Look, he's got 600 mana. That's fantastic.
Was it plus 10 in?
Plus 10 int.
Plus 10 in. That's 1,000 gold worth of in.
And he's just going to get another one.
All right. Boxy's got to calm down. He's got to calm down here. It's just getting a little... Oh, no. Oh,
Mind
not
control.
the time lapse into the Blood Bright. There's no escape. Mind Control. He is dead. Double kill for Boxy. I mean, we might as well just give him the win right now.
Oh my god! I mean, this game is gonna be real hard for NIGMA to come back in. Only 12 minutes in, but the pace at which Liquid's gonna be able to set right now is gonna be crazy. Like Miracle, he's gonna be desperately trying to look for farm, but like I said, Boxy, he doesn't really have to farm much at all anymore. He's gonna finish up this camp right here because it's double, but it's all about just the hunt, and then that's gonna give Quaitfa so much space to finish a Yule's already. Yule's done at 12, so another amazing item versus the Troll Warlord too. Everything coming together for Liquid.
Weehar's on the hunt top. Tiger is a little low. Let's see if he can try and go for a poke here. It does have the mana for the Supernova though with the stick charges, so we'll be able to save himself, and we are unable to quite get the grab on him. Here's the smoke movement.
It's go time for sure. They should just go for fights non-stop. There's no way that NIGMA can take any fight here.
Have some mercy on the poor young Invoker. There's no mercy to be had. As on top of him they jump. The call, the dunk's a little early, it's not even needed. Boxy gets another kill with the spins. This game is rapidly falling out of control for NIGMA. They've got to find some sort of way to slow it down, but against the heroes that Liquid have, it's just not there. I mean, we talked about Invoker obviously having the crowd control that can sort of disrupt these sort of plays, but they're just playing too fast on Liquid. The levels aren't there. Weehaw can't turn up to the fights because half the time he's being jumped on before they even start.
Yep, and Liquid's draft overall is just, they have way more team fight in comparison to NIGMA's. They've got this Phoenix Axe. Axe has the way to cover the Phoenix, so the Phoenix Egg sometimes in the beginning of the game isn't so strong, but if NIGMA does try to actually take a 5v5 fight, they're just going to get absolutely destroyed. They are nowhere near ready versus this Liquid draft. And this is also a draft, as we said, there's triple counter versus that Troll Warlord. So even if Miracle finds some space to farm, there's going to be ways that they already have that address him.
Yeah, it never really feels like he's going to be in the clear this game.
No.
Regardless of if he is able to get items to catch up, he's just not been able to find the space. He's going to go for the Asher into the Battle Fury. I mean, he knows, he cannot itemize for the now. This Battle Fury build, as we're seeing on a lot of cores, really coming back into favor. And for one of the reasons being that if the game, mistakes are made by Liquid, you are going to have at least been farming at a rate that you will be relevant in the later stages of the game, where maybe you stand a better chance of turning things around. Because as for now, 14 minutes in, it's looking pretty grim for NIGMA.
Yeah, GH is level 6 now. They're looking for a play.
That's it. They got the roll in onto Quoifer with the Yules. He's able to send himself up into the air, dodge out the MP. The silence is there. The blood right's down. And now they've got to turn and run, NIGMA. They will manage to finish him off with the Shikuchi from Mind Control. They get the kill onto Quoifer, but they've lost Weeha. Swap to the side. Insania trying to break himself away. Will turn with the magic missile. Tiger looking to get a position. The call. It catches the two of them. The egg. It's going to be successful. Mind Control is trying to get it down.
They get it.
They get it. They're able to do it. This is NIGMA with the
my
turnaround.
God.
They're able to finish off the egg. Shikuchi forward. They can try for Boxy and Mixie too. Boxy and Mickey, they're the last two left alive. Mickey, he turns though, Kuro, he falls Boxy, and Mickey, they're still fighting. They're still strong enough to just fight them back as the two of them. Another dunk from Boxy. There's Miracle, he's going for the TP out. Oh, the dunk's a little early. Wasn't quite low enough to nuke out. But NIGMA, it looked like they were going to make the turnaround happen. They do manage to take down the egg in time, but the problem is Boxy and Mickey are just that far ahead enough that they can tackle them even when NIGMA have the advantage in numbers.
It was definitely scared. I was very impressed with the way that NIGMA actually took that fight. They were able to kill that Razor super quick because they focused everything on him, caught them off guard. They get the egg. But yeah, like you said, these two, the important ones, staying till the end. Mickey with that thirst building up, he just was able to clean up at the end there.
Yeah, it was having the power of the Weaver with the Germinate and Mind Control is able to do a good job of taking down the egg, and he wasn't caught in the initial call, so him being the main reason why NIGMA were at least able to get those kills and make sure that fight was not an entire wipe.
Full Maelstrom now finished on Mickey. And Boxy, I believe, that's the Vanguard too? And level 12, so now he has that higher threshold up to 325.
Mid. It's toying with Mickey a little bit. Taking away some of this mana. As we are still trying to find the gold to get that Spirit Vessel done. Miracle's farm, Yash is out. He can continue to proceed towards the Battle Fury, but it's going to take him a fair bit of time.
They're still just looking for some kills here. Ward on the high ground. Taiga will use Fire Spirits. We'll be able to get that one taken out.
I'm going to try and get the jump on Weeha. He's poking around these trees. The line's been drawn, and Sania and Boxy going a long way round via the river. Miracle taking the outpost away. On his own though, Boxy, not really quite the damage. He needs to catch him in the creep wave or in a camp to have a job of bringing him down with enough Whirling Axe procs.
Looks like both teams are content with farming for them. I mean, NIGMA, of course, they want to be able to get this time to farm, but Liquid looks like they're okay with this. They're fine. They're okay just backing up and farming. They know that they have this advantage right now. Just trying to pick up a little bit more of those items. Both going for the double BKB, both Koikfa as well as Mickey, which looks to be quite strong this game when you're playing versus an Invoker. If you get BKBs that early, that does, Invoker does not do much of anything.
Both teams using this time as best as they can. But even though they have the lead, they're called to work towards the next big items. With Halberd coming on Tiger next up on the list. Koifa's BKB, Boxy. See what he does decide to invest into next. Already 1,000 gold on top of the Blink Vanguard.
Tiger's expecting something moving up here. He has that ward on the side. He did see GH as well as Mind Control. Looks like he was probably calling to say, like, if they go on me, Boxy, be ready. And Boxy was definitely looking over there. Speaking of BKB, also Boxy going to be going one for one. So, yeah, triple BKB will be the big timing that Liquid's looking for to just probably just steamroll the team fight and then look for a Roche, because they can take Roche at a pretty good pace, too, on their side.
Yeah, they're going to hit a huge peak of power with those triple BKBs.
GH.
Top. Good positioning from Tiger. Blocks off the rolling boulder. Manages to keep him in with the static link. He's burning him low with the Sun Ray. Let's see if it should be enough. GH, yeah, no rolling boulder for 6 seconds. The Sun Ray does get put to an end though, and Tiger's getting gone on. He'll get the egg out. Mind Control is able to turn, but there's the Yules. Quakefa sends him up into the sky. Doesn't matter. He's still able to get down and kill off the Supernova. Mind Control will manage to take that kill and escape into the trees with a quick TP.
Nice try for the Yules play. That was a good attempt to try to get that egg to pop. 1-for-1 trade. Look as they're trying to get aggressive down bottom here, Koifa, leading the charge.
It has been scanned, so NIGMA are aware. Miracle's actually going to charge straight into it. It's over towards Insania. Koifa pokes at the side, starts to get the link going, but it will be broken. He decides to bail on Insania. They're bringing the numbers down here, NIGMA. They'll kill off the Venge, and they're going to be hunting to see if they can catch anything
Mind
more.
control's on Boxy. He's actually slowing him down and burning his mana with that defusal.
Yeah, the rest of NIGMA also coming across to help out Mind Control. Potentially continue to fight into Liquid here. Another Shikuchi forward. He knows there's no Supernova 2, still on cooldown for nearly a minute. As the defusal slow onto Tiger, will jump to the side, and with the Blood Bright out, the space will be cleared for the rest of Liquid to escape.
Nice way that NIGMA actually approached that one there. Just throwing out the scan, and then Miracle just dives forward there, knowing that they can have the rotations, and then Mind Control. They know that the Axe TP top, so he just chased him and drained his mana along the way. Now mid.
Step forward, Magic Missile onto GH. He's getting burst pretty quickly. The swap as well, keeping Weehar in range. He's shielded up into the sky. There's 4 of them here. Weehar cannot run. Jump forward, Boxy with the dunk.
Godlike. 10-1 and 2.
Yeah, the king of the game right now.
Oh, and the silence, it actually catches Mind Control up top with the Rupture. Is he gonna go down? He is. A monster kill for Mickey as well.
I mean, that's a pretty big one for Mickey, considering Mind Control. He was kind of the top performer on NIGMA's side up until that point. So Mickey getting that solo. That's a huge jump forward for him. Down bottom, Miracle will pop the ult. Liquid able to peel him away. He's too low. Bam! Boxy comes in with the dunk. They'll head over towards Kuro, diving past the towers. Kuro's taken out. GH has got to remain hidden.
This is getting out of control. BKBs are now all going to start coming online, and NIGMA, even before these BKBs are finished, are having no success at attempting to take these fights. Liquid and Insania even taking out the majority of the wards that I've seen been placed. Yeah, these next few moments are just going to probably get worse for NIGMA. Look at Liquid, they're just constantly chasing. Do they have a dust? Oh. Tiger, you had dust.
Oh, did he?
Oh, Tiger.
Oh,
yeah,
he did.
He was too focused on his tome to get the level 12 for his Supernova.
You know, classic support, you know.
Yeah, he was looking elsewhere.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, poor Tiger.
They would have definitely had that kill, though, if he popped it. But, yeah, his focus was elsewhere.
I mean, maybe it was the big brain players like, dude, I don't care about killing Weehar. I'm saving my dust for Mind Control. You know, he doesn't want to waste the dust on the Invoker right now. He knows that Weehar's behind. He's saving it for the bigger stuff.
Level 12 now, though, on this Phoenix. Let's take a look. So level 12 is the 4 position on Liquid. Let's take a look at the supports on NIGMA. Oh,
it's a big jump. It's a big creep wave. Are they going to have the damage to bring down low enough? I mean, he's got no ult. He's got no ult. He's got no safety and no backup.
I mean, these you know, we always talk about gold lead, 12,000. The experience disparity is unbelievable this game. It's getting close to a 20,000 experience lead
on top
at the 20-minute mark.
It's another catch. It just doesn't stop. Boxy, 12, 1 and 4. BKB gold is basically there.
Bring up the bring up those hero levels on the side there. Look at that. 17 Razor, 12 Troll.
Bottom. Bottom. He does get the kill, but he may just die for this. This time Tiger comes in with the dust. He's not going to mess it up this time round. They've got the Yules to put the rolling boulder to an end. Liquid, they're going to be able to clean up those two as well. 29-10 at just 22 minutes in. There's nothing that can stop this man and nothing that can stop this whole team. As Liquid, I mean, we saw a glimmer of this yesterday in their series. There's just no messing around from Liquid anymore. They are just turning up, and they're steaming through these games.
And the way that they drafted too, right? Like they wanted this Razor, like the way they snap picked their heroes. They knew the kind of style that they wanted to play, and NIGMA is just not prepared for this at all. All 3 lanes going successful for Liquid. From the start until now, it's been pretty damn clean.
I just look at Quake's. Quake's nearly double anyone's net worth on the side of NIGMA.
Oh,
top lane, it's another call, it's another catch, and of course, it's another kill.
Triple BKBs are now finished for Team Liquid. They're coming out on their couriers.
See if they can run down Boxy. They've got to kill him, but the tornado, not quite there.
He's
Neither
really tanky.
is the EMP, as Weehar might have to go back to Hogwarts, as this just ain't working out.
Oh,
Weehar will die.
God.
Miracle, he's dead as well.
I think they might call it in a second here.
They might just. This was a rough one. I love to see the Invoker, but this hero, it just seems so hard to get it working in pro play right now.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of teams try, and they try, but it's never much more than that. It's a hard era to play.
It's tough because like he has these weird peaks because his laning phase is just not good, and then he's not a wave clear ever, so your mid laner just has no wave clear, so you have to be playing and roaming around just trying to take fights constantly. I mean, he just died in the lane. He couldn't play versus Razor, who's a lane dominator, and it's just been super clean plays from Liquid all around. 17,000 gold lead, experience above 22,000. This is going to be painful to watch the next few moments. If you're a NIGMA fan.
Mind control. Oh no, be careful. Just stay in those trees. Do not come out. Do not come out. Do not. He came out. He came out. He came out. And he died. He should have stayed in the trees. Should have stayed in the trees.
And now mid, look at Boxy, no hesitation. He saw something. Weehaw.
Quaifer's got the slow on Kuro. He's diving in on the Oracle. Kuro tries for TPS. Just let me out of here. It's not gonna happen.
Oh, look at top two. Look at they're killing everywhere. They're killing from lane to lane to lane. GH.
It just doesn't stop.
Oh,
the
silence.
TP! Oh. He tried.
He tried.
He tried. Nice try. Nice try. Wasn't good enough. Wasn't good enough. Sorry. 3 dead on NIGMA yet again. 36 to 10. It's a massive one to start the day. It really is. And for NIGMA, a very clean one from Liquid.
Yeah, they look great. I love this. I really love this draft. I feel like it covers so many of their bases. The only thing that we were talking about is they'd lack a little bit of wave push, right, on the 2 supports, but when you dominate your lanes and you're able to just play at this pace, you don't really have to worry so much about your supports pushing out lanes because you're just always grouped together. And
there we go.
There, the base is already getting knocked on.
Time to go. We are. Don't stand there, sir. I mean, he has the false promise back up, so they will at least be able to save him a little bit, but he's going to have a lot of damage coming down on him. They send him up with the Yules. Insania is inside the base. Weehard dies. He'll buy back. The Supernova's out. This time there's no one in position to hit it. They've just got to run away. It's a dumb Quantum Miracle. Liquid, they're on to the tier 3s. And Weehard was just sort of standing there at the front. I mean, he was chilling. Liquid, they've got no chill. They ain't got time for anybody trying to stand there and have a bit of a... It's just over. Box. It's... Right, let's go next. Let's go next, shall we? It's all... I see. Boxy. In again. Catches Kuro. Mind control. He's looking at Boxy. They do have the silence, but that is it.
They just have to watch. Look at this, 2,500 HP on the Axe with the Vanguard. They don't even have. They just don't have the damage. They just don't have anything here at this point. They're gonna try to hold through it, but
we've seen those numbers yet. Quite clear. He's got the same amount of farm as Miracle and Mind Control put together right now.
Yeah, 665 GPM. Pretty damn good. 16-1 and 9. I mean, did he ask for much more?
He has the same amount of farm as Weehar plus the 2 supports of NIGMA put together. Wait, no, and plus Miracle. I mean, he's got the same net worth as 4 of the members of NIGMA put together right now.
Yeah.
At just 27 minutes as well. That's the thing. This game it's not even late. This is still pretty early.
This is one of the bigger leads we've seen. I mean, it's almost
this
1 kick per minute.
Yeah.
It's like we said, the experience too. It's above 30,000 experience lead. Now they're just backing up, farming. They're just chilling. They got no rush. This game is clean and in the bag for them.
Yeah, we've got quite for 1,000 away from Satanic, and he's got the status resist stream, having the good old Titan sliver. SMY Satanic, you cannot touch him.
Oh my God, he is actually going to have all of that already. I mean, they couldn't even hurt him before.
No, they did the once.
They did the once.
Death this game.
The once bottom.
Who hasn't died? Mickey hasn't died this game. And I mean, Boxy, yeah, he's only died the once.
Insania's got the 6 deaths. He's the one who's just like, that's his job.
It is.
Yeah.
That's his job.
Mind control.
Oh, don't show yourself mind control. Just stay in the images. Just stay right there. Battle Fury is done on Miracle. The comeback can now begin.
Step 1 of 10.
Yes. 10,000.
10,000, sorry. We are. He's got the Meteor. He wants to clear the creep wave. They're ready for him though, Boxy. Oh, the range creep. It's all.
Boxy's actually, he's heading over towards mind control's area. He wants to catch that bug.
Oh,
he scanned him.
It's beautiful.
Bug detector activated.
He's waiting.
He's waiting.
Fists are up.
He knows what mind control's going to come out and clear the wave.
He knows.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's hunting.
expecting it.
Oh, and he's got
cutting
it.
all the trees even.
Out of the invis, into the blade mount. Is it enough damage? It's not. He'll still get the time that's off. Goes for the TP out. And that will save him. Mind control will live today.
Base. I mean, NIGMA, they know at this point they can't play normal Dota. This is not a game of normal Dota for them anymore. The only way that they can have any type of success in this one is just playing, cutting creep waves, and just hoping for some type of massive mistakes by Liquid, but it'll take so many as Weehaw.
He's got the Essence Ring. And with the Ghost Wall, and with the dust, it does catch him. Oh, Boxy tries for the call.
Thirst, they can see him now.
They're chasing. Well. Run, little wizard, run! Oh. Another kill for Boxy.
And mid, Miracle. He showed his face.
He's not going to be fine here. He does have the ult. Does get swapped back, and won't even get the chance to press the ult. He's dead. The slaughter continues. Liquid up to the high ground. They have a fortification, NIGMA, to buy them a moment of time. But Liquid aren't going anywhere. Swap back onto Kuro. False promises himself, but the damage, it's going to be, you know, there's no maths to be done here. He is dead. He is very, very dead. No buyback available on Kuroki. He's out of the game for 70 seconds. Liquid now onto the barracks. Don't have the creeps with them quite at this moment in time, so the racks will live for another moment. Tiger is bringing the bottom wave round. Boxy's on another mission of bug hunting, by the looks of it. I'm just seeing if he can catch mind control, but mind control's just making his move straight towards the mid in an attempt to skip the creep wave.
Is he just trying to get courier? Maybe he's just trying to get 9 couriers.
Nah, he's just going for the creeps. 9 is, I mean, there is going to be a courier passing over this way. So
look, there's going to be a lot of them. They have so many items that are being delivered, you know?
I mean, dude, if you have guessed, that's a Pasha. That's a Pasha. Oh, but now they're aware. Mickey's going to be careful. He's going to take the courier away from that mid lane area. He's keeping it safe.
Yeah, like you said. He's mostly going for the creep waves. He's trying to slow it down, but slow down for what? As Liquid, they don't care. Raxes are taking mid on their way bottom with that creep wave. Weehaw, he's standing there.
He's always on the front. He's always on the front.
And Boxy just knew. He's just like, oh, he's done it 2 or 3 times already.
He's just going to be standing there.
Yep.
Every single time he's on there at the top of the stairs, just enjoying his life, having a look out at the open vista from the high ground, and suddenly Boxy jumps in, the big old axe, and smashes him out. And roll forward, GH, he's in the blood bright, he's silenced to dead, so is Kuro. There'll be a buyback for GH, but this bottom Rax is gone. As Liquid, they just charge in, they're happy to fight NIGMA up to the fountain, up, right up to
Oh, Mangoes. Oh. Look at Mickey. He's like, oh, Mangoes.
Oh, the
I love
great
Mangoes.
mango heist of 2020.
And the tier 4s. Liquid. A clean, beautiful game by them.
There's the GG.
Back to the drawing board for NIGMA a little bit.
Yeah. This game 1 was probably one of the roughest games we've seen here at the Blast Bounty Hunt. Just 32 minutes of just constant beatdown. Liquid 48-11, 31k lead. I mean, they lasted 32 minutes. That's pretty impressive. You know, I'd say. You know, this game could have been over a lot quicker. So there is a little bit of a silver lining for NIGMA. It's not that great though, and it's not really that thick. It's very thin silver lining. Overall, Liquid, easy game. Very easy game for the Fogs. I mean, NIGMA, you're looking at this match, and what are you saying next time round? Do you have to take away the Boxy axe, or can you let him have it? You just can't leave him in a 1v1 where he's able to get 100 CS in kind of 8 minutes or something ridiculous like he did?
I mean, a lot of things went wrong for them, right? Their tri-lane lost. I mean, they essentially lost all 3 lanes, right? So the game already from there becomes super difficult when you have an Invoker draft and you have no moves. You can't actually move to any lanes to make any plays because you're so far behind already at that point. So I think they just had a lot of problems happen, not just the axe. But yeah, Boxy, phenomenal game.
Yeah, just a pure highlight reel for Team Liquid there from start to end, as NIGMA are going to have to completely reset themselves coming into game 2, as their plan didn't get off the floor this game. They were just stuck at level 1 for the entirety of this game in terms of progression. This was all in Liquid's favor, all in Liquid's lead. We'll see what happens in game 2. Don't go anywhere, but game 1 is dominated and taken by Team Liquid.
Hey everyone, this is Nico Baby from Team Alliance, and I'm trying the BO3 skill shot challenge to see if I can get the highest score at Blast Bounty Hunt. 3, 2, 1, start. Right, I'm not missing a... Sure. So far, not a single. Now it's Mirana on the. I'm so good at this game. Alright, I missed the arrow. Next is Mars. This game is kinda cool actually. Playing Mino next. Lena is next. Alright, I missed one. Shadowflame is the last one. My final score is 4.9k. I think I did pretty bad. But you can try it yourself and share your score online with hashtag #skillshotchallenge. And next up is a Dota 2 caster, Purge.
Well, just like we saw Nico Baby crush the Shadow Fiend part of the challenge just now, it was Team Liquid that was crushing it. You can see there the happy faces. They know they're crushing it. They crushed NIGMA, of course. That game was not even remotely close. And here with Cinder and Purge, we're going to break that game down. And I think the game like that, the game started and you guys both were in a little bit of a disbelief at how NIGMA ran their lanes.
Yeah, I was honestly just baffled. Like you're playing against Axe, you are probably expecting this Axe to go into the off lane. The reason I liked NIGMA's draft was that I thought they were gonna safe lane tri-lane the Axe and make his game difficult. Like flat out just run that lane over, put mind control a little bit sacrificial in this game on Weaver in the off lane, and then because of that you could slow down the initiator of the enemy team. But instead, they've played this Axe strategy themselves a lot of times. They know Boxy is going to get huge from this lane. So they were willing to do this. I guess they just expected that they would win the tri-lane, but it kind of broke even. And then they got crushed mid, which is just a bad matchup, and Weeha made a pretty big mistake getting killed. So like, I don't know, 2 to 3 minutes into this game, it's already looking pretty bad, and you hate to see that.
And when you go even in the off lane, tri lane, then that means that when the lane starts getting a little bit hairy, you need to go jungle, for example. So, and I won't even say that it went even. Miracle died a couple times in this lane. I don't think Bloodseeker ever did. So it just felt like NIGMA lost all 3 lanes in a big way, especially because it's even easier for Axe to come rotate. This is the first time they ended up trying to pressure him here. And this is a nice rotation by them, but the problem is that he just has so many levels. He's level 9 here at 8 minutes. It's ridiculous. And look how much armor he has already. With the ring, the 3 rings, and the phase boots, it's crazy. So even his mistake here on GH didn't cost him that much because he ends up getting the kill anyways and buying a lot of time for Weehaw. So, and they're just constantly pressuring everywhere. There's Troll dying another time in the offlane position. And then what Boxy did after this was he went to pressure Miracle in the jungle. Miracle's like a level 5 Troll Warlord against a level 9 Axe pressuring him. Like, how's he supposed to limit that?
I mean, I think that's a question they were trying to answer the entire game. This was a fight that NIGMA actually had their first big glimmer of hope, because this team fight does end up going pretty decent for them, considering their state of the game.
It showcases what could have been, right? Like, they are already extremely far behind in this game. And, you know, as much as we're harping on this laning stage from NIGMA, you also got to give credit to Liquid. It's one thing that NIGMA put the lanes the way they do. Liquid played awesome in all 3 lanes. Everybody showed up and performed really, really well. I'm especially impressed with their tri-lane's ability to trade so well on the brink of death all the time, basically, on their heroes. Koikvat obviously trashed mid. You know, NIGMA did choose to pick an unfavorable matchup, so that one is less surprising. And then Boxy is free farming as expected. So everybody just did very, very well this game. And it makes for a very stompy game when you win all 3 lanes and the enemy team kind of needs to play catch up the rest of the game. They didn't have what it took.
And it's so hard to play catch up. This is an amazing play by Boxy here. Instantly kills bottom. So the smart thing he was doing, he was walking to lane to gank somebody, and immediately after he gets that kill, he backs off into darkness, and then he always TPs to another tower and instantly looks for a second kill. Because then a normal player will say like, oh, well, they ganked bottom. Well, at least that buys me a couple seconds to like be fine in my lane. But if he just instantly walks to those lanes the first place and then TPs to a different location, he can get 2 kills right in a row, and that's why the game felt so fast. It was hard to tell that a TI winning team was on the other team. It just looked like average players getting stomped because they had such a massive gold advantage, and we don't normally see outliers like this. This was like utter domination, constantly moving, not giving them any space, so it was excellently played by Liquid.
Yep.
Yeah, more specifically, excellently played by Boxy. He did. We mentioned it. We got a lot of freedom on that lane, but he absolutely crushed it. It would definitely give him the MVP of the lane. We talk a lot about Boxy, and in relation to this team, especially because back in the day when they were still Alliance, also it was if Boxy had a good game, this team would have a good game. Like they would win if Boxy had a good game. And the last couple of games we've seen from them, Boxy didn't just have a good game, he had an amazing game. He is set up for success like that, and this is basically the whole game could be a Boxy highlight reel at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's what I feel about this player, right? Like, giving Boxy a free game is very, very dangerous, and compared to, I would say, some other offlane players, I wouldn't say he is an expert at playing from behind, so I feel like there's like double value in trying to shut this player down in lane because of how insanely well he plays from ahead and how he... you don't want to... If you're an NIGMA player or fan, you don't want to see that face, right? You just don't want to see it. So try to ruin his laning stage and turn that smile upside down, you know? Make it a frown.
I mean, upside down, it would still show a lot of teeth. It would still be pretty.
Actually, it would be really scary.
I mean, you could just take that exact face when he's losing, and it would honestly fit. You'd be like, I'm still very uncomfortable.
That's true. I kind of feel like this game, you know, we started off this series listening to Mind Control, where he said, you know, we don't really know who has the edge in this game today, in this series today. It depends on the day. It depends on who shows up and what kind of form you show up in. And then on the other side, we had Taiga saying, well, we talked about this intensely, and we're gonna play faster. We're gonna do, you know, we're gonna not think as much. We're just gonna play, and that seemed to be the better strategy. They were more prepared. It felt like.
Yep, they picked heroes that could snowball very well if they win their lanes, and that they won their lanes. And I think to me the most impressive thing about Liquid's game here is how few mistakes they make. Because this tri-lane, it might look relatively easy what they're doing, but like I said, it's so much on the edge. If they make a couple of missteps in that lane, maybe NIGMA get a couple of extra kills, and suddenly the balance of that lane could shift entirely. but they just played super well in all 3 lanes, made tons of aggressive moves with very minimal casualties, and that's, you know, it's good Dota. When you're ahead, stay ahead like that.
Indeed, and I don't think a lot of people would have said that Razor would be first, getting first blood most today. And I also don't think a lot of people would have predicted that it would be Koikfa that is on top of the chart in terms of kills gotten during the games. That was also one of the predictions of today. So yeah, impressive all round, kind of feel.
Yeah, I think Koikfa flew under the radar a little bit that game just because it felt like Boxy was all over the map, but Koikfa solo killed Weehaw in the mid lane. That was massive. Like, he's one of the 3 lanes that was won. That was because of his nice play. And he was also participating in these team fights extremely well. He had like a huge amount of kills, like 16 kills by the mid game. It was like 24 minutes in, he had 16 kills. He did an excellent job as well. It was really just a full Team Liquid excellently played game. But definitely worth mentioning Koikfa in that match.
Yeah. He got first blood, so he has lane advantage, and then I feel like Koikfa is a very good player at playing with lane advantage. A lot of players will, you know, overall the field has kind of got better at this in the last couple of years, but he's very good at pressing the advantage to the limit. He knows the matchup is favorable, he knows he has an extra few hundred gold from the first blood, and he's going to take it to Weehaw and just pressure him that extra bit hard, so that even one mistake in that lane from Invoker, an already unfavorable lane, turns it into a complete stomp instead of just a loss.
Yeah,
So,
impressive showing team effort all around. Obviously, for NIGMA, they they got told by Owen to go back to the drawing board, but they don't have that much time because the draft is very soon upon us for the second game of this series. What do you say? You're the coach of NIGMA at this point, Synderen. What do you say? What needs to change as we are in the draft here?
I think the most important thing is you don't overthink it. Like, every team has games where they just mess up. I personally still stand by. I think the way they put their lanes was wrong, and I think maybe this last pick Invoker was a bit too optimistic because they picked it into a losing matchup. But don't psych yourselves out, you know? It's next game, you get a new draft, you secure your lanes a bit better, and you are an experienced team. You know that that game was almost out of reach after minute 10. So the last 20 minutes is kind of you playing for an extremely low win percentage. And as long as you don't feel like, oh man, you know, you just bury yourself more and more in that game with every death, and you understand what the conditions are, you should be able to go for a new game. These players are super experienced. I don't think they're...
Yeah, the secret here is just you need to understand why you lost the game, and as long as you can figure that out rapidly, then the rest of the game doesn't really matter. You're just playing out something, you're like, okay, we lost because of X reason, and it makes it less emotionally intensive, and will hopefully keep your mind clear.
Queen of Pain made it through, by the way. For everybody that predicted Queen of Pain to get first blood, she is in the pool.
Instantly picked. Yes. All right. Are we going to see the first Queen of Pain Arcana?
I mean, we better.
In Pro Dota 2, assuming it hasn't happened in the last 12 hours.
I mean, it's a flex pick. Who would play it?
I think they all have high enough level on their battle pass, right?
No. Because I think GH doesn't have any levels on this on the account that he's playing on.
They don't play Quap 4. They would play it on Mind Control or...
Mind Control's been playing it almost exclusively for them so far.
Yeah.
Okay, well
Mind Control always has high level battle pass.
I think we're good, yeah.
Okay. It's, how did you guys like the Queen of Pain release video? It was a little interesting.
I was put off by her face. I did not expect her face to be so, like, I liked it. Let's put that one forward first. I liked the video a lot. I did not expect her face to be a little bit Disney-esque. Or Pixar-esque. Her eyes are Pixar-esque, I thought.
She is a succubus, so I mean, those other things also suck in a lot of viewers, I guess. It was very, the video was very BDSM. It was weird. I was like, I
haven't seen the video yet. I just love the concept art. That's still, I still have that video to go. I need to see it, but yeah. I saw a little bit of what's it called, a preview or whatever of the Arcana, and the effects looked really cool. I think the model was very well made, and I had really high expectations because the art was so good. So I'm not let down. I think it's really good.
Okay. Yeah,
and the second style is dope too. Maybe a couple of people will be like, it looks too much like Venge, but
that would be
when you see it in the game, I don't think you will like the silhouette.
Okay. But Venge has some sets with big wings too.
Yeah, maybe.
It's true.
Maybe it's.
I like the redness. I like let it be red, please.
Yeah, we're gonna talk all about this Arcana, and then it's not even gonna be equipped or something.
There's a chance of that too. I must say.
Mind Control will definitely have it.
You said we had talked about Dragonite in the previous game because Dragonite has not been doing too hot at the moment, while Mirana has been super hot. You want Dragonite to be picked only when you set him up for success in multiple roles, because it is a flex pick. Could you repeat a little bit the point that you were making? Because I'm kind of butchering it at the moment.
So the main thing I've seen is that teams have rated this Dragonite pick really high because he can go to multiple lanes, but then in many games we've seen Dragonite offlane just basically have no game. If a Dragonite offlane gets countered in lane, it feels like a liability a lot. So I think it's very, very important, if you consider the flex pick and pick it this early, that you find a way of covering your bases, and I think NIGMA should try to exploit it. You know, if they can counterpick the Dragonite in 1 or 2 lanes, you isolate him to the 3rd lane, and you can strategize around that.
The other thing that really defeats him is having a decent amount of magic damage. If you are running some physical damage lineup, or you have a hero like Venge who relies on minus armor amplifying your team's right clicks, then he's going to be a lot more survivable, but he's already up against a Maledict and a Queen of Pain, so it might be a bit iffy for him. Clockwork is a bit of an interesting pick. Not very effective against Mirana is the obvious thing, but against the other 2 heroes it can be pretty effective. Lots of magic damage, can separate team fights. It's still decent against Oracle even outside of damage type, because you can go on Oracle and separate him from the guys that he wants to save, so a bit of an interesting pick, but I'm down for it. I think it's a good game for it right now.
Clock versus Oracle is one of those matchups that I would count as kind of the heroes counter each other in a way. Because Clockwork is like 90% magic damage, and you have Fate's Edict, so anybody Clockwork is on, you can save very easily. But at the same time, if Clockwork goes on the Oracle, you can zone it out of the fight entirely, and then if Oracle has to save himself, you've already put yourself in a really good spot for the rest of the team fight. Yep.
Are we looking at a mid Earth Spirit again?
It could be, or it's a Mirana core, which
I
is
think
also
it's
possible.
Mirana 3.
It's slightly... Oh, I guess... sorry, I was thinking it was NIGMA picking it. But yeah, Mirana 3, very possible. Okay. They don't know what the core matchup is, but Mirana 3 plus Earth Spirit could be a pretty straightforward arrow combo. You could put Mirana with Oracle as well if you really want to. That's a really easy arrow combo. Maybe not the best damage follow-up, but... And now we're looking at core heroes for NIGMA to round out the rest of their lineup.
Yeah, how are we doing on intellect heroes compared to agility heroes? Ooh.
It was bad last game, dude. It was 5 agility heroes, 2 int, 3 strength.
Yeah,
and now we are looking at 3 int. It's okay, but another 3 strength and 2 agi. So int has got a lot of ground to catch up.
Yeah.
The Razor and the Bloodseeker really threw us for a loop in the last game.
Mm-hmm. What do we think about the Meepo?
It's a very good Meepo game. Liquid, there's 2 things I look for when it's Meepo. The one is, do you have heavy single target damage? Because obviously you only need to kill one of them, then they all die. And the other one is, do you have heroes that can either survive getting jumped by Meepo for an extended period of time and extend the fight, or heroes that don't rely on mobility because Meepo shuts it down very well. This hero is, for example, extremely good against Mirana. I would say it's also a very good hero against Earth Spirit in a lot of situations. If you get a dagger, just jump him and kill him, he can't get away. Dragonite fares pretty well. I think that's the one hero Liquid has that's okay against Meepo, because he's tanky, he has Breathe Fire that affects all of the Meepos, so that helps.
A lot of damage reduction.
Yeah, but outside of that, it's a really good Meepo game. And you're also got to look at it from NIGMA's perspective, right? You got destroyed, now you wanna be the ones putting pressure. You wanna throw a curveball here and catch the enemy off guard. And how many games has NIGMA done this, even at TI with Weehaw and Meepo? It was kind of their best hero toward the end of TI9, actually. They got a couple of key wins with that. Mm-hmm. So now that it's crunch time, you get into it. And you can, I mean, I don't want to read too much into it, but when you look at the Liquid cams, they do seem a little bit startled here compared to before. Boxy was trying to summon the Kraken or something with his pose.
Yeah. He's trying to set time back so that they could ban Meepo instead of me.
What is happening? Dude, he needs to do that while he has his legs on the table. Alright, that's good too. That's an anti-mage impersonation.
He doesn't want to see what Nico's going to pick next. What will they pick next? What hero do you feel like they are lacking?
Missing their carry?
Missing Miracle hero?
Yeah. I would like Miracle to not play true position 1 this game. I think when you have Meepo in this patch, that hero will often carry, and you want to play around... You can do both things. I'm personally a bigger fan of when the timings align with Meepo, so you have a carry that's really strong minute 20. something like Bloodseeker or even Gyro, who I'm not saying they should pick that this game. I don't think it's a very good pick, but that style of carry would be nice. What's
Be
good
effective.
against Dragon Knight?
You want to have
They do have
magic
Witch
damage?
Doctor. They do have Witch Doctor, so their laning is pretty strong.
Chen.
The Chen carry, of course. Interesting.
Wait.
So this is going to be a Miracle co-op, I'm
Yep.
guessing. Mind Control, Clockwork, and then the Witch Doctor Chen supports.
Yeah.
So it
Actually-
became a much earlier game lineup than
I
than it was
really like this because there is no way Liquid saw this coming either, right? Like they have already noted down this Clockwork and Witch Doctor as supports. So whether or not this turns out to be really good, at least it's not something Liquid expected. And NIGMA have great success playing these kind of timing pushes around Chen and Meepo. They love these two heroes together. The amplified healing, the natural aura timing. Again, you make sure your timing's aligned now with one support that wants to play Meepo's kind of game. And now that Quap is your carry, it kind of fits the bill, right? This is a hero that peaks around that mid game. So it's honestly, it's looking good again. I like their draft last game as well, like I said. I do think the Invoker was a problem, but once again, they need to get the right lanes. This time there's not that big of a threat compared to last time with the Axe, I would say, but...
I'm just really worried for Liquid's ability to kill Meepo if he starts doing well. Like, Earth Spirit's not going to do it well. Oracle's not going to do it very well without being threatened. The Mirana is not going to be as effective. You can't just, like, arrow the Meepo. Starstorm's going to be alright, but not incredible. And Dragon Knight's going to be kind of weak damage output. Like, yeah, I think he can get his Breathe Fire talent and reduce all the Meepo right clicks by 50%, but outside of that, they don't have a lot going for them against the Meepo, so it makes a lot of sense for NIGMA to just put everything on top of Meepo's game here by making sure that nobody else is going to be delayed in fighting.
What about a carry Pango?
That sounds decent. You definitely need either a lot of AoE or single
It
target
gives you
damage.
disarm against Meepo, it gives you just shield crash. It's a really good matchup into Meepo, that's why I'm even considering it, because I think your pick now needs to solve Meepo, because your strategy doesn't. So
Yeah.
they have to pick something crazy a little bit, because there's not very many carry heroes that you're just like, oh, we'll just pick this carry hero and Meepo's covered. It's usually not the carry that does that, it's the overall strategy or the combination that you can build, and I just don't think anything combines with what they have, except if the last hero really does a good job at it. There's just I don't know what carry, traditional carry so to speak, you would pick here that
Are
you
we
feel
sure that they can't rotate?
Carry Shaker?
Yeah, because I
Shaker
was
too.
thinking maybe Shaker for Boxy and then have carry Murano or whatever. Or it's going to be Shadowy, never mind.
That's
Does
pretty
that-
good against Meepo. It's a good hero in lane. They're gonna play carry Mirana, I think, and put Shadowfiend mid. It's a lot of damage. It's even more. I mean, the fear is kind of nice, I guess, to an extent. It does. I'm not sold, but I think it's the right idea. Like you need someone who can deal with Meepo, and now they at least have a lane counter and some serious damage.
Yeah.
So I think it's okay.
Right click wise, it'll be pretty good because even if it's not fighting Meepo, I think it matches up pretty well against the other 4 heroes. Lots of AoE. If fighting right click to right click, he'll beat Queen of Pain. Most likely, he'll be able to crush Witch Doctor generally. So, and he also works a lot better with Oracle as well as a good guy to use the ulti on, so that he can fight to the death with some lifesteal. So, it's a bit weird. I wasn't expecting the SF pick, but it's actually a carry Dragon Knight then.
Make a
Oh,
DK
make it
for
Dragon Knight.
Shadowfiend.
All right.
Okay.
I was actually a bit convinced they would put. Okay. My concern here for Liquid is once NIGMA get their auras online with mech pipe Vlads, do you kill them or not? That's what it's going to come down to. NIGMA will go
Yeah.
for a Roche. If you can't win that fight, you give an Aegis to the Meepo. Shit looks real grim. So
Yeah.
got to make sure that you can get off to the right foot in your lanes and win that very important fight, and then you should be good to go.
Are you happy with the mind control Chen?
Wait, he's Chen?
Yes.
Whoa, I didn't notice. I don't know, man.
He's
I
gonna
don't
buy the auras, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, have we seen that before? Has he ever played that in a pro game?
I like the
I don't
only one
well.
I know who does offline Chen is 33.
Yeah.
Well, we know he
mind
can
control
micro.
skilled. Yep.
Yeah.
He knows how to micro, and I think Core Chen is actually very good in this game for the reasons we already mentioned with the auras. So I think the logic is sound, but I wonder how much experience he has with this hero in lane. It's obviously really important at this level of play.
I think it'll be fine because they're gonna be laning against Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight's not gonna do that much offensively, so Chen should just get a lot of farm himself, take a range creep from an enemy, and you might even be able to power deny and just stomp that lane actually. So one of the weaknesses of a safe lane Dragon Knight. So I like what NIGMA's doing here. I think it can work.
Okay, well, let's see if it can work. It has to work for them to keep their tournament lives alive because it is elimination on the line here in the second game of the series. Let's head over to ODPixel and Fog.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, we're going to get to see it, Fox. And Weeha Meepo coming in at the last moment, fourth pick to see if it's going to be enough to allow NIGMA to turn around a series. It was off to a pretty rough start for them after game one. Is it going to be enough, Fog?
It looks pretty good, especially with the Chen, and them moving it as a core Chen is pretty interesting because then you can get the timings even faster. So you can get those auras online at the same time that the Meepo is looking to just cruise and take over the game. So, okay, yeah, it's interesting. And more importantly than anything, look at this Queen of Pain.
Oh, yeah. Let's look at this Queen of Pain. Miracle, of course, with that beautiful Arcana that you can get for the low price of level 455 on the Battle Pass. And honestly, I was playing with this Arcana this morning, Fogged, and I won 2 of the 3 games I played with it. That is many more than I should do when I'm playing Queen of Pain. So all I can take away from that is that this Arcana, it is pay to win. Now we'll see if it works in competitive, and if Miracle's going to get the win this game. But you know, you can't go against science. And,
yeah, no, I like this set quite a bit. The ult for me, the persistent ground effect is the one thing that throws me off a little bit because it stays for a second, and you're like, wait. Is that like a damage over time?
Dude,
that's like, the only thing that bugs me.
It kind of looks like there's like 2 fishes coming out the side as well. It's pretty wild.
It's cool though.
Pretty wild.
Pretty
I mean, it looks amazing. And I can't. Well, you've got to get 1,000 hits with the Sonic Wave to unlock the alternate style.
Wait, it's 1,000 to get it.
1,000. I don't think it's kills. I think it's just hits with the Sonic Wave. Enemy
so each one counts. Like if you hit, like, what if you hit 5 Meepos? What if you hit 4 Meepos?
It's on the wrong team. Yeah, I was gonna say it's on the wrong team. He could have been Arcana farming. Yeah, that's the real counter to Meepo.
Yep. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Koikfa, he's starting out with the quad mango this game for the lane. I wonder how much they're gonna address this. I'm expecting Taiga to actually move mid a lot this game. I feel like they're gonna leave Boxy at some point bottom by himself, and Taiga's just gonna keep roaming and just looking to set up on Weeha with some triple raises to shut this Meepo down to mess up the timing. But we'll see. I think that would be one of the really good ideas that he can do because it's a Chen clockwork. Like Mirana's gonna be just chilling down bottom, arrowing whatever creep that gets taken over.
Yeah, that's true.
Ooh, he misses.
Should be under no threat of dying as the Mirana in this lane. And
he missed the first range creep already with the arrow.
And I think the thing is as well with the 2 of them that they're not really going to get kills onto GH and Mind Control, right? They're relatively tanky, and Mind Control's got that aura with their headdress. They've got a lot of sustain, so it feels hard for Liquid to make a play onto a hero in this duo.
Exactly. That's why I feel like it's just probably a better allocation of resources if he does make his way over there, because they're just going to get harassed pretty hard down bottom. GH does take a tower hit, but he's just fine.
I mean, meanwhile, mid lane, Koikfa just landing the raises on his own. He's forcing Weeha to get that regen really ferried out to him. The raises, they absolutely hurt the Speedpo every time he tries to step forward and clean the wave out. And Koikfa is off to a very solid start in the early levels.
He's already level 3, and he has the double mango at the ready too. He can already start priming Weeha.
Weeha's got to be careful. He's going to, again, potentially take a lot of damage if Koikfa does want to commit with them. We'll pop the first one. As Weeha just down to that last tango. I mean, sure, he can start getting extra regen out, but it's going to take a bit of time with the movement of the courier at this early stage of the game.
Yep, GH. He's actually trying to just pull some creep waves, it looks like, bottom for the Chen, so they can maximize a little better. Taiga is chasing, just to at least bother that one. Okay, so top, let's take a look at this lane. I don't think this is going to be a really exciting one. I don't really want to even look too much up here, because it's going to be an Oracle just dispelling off. I mean, if he does go for Shadow Strike, you see Miracle obviously has not skilled anything yet, saving for the Scream of Pain. And I think it should be a pretty passive kind of farm style up there.
And do you like this sort of draft style from NIGMA where they say, well, we've got a Meepo, we are going to purely build around this very clean timing of with this off lane Chen, this safe lane Queen of Pain, where you're investing everything into having this really powerful spike quite early in the game?
Yeah, I think it's a really perfect kind of option, and we've seen these Queen of Pains in the safe lane do well even when they're not playing on just a tempo kind of setting draft. They've actually been able to go for like these Orchid timings or something like that and actually become a real carry as well. And look at this, I mean, Koikfa, yeah, he's owning the lane. Weeha actually just getting pushed away just because of that Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, he's going to have to start
huge.
Catching up in the jungle here to the side.
Yeah, I want Koikfa. I actually missed that one. Wow. Okay. They actually were able to set up an aggressive play up here. Insania pushing himself up just a little bit too far versus that double range.
Has to be careful. They do have good bursts, and particularly when Kuro has the Maledict skill, the combination of that with a leveled up Scream will hurt.
If he takes it. Right now it's more of just a farmer, or more of a just gonna sustain. It makes sense to it, this game, as we mentioned, for several different reasons, the aura and everything. It's gonna make a lot of sense if he puts multiple points in the Voodoo Restoration. So this game, I was gonna mention how Koifa, I feel like I want him to build tanky, but also I feel like an early BKB or somebody to have a way to get him out of cogs. Shadow Fiend versus Clockwork is always one of those weird matchups where Shadow Fiend hates getting collapsed upon, even if he's ahead. And yeah, Clockwork always is going to be able to do that. So I would like Koifa to try to go for that one early. Just some type of defensive item for himself. Will also luck out with the rune on an arcane top.
Yeah, very fortunate for him as well, because GH was also hovering around, seeing if he could get an angle on him.
Full bottom.
They're trying to make a go onto mind control. Boxy's still got a leap. He's got the full tool set to go. As Boxy does have to back off as GH comes in. And that will at least save mind control, as mind control is able to keep himself out of the way. Boxy very low on the regen. Okay, he's got the back of the Tiger. Tiger did have a salve to top him up. But it is interesting that they do still decide to have Tiger down here. I mean, do you continue, like, even though he's sort of jungling in the camps, do you feel like Liquid could try and play up into the high ground and try and bully Weehaw in his positioning now, or is it a lot harder now that he's kind of left the lane as a meepo?
It's too hard now. He's got like the two meatballs. He's in the jungle constantly. They want to try to get kills. They might be able to get this one on mind control. They will.
All right, finally able to get the kill down there. Comes up to the bounty rune spawns. Arrow's going to be juked out by GH, so be able to grab the one, and already Weehaw was able to get the other deeper in his jungle. So
they got all four.
They did. Good cash bonus for NIGMA, and 5 minutes in, very even right now. Less than 1k gold difference in it.
Yeah, even though Shadow, as you mentioned, Koifa's having that fantastic start, it's Meepo. He hits his level 4, goes to the jungle, catches up extremely quickly. Maybe now Taiga, I don't believe, does he have a ward? Should be, okay, not coming out on the courier. I thought maybe they'd give him the ward, but he already placed one at that bounty area on the right. So now he can start looking to kill whenever Weehaw does show his face. And they have a catapult, so that's the important one.
They're going to try it. They do manage to connect with the stun. A few raises would do it, but Weehaw's already able to poof out to the side. Jumps back, GH comes in with the TP, and Liquid have to retreat.
It's Arcane Rune Shadow Fiend, though, so he still has a lot of mana to work with, and to keep the... Ooh, Catapult actually does get taken out there. Wasn't able to keep it alive. But that was definitely the right move. I like that one by Taiga. He's trying to protect his ward, but yeah, Weehaw knew that they'd placed that one there. Immediately takes it out.
I'm looking at this top lane. Miracle's farm, it's not amazing. You know, he's certainly being kept held back a little bit, as the trade's being made there between him and Mickey, with Mickey having the edge in this lane right now. You have a good creep wave coming in underneath the tower too. The level timings what matter the most here for Miracle. Once he gets that 6, he'll be more than prepared to make rotations and blow up any sort of dives that come in from Liquid.
GH.
Wrapping around, Mickey trying to cut himself out of the cogs. He's out to the side. Tiger comes in with a reaction. It's a good kick as well, connecting on the 3 of them, slowing them all down. Mickey hiding in the trees. He'll be fine to regen up a quite, but with this rotation, they're all so low. They'll kill off Miracle. GH, he'll cog in Tiger, but he cannot keep himself alive, as they'll be able to clean up both of them. NIGMA just diving a little too deep there.
They really wanted to push the issue because they still had their catapult alive, so they wanted to get the tower damage as high as possible while also going for that one, but just a little too overzealous. Not even able to get the kill versus that tanky DK, as he's gone the 3 points in Dragon Blood. Level 2 Maledict, he just sustains through it. 18 HP per second.
Back on towards mid. Weehaw will show himself. Tiger quite in range to get the roll off. They've got the ward down here as well, so good vision of Tiger's movement for Tiger. Gonna take that one out. Tower in the mid lane goes down. 7 minutes in, a very, really very quick tower taken.
And look, he actually does do exactly what I was talking about. First item BKB queued up. He's going to switch it as soon as I say that. No, he's not. But very good choice to go for that this game, so you can match the pace that NIGMA's going to try to set. And for the reasons I said before, versus Clockwork, you almost have to go for this item on Shadow Fiend early.
Yeah, because what is rushing a 4 staff just never really viable on the core? Does it just feel bad?
Takes it doesn't get you as much as you'd like, right? Like if you want a Dragon Lance or a Hurricane Pike would be fantastic, but too expensive as bottom.
Yeah. See if they can finish him off. BO3 is turned upon, has been maledicted. Tiger's the focus, but there's the save. Insane is able to come in, provide a bit of heals. GH still staying on top, will be able to block out the rolling boulder. Tiger trying to run, a few more right clicks will finish him off. NIGMA do manage to push the Earth Spirit out of the game. Keeping it even again. I mean, this is already a whole lot better for NIGMA compared to what we saw at the start of game 1.
Yeah.
This is a close beginning. Weeha's getting as far as the Meepo.
He's far up. GH is there. They have the invis. Do they have detection for him?
They do. They've got the root. They've got him trapped.
They got him.
Big rotations from GH.
There's always going to be the scary thing about Shadow Fiend. Even if you're ahead, if you get collapsed on, you die so easily.
Miracle also coming over. Does have the Sonic Wave ready to blow.
Okay. He's actually queued up for... okay, he's going to be the one doing this aura at least. So he's kind of acting as that off-lane Quap that we've seen. He's going to be going for the mech, and Mind Control's doing Dominator.
I mean, how does that sort of affect the timing as well? Like, in what situation as a Quap are you going straight for the mech rather than the more common Necro book into the mech?
I guess they just really want to be able to just take advantage, and it's like Cinder was mentioning, right? It's all going to be about that first Roche timing, because then they can just take over the whole map. So I think he just wants to get it as fast as possible. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, he is going to get it quick, as you said. It's going to be online. As we say, we just don't see Quaps getting it as the first item. They're very, pretty much always is the level 1 Necro book on the way.
Yeah, because it's like it's kind of like people. I know I've seen a couple of people mention it's like a pseudo kind of Midas now in a way, because you're not only just getting the usage of it, which lets you farm everywhere, but you get so much mana regen from it, which is fantastic on a hero like Quap, who already has a natural way to farm with Scream of Pain.
Yeah, and one of the things when you do go straight for the mech is, you know, that plus your spells, that's kind of your whole mana pool gone. You know,
yeah, he at least has a faded. He has a brooch at least, so it's at least a little bit extra mana than he has, and he's gone for Arcane Boots.
Top BO3. He gets one. Miracle's going to come in with the TP, trying to hold on to this tower. This tower is going to go down with the 3 of them pushing on. Mickey with the other Dragon Form steps over towards Miracle, but Miracle blows him up with the Sonic Wave. A little bit of a surprise from the trees there, as Mickey just underestimating the damage that will fly out. Miracle will blink over to the side, but Quakefa's here with a haste rune. The arrow connects, and Miracle is going to pay the price with his life. I mean, it looked cool.
It was. I mean, it was still a really good play by Miracle. You can't underestimate how strong Sonic Wave is early. 340 pure damage is just absolutely insane this early in the game. So it gets the kill for himself at least. Does not get a tower deny, so Liquid's still pretty happy with that movement. Able to get that follow-up kill. Those are levels looking like for everybody. Level 6 is on both supports for Liquid. Level 5 still on the supports for NIGMA. Everything else about even.
Into the jungle they go.
Miracle, yeah. Mind Control brings him down here.
It's going to be the root coming through, but already out with the blink to the side. Tiger looking towards GH.
That
GH
arrow.
Kicked into it straight away. Tiger able to find the perfect setup, getting him in reach of BO3. Excellent coordination.
Yeah, that was beautiful. And we see Taiga, he's actually queuing up for an item which I was talking about a lot the other day on FNG, doing it on the Witch Doctor. Going for the Veil early. Really like it. They have so much magic damage that's going to be amplified up versus that Meepo.
Yeah, you need it against the Meepo, yeah.
Yeah, and in particular, too, you're going to be able to counteract the potential of them going for all those, you know, those auras. They're going to eventually go for the pipe and everything, too, so this will be a good way to at least nullify it a little bit.
How's talking about the Meepo, how's Rio's farm looking? He's halfway through the Eagle Song, already has the Ghost Scepter, so E-Blade will be there in, and you know, sort of the timing that he'd expect to be getting as this Meepo. He is there at the top net worth, and his game is, you know, it's all on track for Weeha's Meepo. He's getting the space to clear up the jungle just as he would wish, as Liquid haven't really been able to get over here and pressure this Meepo's farm early on. He is going to hit this first item timing.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough to get like onto the opposing side of the map, even if you have good heroes to push out lanes. You're playing versus Chen. Chen's always just going to have creeps pushing in. You got rockets flying, and then Queen of Pain also pushes lanes in really fast. So Interesting to point. Boxy's actually queued up. I don't know if he's gonna switch, but he's actually just got a straight MKB queued
Yeah,
up.
dude, well, I know you had the series off yesterday, but he did this yesterday, and he smashed with it. He ended the game like 16-1-14. He went double Wraith Bands into the MKB, and then I think he went for the Daedalus straight up after it. He like went full right click, and
Cool.
he had an insane game. So this is sort of, as I did advise the viewers when we saw it yesterday, I was like, don't jump to do this straight away in your pubs, you know, go offlane Mirana and farm an MKB. But Boxy, he makes it work.
Sure, I mean, I'm down. I like MKB Maelstroms. Those are always like the neat item builds on Mirana that work really well for damage. Top, they're trying to set up for Miracle, but the wraparound.
That's a big wraparound. Yeah, GH and Kuro are here. They'll lead him with a hook shot straight away onto Quoik for Tiger jumping in to try and take a bit of the share, but there's the bounce over. False Promise comes in onto Quoik for the fear, pushes back the three of them. He turns with the raises, takes down Kuro. GH and Miracle have to back up. They did manage to blow up Tiger, but they do not get that SF as they would hope for.
I love that play though by Tiger. Oh, bottom. Mickey, he's invis. He's set up on MC.
He's going to start slowing him. Quoik looking to clear up the army. So he's going to get a fair few of these creeps. Dragon Tail to buy a bit more time, but with that mind control, he's got the movement speed to get himself out of there. They won't be able to quite stay on top.
So that's cool. They talked about a little bit on the panel about like kicking people out of the cogs and stuff like that, but that's a pretty cool thing that Tiger can do. Is if Quoik is in a rough spot, he can just roll in and eat the he can eat the death. Yep. He rolls in, kicks Quoik out, gets in position for the Oracle to save. That's definitely really nice. There's 2 items picked up. DK now Blink, and that big timing for NIGMA. The Ethereal Blade is finished. And I believe the mech as well is done for Miracle. It's about to be.
Yeah, just 100 gold off the recipe, and he's going to have it. And they're going to smoke up. So this first reveal of the E-Blade, who's he going to find? That's an excellent lead-in. They managed to find themselves. The SF Tiger tries to roll across to help, but with the Sonic Wave, it's too much burst for Quoik to sustain. They kill off the SF. Now they can try and move in for more. They're looking to chase down Mickey. Mickey's Elder Dragon form will come to an end. He's still allowed to blink off to the side. They're trying to chase down Insania. There comes the E-Blade Blast to slow him down. They surround him, and NIGMA will be able to take a second as We Are comes into play with this E-Blade and can start really putting the pressure onto Liquid as NIGMA start to enter this realm of the game where their draft hits the power spike.
Yep. Huge power spike here. Now, Mech is coming out, like you said, and they kill the Shadow Fiend now right before he's about to finish BKB. That could have been pretty different there if he did have it finished up and he was able to actually get his spells off at all. But yeah, now this is changing the whole dynamic as the game as they have. They're almost fully online with exactly what they want to have for the game. The pipe is about to be done, mech is done, everything's coming together.
All in on this moment for NIGMA. Now that they are heading over towards the direction of Roshan, Liquid's going to have everyone alive. I mean, is it at a point, and with the items they have, that they can just step into the pit, or is that something they can't really get away with when Liquid is up as 5?
Ooh, should be scary because Shadow Fiend loses all his souls as well, right? When he dies, he loses half, so he's got to like kind of recuperate and build that up. They don't have Dragon form ready.
Okay, so you think NIGMA could go in and take it?
They might just be able to, yeah. Level 3 Penitence as well. It should die at a decent pace. I don't know, it should be tough. No BKB SF. Maybe is he going to sell something to buy it? I don't know, that's too much.
What's his money look like? Yeah.
He's got to sell something too big. He's going to sell like the wand. That's...
Yeah, selling the circlet is still going to leave you about 100 short.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right. Yeah, he doesn't want to get rid of the wand. He is going to have to head out and hit a creep.
And he doesn't have... I mean, he'll have Requiem by the time, kind of, when they're all set up around that Roche, but this one looks like NIGMA should just be able to get away with it.
Pretty much the timing that Liquid really needs to get done is Boxy's MKB. And then at least at that point, when the fights do kick off, he can leap in and just shoot someone down and have a pretty good shot of doing it. Obviously, there are ways to play around it. NIGMA, having Weehaw, having the E-Blade, he can save the target.
Mm-hmm. It's also just scary to play Mirana versus Meepo ever. Your mobility is just non-existent. Yeah.
There we go. Into the pit they go. Arrow is out, but as expected, I mean, Boxy, does he really want to do this? I don't know. The hook shot will miss, and Tiger's going to try. He's in. And Mickey, he gets the snatch. The false promise is there onto Tiger, keeping him alive as well. Mickey gets in, gets the Aegis, gets out. The Magnetize as well, bringing NIGMA low. They have to back off. Tiger will fall. Boxy jumps in from the back. He's killed off Kuro. The Magnetize is continuing to tick them down. NIGMA has to escape, but they'll lose GH as well. Weehaw will manage to get out of there. Miracle and Mind Control still on the retreat. They will also get away, but the jump couldn't have been better there from Liquid getting in. They didn't get the kill, but they got what mattered. They got that Aegis, which would have been so important, a crucial pickup that NIGMA needs to really add to their power spike. Liquid's just gone and taken that away from them.
I mean, that's the dream. That really is the dream. Slowing down a Meepo lineup, you get that Aegis now. Now you have your BKB timing on your Shadow Fiend too. This could turn out to be a really close game. This is pretty exciting. That is a huge boost for them.
Perfect timing from Tiger and Mikke with that blink, which I think it had only just been picked up before that play happened. Had it at the perfect moment.
Yep, and Boxy with that arrow from the back lines to kind of mess with them too, because they put some attention to him on a second there too, and then he gives all that information for his team to jump in. Super good for Liquid.
See what the move now is for NIGMA. You got to imagine in their heads at this point of the game they would be pushing with an Aegis. They haven't got that Aegis, so things have slowed down a little bit again for them, at least more so than they would have liked.
Yeah, and now, like we said, they're versus that BKB Shadow Fiend who has the protection for himself versus all this is Tiger.
Blink out from Miracle to the side, turns over towards Tiger, starts to punch back at him. Also with the wraparound, Kuro and Weeha, they're coming in, they're looking for Insania. Cast, the bounces, the coconuts, it couldn't be better. Perfect coconut play there from Kuro. As the two of them, both Quoikva and Insania, caught right next to each other, holding hands and taken to the grave.
They still have, all this timing coming together anyway. Even without that Aegis, all these auras, they're still relentless looking for the chase. Knowing that their power spike is still there even without it. They can still kill all the heroes of Liquid quite easily.
Foxy. Very close to completing that MKB. Just need to be wary. How's Weeha doing after the E-Blade? Yeah, they're purely looking for this setup. And obviously the Silver Edge going to be incredibly useful, taking down a big old DK later on in the game once Mikke does have a few items upon him. And most of the time, as you saw there, I think for NIGMA, it's going to be about finding the supports. If they're able to instantly take out Insania before the fight kicks off, suddenly, even with the BKB, if this SF gets surrounded by an army of Meepos, he's still going to be slowly beat down.
Yeah, and there's also damage that will go through that BKB. There still is a Sonic Wave. There still is, we'll throw the Death Ward in too for Kuroki.
NIGMA will finish off this tier 2 tower down bottom. Continuing to take the objectives at very good pace this game. 4K lead for them right now.
They're just going to have so much sustain in that side of these fights. How's our Mind Control Chen doing? Still not quite level 12 for that level 2 Hand of God, which gets quite a lot better from that 250 to 425. But they're going to have so many different forms of heal. Pipe, Greaves, I think are finished too. See how Liquid does choose to take these next few moments for themselves. They still have about a minute left on that Aegis. Do they want to press anything forward with it? Just guard their outpost, it looks like.
Scan comes in as NIGMA start to sweep across towards them. Foxy showing in the lane, has finished the MKB. It's on its way out. GH
stalking him.
No! Oh no! Oh!
He was invisible. GH couldn't see him,
Oh no! Hey, mistakes happen. Mistakes happen to the best of us. Yeah.
The clock all getting their hooks blocked.
He had plenty of they both sort of stood still before they tried for it. And then it was just bam! Right into the backside of Weeha. Oh my goodness. Well,
he's still stalking.
Yeah. He's not going to find anything though. They're well and truly out of there. And Boxy asked that MKB into the BKB as well. Wants to make sure that he does have some sort of safety if the Meepo does get on top of him.
Yeah, he needs to. He already has. He already has his damage built in for himself with that. So, Quoikva, he's going raw damage as well. BKB into straight Crystallis. He actually gets fortunate of finding, I think this is a pretty good pickup here for the SF, is a Vambrace. You don't have the best stack gain, really. So this one actually just bumps you up, especially because you went for a first item BKB. It's pretty decent for him. And let's save the smoke.
making this move without Quoifer and Insania, but at the same time they will show mid. Maybe this allows them to catch NIGMA more by surprise. We are on the front. He's going to pop the Silver Edge, starts to step in there, put the Moonlight Shadow. Mickey's going to try and jump to the backlines, but at the same time, GH is able to get to the backlines of NIGMA, of Liquid. As they get in, they kill off the Mirana. The rest of Liquid, they've just got to roll out of it. Tiger and Insania on the retreat. Sentry's down, jump forward from Miracle. He's trying to go, but Quoifer's in position, and Miracle, he's jumped into a trap. As Quoifer was there, prepared. The temptation as a Quap, it's always going to be there to jump in aggressively. But with an SF waiting on the high ground, an instant death for Miracle.
Had to use the Requiem to, of course, get it, but you could tell that they were on full retreat. They can't take the fights versus NIGMA's 5-man. They're too strong with all these auras. Everything built up, mind control, even queuing up that Crimson Guard next. Vlad's finished as well on the Clockwork. Yeah, these 5v5 fights, they're just far too much sustained from this Meepo. Level 17, Shadow Fiend. Kind of keeping up with it.
Maelstrom on Mickey. Deal a bit more with the army that's going to be running at them down these lanes. It's still very much NIGMA continuing to hold on to this strong moment that they have right here for the opening of this match with this lineup. They're playing fast, they're taking towers, they're sitting around this top lane ready to push in again. Miracle halfway, just over halfway actually, towards his Orchid. They're diving, he'll try and kick him back, but with the root control from Weeha, Tiger will fall. NIGMA just continues to eat up heroes, consume the map, play to the advantage that they absolutely have right now. 6k lead, they can start knocking on the high ground, they have everything required. And the question is, Liquid, can they push this back?
They don't have deep push. Their deep push is raises. That's pretty much it. It's very difficult for them. They get the arrow connection onto Weeha here. The follow-up.
But GH, she's in with a hook shot, the Sonic Wave on the three of them. The BKB has come out as well as the False Promise, and it wasn't quite enough burst to kill them. Mickey, the coconut's bouncing over towards him, but he's able to hide himself. With the Moonlight Shadow, they keep him safe. There's now the arrow, off the mark from Boxy. Liquid, can they try and catch anyone here? NIGMA, up to the high ground they go. Nobody ending up going down there. We didn't have enough follow-up after that Sonic Wave to get any of the kills, and all it was is just a bit of a pushback on Liquid, as Liquid hold the high ground, and they do manage to keep that tier 3 alive.
But they pulled all of Liquid back to their base is the big thing, and now Weeha, he's a Meepo. This is the dream for a Meepo, is when you do force an enemy into their base like this, you just send your Meepos, push out all the lanes, farm extra camps, and you guys can hold this aggressive stance and kind of chokehold them inside of their base. Liquid's trying to use this smoke to get themselves out there, maybe catch the Meepo when he is going for this push. This could be a pretty nice read by them.
Oh yeah, if they can get the jump.
They know what Weeha wants to try to do here.
They're feeling that he could be on their side of the map's not the case. He is a lot deeper. He's farming very safely with the rest of his Meepo army, and he's safe enough that it will not be found by this movement from Liquid.
Yeah, they'll know this is happening. Look at those creeps. Creeps are hitting their base, so immediately you know that Liquid is most likely smoking down on that bottom side. Weeha shifts himself toward the top jungle and now rejoins his team.
Yeah, and this is just all in all so far. Solid performance from NIGMA with the Meepo lineup. And we are showing that this very much is a hero that if they seize a chance to get it in a great opportunity, he's going to be able to play a brilliant game. 7-0-2, no deaths on the Meepo this match. As Midgate caught alone in the jungle, things just continuing to go to NIGMA's advantage. And with this Meepo just accruing the mass that he has, it's just hard to see a way that Liquid's going to ever be able to shut him down.
I'm just looking at the Queen of Pain attack animation. I just love it.
Oh, is that the whip?
The whip.
Another whip.
I'm just so distracted.
There we go.
Jump forward.
Tiger, he's going to try and commit. They do have the fear, pushing them back, and in fact, he's falling fast.
Oh, wow.
He's dead. All right, they're finally able to get that kill on Weeha, and to be honest, he died pretty darn quickly there with a full combo coming out. GH is going to try and fight on, and Weeha is going to buy back. Tiger will fall outside of the base. Quoifer trying to beat through the cogs to get up to the high ground, but Kura's in with the Death Ward. He has got the invis, but the dust is there upon him. False Promise comes out from Instanius. They desperately try and get him back to the base on the side. Boxy being chased. The roots upon him. E-bladed as well. They've got the burst, bringing him low. Tiger rolls forward. Boxy's able to leap to the side. The kick as well from Tiger, keeping Boxy alive. He's pushing him back in the midst of it all, though. Quoifer surrounded. They kill the SF. Quoifer's got no buyback. Weeha steps over towards towards Mickey. The Meepo buyback paying off big time as they're just cleaning up Liquid, pushing them back to the fountain. Tiger's dead without buyback, so will Mickey fall.
Tier 4s.
As this game looks to be well and truly Meepo'd. We may have had a rough one on the Invoker in game 1, but this game, a very, very smooth performance from him. 8-1 and 6 ending it up. They'll take the tier 4s. NIGMA can move on to the Ancient. They'll kill off BO3 before the final GG is likely to be called. A buyback comes out, BO3 fighting to the last moments, but this game is over. Game 2, 26 minutes in, NIGMA will equalize the series. And the draft, it was just perfect. They knew exactly what they wanted to run with this Meepo lineup. Liquid, they had a pick or two to try and react to the Meepo. They just couldn't find something that worked for it. NIGMA had just set up the draft in a way that this 26-minute victory, I guess it was almost inevitable.
Yeah, it really did feel like it. They itemized perfectly. The pipe, the Grieve Rush on the Queen of Pain, we kind of expected all this to come together. Liquid, I feel like in this type of game, the only way that they can actually win is if they just make like 0 mistakes at all. People don't get caught out at all. This SF gets a super fast BKB. They even got the Aegis steal, but NIGMA, this draft was just a little bit too strong for them. And that last play there, they got Weehaw, but the buyback, they have a Chen. Chen just divine favors him back into the fight. Yeah, they're just able to outnumber and outmass them. Well-executed game plan.
No, absolutely, and definitely a good boost to the morale for NIGMA, you would imagine, as they have had quite a few series where people have been very quick to criticize the drafting and the play style, but this game, NIGMA showing that they can really sort it out, present something that looked almost untouchable come past the 15 minutes, especially when you just saw for the whole of that game how Weehaw was farming away. He was just playing the perfect Meepo game. He had all the space he needed. There was very little to make him doubt being able to win this game. I think Weehaw knew from 5 minutes onwards that he was going to be able to close this game up as a Meepo.
Yeah, they had a great plan, and this is something that NIGMA specializes in. I think Sin was also, or the panel had mentioned it in general, is just this is what NIGMA likes to do. They're very good at their timing pushes, and they made it work this time around perfectly.
Yeah, well, there we have it. NIGMA take game 2. The series now 1-1. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for game 3, and we'll see. Will NIGMA get the Meepo again? And if not, can they beat Liquid without it? We'll find out shortly. 1-1 at the moment between NIGMA and Team Liquid.
Hey everyone, this is Nico Baby from Team Alliance, and I'm trying the BO3 skill shot challenge to see if I can get the highest score at Blast Bounty Hunt. 3, 2, 1, and start. I'm not missing it. Sure. So far, not a single miss. Now it's Mirana on the... I'm so good at this game. Alright, I missed the arrow. Next, Mars. This game is kinda cool actually. Playing Mino next. Lena is next. Alright, I missed one. Shadow Fiend is the last one. My final score is 4.9k. I think I did pretty bad. But you can try it yourself and share your score online with hashtag #SkillshotChallenge. And next up is a Dota 2 caster, Purge.
The series between Team NIGMA and Team Liquid is tied. It is a 1-2-1 here, and we're getting ready to see a third game between the two teams. I'm here with Purge and Synderen, and we are going to break down that second game of the series. Synderen, this start of the game was a lot more even than the first game we saw.
Yeah, this time NIGMA's laning stage didn't completely fall apart. They put up their strategy the way that they needed to, and you know, it's just a totally different game, right? Because they get to show what they can do when they get to play. And in game number 1, Liquid just didn't even let them play. This game they did. And I don't think, to be fair, Liquid didn't really have a choice. I don't think their strategy could have avoided for NIGMA to come online. The laning stage for NIGMA's lineup is pretty strong. You have a Queen of Pain Witch Doctor safe lane, which is strong. There's a bit of a dive here that maybe goes a little bit too crazy for them, where Koifa comes in from the side with a very nice rotation and gets a couple of kills. So NIGMA by no means played the perfect game, but they had set themselves up in such a way that they didn't need to play the perfect game. They just needed to play solid, not make too many too grueling mistakes, and then they could start building an advantage with their auras.
And also very importantly, Meepo is just a really good pick this game. I mean, it's tough when you get into this stage of the tournament where you feel like you have the draft semi-figured out, you have this plan, and all of a sudden they just have this perfect hero that they play very well, that works really well against all the heroes you started with, and it just makes the rest of the match really tough because you have to alter your item builds into something that's like not as efficient. You have to play a little bit differently because they just knew that they weren't going to be able to match up against the Meepo well. And then it was made even worse in this last fight. Look how much shit is here. You can only shoot one arrow, you know? Like, and
yeah.
you can Requiem of Souls to kill Meepo, and they did do that once here successfully, but he buys back, and then it's like the Chen heal comes out the second time they try to kill him. They don't even get close to touching him because they have so many auras and heal acceleration.
I mean, when you do see this kind of situation arise in the game, you do feel like perhaps there were other picks than Shadow Fiend that had potential. I feel like Shadow Fiend actually a lot of the time falls flat against this type of strategy because he has one big AoE burst. But if you can mitigate that with Chen heal and pipe, what does your Shadow Fiend offer afterwards? Let's say you had an Elder Titan or a Pangolier who either sustain insanely long or an Echo Slam from Shaker, you know, something like that where NIGMA will have to play a little bit wiser with how they initiate and ball up. In this game, it just felt like they could literally run at them as just a clump, and as long as they didn't mess up completely, they could outlast the majority of the damage just innately by pressing a button each. Just
GH played so good in all these
he had
fights,
sick
by
hook
the way.
shots. Yeah, it was very.
Apart
blocks.
from one.
Oh yeah, the hook
Okay,
shot
yes.
that he got.
Okay,
Shot it into the
missed
back.
one
of
hook, Shiver.
I mean, I'm also oversimplifying it. I'm making it sound easier than it is. It's not like NIGMA could just face roll this game and didn't have to play well, of course. But you know, we're kind of expecting a team of this caliber to play very well. So then it comes down to do you need to play extraordinarily or do you need to play well? And what does the enemy team have to stop you in your tracks? And I don't think Shadow Fiend really managed, as an overall last pick of this game, to accomplish what was needed for Liquid.
He did lane really well. That was
He did,
the best thing
absolutely.
that he did in this game. He zoned Weehaw from the lane. Weehaw had the jungle really early. Unfortunately, that's Meepo's natural habitat, but
Yeah.
it's hard to transition from there on a hero like Shadow Fiend because the ideal gameplay is that you're kind of up in front, they try to go into you BKB, and then you're able to do a bunch of damage after they've initiated on you. And it's harder to like force them to be caught by you as Shadow Fiend. So
Yeah, I think I looked at a snapshot of the gold. I think minute 5 or 6, and I think Weehaw was ahead of Koikva, and that was after Koikva won the first few waves and made us Shadow Fiend. You're not gonna stop Meepo jungling with this lineup because you don't have aggressive enough pieces that can really just keep running in there against the lineup that NIGMA have that just keeps pushing toward your towers with this Chen, the Queen of Pain Witch Doctor playing aggressively. makes up so much space for we. It's kind of the opposite of the interview he had yesterday. He was like, I love making space for my team so they can carry me. They kind of did the exact opposite way around this time, and it worked great. So that's a team that has flexibility and strategy.
Yeah, it really was all aboard the WeHard train there. Especially with the Chen last pick, we were a little surprised that it was indeed Mind Control playing the Chen. Yep. He did definitely not play it as flashy, for example, as the 33 Chen that we've seen play from the offlane, but he did very well support WeHa. He did exactly his job. Yeah, a lot of creeps as well to, of course, catch arrows.
It's really not that different from other aura heroes as well. I mean, yes, you're less mobile. Wow, excellent. Putting them into the hole. I guess whoever made this art forgot about game 1, but we'll see what happens here. Maybe he's gonna jump back in the end, but
he's already dug the hole. Then he can jump in it together with Liquid or pull them out.
Yeah, something like that. It was actually a Vengeful Spirit that he buried in right before he puts the last bit of dirt on. They swap him in.
Oh.
Ooh, and another good news. Another good news, it was Queen of Pain getting the first blood. So you're on track, Purge and Sinrin, and 9% of everybody who voted that Queen of Pain would be the one getting the most first blood of the tournament. Now, we've seen a lot of Queen of Pain's first phase banned over the last 3 days. This was one of the few games where it actually was let through. Was the performance of Queen of Pain reason to ban it again, or what did you guys think?
The flexibility is nice, right? It's the fact that you can pick this hero and then you could even turn it into a meepo strategy, right? It's just a nice opener because it goes multiple lanes and plays the meta well. I don't remember all the bans that Liquid did, if there's one they should swap out. But for me, Queen of Pain was not the centerpiece of this strategy. It just ended up working well with everything else that came together.
I agree. If I compare Queen of Pain to another hero that's in a similar place, it's Dragon Knight. I would much rather open with a Queen of Pain than a Dragon Knight, because so far Dragon Knight, while it is lane flexible, just seems like more of a weakness than what Queen of Pain provides.
Yeah, I will tell you that IO, Beastmaster, Ember, and Nature's Prophet were the bans from Team Liquid, so do you feel like they should change something up there? Because the IO, you don't want to deal with that because they play it really fast, and you want to play faster.
Those are good bans, man. They're good bans.
They are.
It depends. It also depends on the pick order, right? We don't know what the coin flip is going to dictate in this last game. But yeah, similar to what I said about NIGMA after game 1, you know, if you're Liquid, this was, you got out strategized kind of like how game 1 was. It was going to be an uphill battle. It was very hard. They put in good effort, but reset, go for a new game. If Quap is something you're feeling like you need to move, do it. I think Meepo is a much better hero to consider, at least for second phase ban, just so you don't have to worry, you know? It puts your team at ease when the cheese picks, if you want to call it that, are out of the picture.
Okay. The same reason why we see Broodmother bans sometimes. Just don't want to have to deal with that.
Yep.
Especially not WeHa's Meepo. Alright, so we're heading into a third game very soon. We've seen both teams win, and that was mostly strategy-wise decided. I mean, one was because of the laning stage. I'm gonna very much black and white it here. The laning stage error by NIGMA in game 1, and we had a draft error by Liquid in game 2. We've seen both of those. What is going to happen in this third game of the series, do we think? Who's the better team?
Draft seems to determine a lot of things, so it all kind of comes down to what they formulate in the next few minutes, basically. What heroes do they want to open with? How do they adjust? And do they let their opponents like have an amazing pick in the end? I mean, I'm sure Liquid felt comfortable with their draft until the Meepo came out, so yeah, it really can turn on a coin flip sometimes. It'll be hard to see.
And then there's another question. Will there finally be a team making an effort for the bounties? We saw actually in game 1, we saw Mind Control having some interesting movement where, yes, he was cutting creep waves, but he also was on a good position on his Weaver to try to get some couriers, perhaps. But all of the efforts were, like, again, still a little half-assed. Are we going to see a team putting more effort into something like that? There's a lot of money on the line.
Imagine if Mind Control would have found 8 couriers at the end of that game by sitting between the 2 towers mid. That would have been.
But that's the thing, you can. Well, you can find 4, right?
I think teams are gonna half-ass try the kill 9 or more couriers, and there's no way you can adjust your gameplay too much about something in the theater. The enemy team just has way too much control about it, and it's like, as clean as you have to be to win these damn games in the first place, if you ever prioritize killing a specific hero, it's going to be too hard because there's just not enough margin for you to mess around to still win games. So I don't see the last. We might see Drop Dead Donkey get completed at some point in this tournament, maybe especially in the grand finals. Let's say Team Secret's up 2-0. Maybe they'll be more willing to throw a game to get $15,000, but and maybe not even throw, but of course, but I don't see a lot of the teams going stupid out of their way to try to snipe finding curves. They're just focused on winning right now.
And so the question on the predictions that was like how many of the bounties will be achieved by the end of the week, what did you guys say?
I don't remember.
I did 3.
I think I did 3 as well. I think 2 or 3. I don't think I said all 4.
Oh, I said all 4.
But I'm not, honestly don't.
You know a word I'm thinking about you.
Idiot. It's okay. You're allowed to say it. We are very close to having the third game, and of course both of these teams have been doing very well. NIGMA is the one that already has 1 bounty to their name, GH, not dying an entire game, the first game of the tournament. Do you guys feel like, based on the first series, by the way, that we saw from these 2 teams together, like, if you see this as a little bit of a continuation of that series, do you feel like there's any lessons that they have learned from that?
They both really like the Quap Arcana because they just like to take turns spanking each other. That's all. Back to the 3 cam.
Thank you. I thought there's gonna be some real good points coming out here, and then there was that. I mean, there has been, but in the first series, we did have the third game of the series being the close game. So hopefully we're in for a close game as we are in the draft powered by Betway. We got some bans. Queen of Pain still in the pool, by the way. Mirana did get banned again, this time by Liquid themselves. And they left Ember in to be banned by the other team. That means, which hero am I missing? Phoenix was banned previously, and Lone Druid. Those 2 still in the pool.
Okay.
No more Phoenix.
It looks, if I look at like the Liquid bans, they like seem like all the ultra meta heroes to me. NIGMAs are a little bit more specific, which is interesting. All right, there's the bench. They're about to accidentally swap themselves into the into the hole in the ground.
Venge Luna is a traditional combo though, and we have seen the Mickey Queen of Pain. I know they use it as a flex pick, but I think it was the Mickey Queen of Pain last Tuesday that was like amazing, wasn't it?
I mean, almost every Quap game has gone really well, frankly. But I do like the Venge Luna response. I think out of something that makes like their strat just instantly solidified, opening with Luna looks really great to me. So I'm pretty happy with NIGMA's response to the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, let's see what they pair it up with. They're actually going into their bonus time with this.
Shaker, maybe? There's been a lot of Shaker in this tournament, and they're gonna go for the Rubik. So I wonder why Shaker went from just being a first pick or a first phase pick in a lot of games to just not being rated that high. I don't remember if it started losing or if Taiga maybe just doesn't feel it right now, because maybe Liquid were not one of the teams to play it actually. That is entirely possible. But they do choose the Rubik, so it's stable, it's good laning, it works well with Quap if you want to play as an aggro dual lane, it's very strong. Rubik plus Quap has tons of harass, very good on the first few creep waves. NIGMA, however, are kind of, the thing you gotta be a little bit concerned about as Liquid is that NIGMA are kind of going in the same direction as last game where they kind of crushed you, right? They're building up for this massive mid-game timing. You did not ban the Chen once again, so they could try for that again with just a Luna instead of Meepo. You also did not ban the Meepo again.
They went for the Visage though, which also we are hero.
Yeah, Visage could have also been great with this strategy. They know the strength of this because they run it themselves, right? I think Liquid played this strategy with Venge, Luna, Visage themselves yesterday. Exactly those 3 heroes. So keeping it safe. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Chen pick here though. That would be very Kuro-esque to get a Chen in this game. It's just seems solid. I think Chen is a pretty good hero against Queen of Pain. Like any hero that has tons of AoE damage as their primary skill set in the mid game gets pretty well countered by Chen. But they're gonna get the other dude on a horse.
I was gonna say, I was like, there he is.
Yeah, it was close. But not quite.
I do like Coddle pairing with Luna though. It's gonna create a lot of good control. This is one, you could argue, small counter to Luna. That Centaur has really high base damage, so he can actually contest the lane decently well. Not that Luna doesn't catch up relatively quickly, but once they get to like Stampede territory, Luna is vulnerable to being ran at. And right now their lineup is looking pretty mobile, so Venge Swap does help, obviously, but it can't save her life from just enough damage.
Would you consider Centaur a counter to Coddle or the other way around? Because I don't know who I would say is better against two of these two heroes.
Are you saying because you can sprint your whole team out of Ignis Fata?
Yeah, you can Stampede out of the Ignis and you can maybe get on top of the Coddle, but at the same time Coddle can knock you all away and control you, so I don't know how much merit the Centaur pick really has. It's the first one of the tournament, I do believe. We haven't seen it get much priority.
I guess it depends. It's all based on who goes in first, right? If Centaur is initiating and the enemy team doesn't expect it, then you'll be stronger. But if you pop Stampede, the Ignis Fautus goes down in between your team and their team, and they're losing half of their sprint duration. So I guess it could go both ways, for sure. But Blinding Light will be definitely nice to just like even make Centaur landing hoof stomps difficult. Push him back, don't let him get those easy jumps.
I
pick DK.
love this pick this game. So to me, this is a totally different Dragon Knight game than the previous one. So in my opinion, in this patch, this is the slot Dragon Knight should be picked in. It should be late second phase, or maybe sometimes third pick. And the reason it's so good here is that Dragon Knight, naturally, his push timing and the way he wants to group up and fight really aligns well with Venge and Luna. On top of that, Dragon Knight has some inherent mana issues that Coddle really solves, and you're playing Dragon Knight against Queen of Pain, which is a counter matchup, so you can even get that lane, just like Liquid did last game. They put Dragon Knight off lane so he could lane against Queen, and he did well. So this is the best Dragon Knight pick of the tournament for me. I really like it in this slot. He's also relatively tanky. He can probably buy either BKB or Pipe here, and then the Radiant lineup doesn't really deal with him very well at the current point. Good pick.
Yeah, that's a good point. Still a little weak to the magic damage. That's relatively heavy, but like you said, BKB or Pipe would solve that problem. But lane-wise, yeah, he'll have decent matchups.
I think your lineup naturally wants to buy auras, so he won't feel bad about either having to go a route of very aura-heavy build or an early BKB, because the team isn't relying on him to get, say, a fast Maelstrom or whatever to deal damage here, or Radiance even, because they have Venge and Luna auras, so their heroes will already innately be dealing extra damage. He just needs to tank up and keep everyone alive, and then their team fight's extremely strong. That is another first pick of the tournament. Lots of new heroes coming out.
So we saw, I believe, Ninjas in Pajamas playing Grimstroke against the Luna, and they had to buy an Aghanim Scepter to take control of Luna. But now you just need to hit level 6, and somebody's gonna die with the Winner's Curse.
Correction, I think this is the second game, by the way. There was a game with Grimstroke Wyvern.
Liquid.
I think we had that earlier.
It was the first game of the tournament. It was also Team Liquid. They played Winter Wyvern Grimstroke against NIGMA.
Well, it should work relatively good. He's not going to be very farm heavy, but the enemy damage is actually pretty physical heavy right now outside of like Eclipse. So even Cold Embrace is pretty fantastic actually, especially on a super tanky hero like Centaur, depending on the initiation. So I think Wyvern was a really good pick here.
I think I would have liked Grimstroke more, to be honest.
But Grimstroke doesn't kill Luna doesn't weaponize Luna as easily, and if they don't think they're going to be able to outfarm Luna, why not
try to kill his team with him?
Yeah, just get a kill on like either Venge or Coddle are going to die instantly. Not that they're not going to position well, but I feel like it gives them more ability to cycle cooldowns, and they have really good low cooldown abilities that are fairly effective. They don't necessarily need ultimates to be really, really strong. That's a lot of magic damage too. That's going to work really well against Dragon Knight.
You know what it also is? Quite a few intelligence heroes here.
Yep, that's 4 out of 8.
Keeping track.
So
we're gonna be close.
Is that 4 int, 2 agi, 2 strength right now? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
It needs to make up some ground. Still a lot of games to go today, but
I think int is close to tie for first now. It was bad game 1, but in game 2 there was most int, and now again it looks like there's most int, so it's probably caught up.
Yeah.
It's got to be close.
It's at least a lot closer than what we thought.
That's true.
Oh god, if it's all 3, I'm gonna be so mad. Tied. I'm gonna look so dumb.
The odds of that are very low.
Yeah, but they're there.
I mean, they're all pretty close right now. There's been a decent amount of strength heroes every time. Oh no, another Agi hero. They did need a core. Agi heroes typically are better carries than the other types, but Rupture against Luna looks semi-effective. It's gonna, if you rupture Luna and he gets swapped, he takes extra damage, so it's not as catastrophic when that happens. You'll have easy silence setups after Winter's Curse. There's a lot of really good things going from here with the Bloodseeker pick.
I guess he also works well with Centaur, right? You run at the enemy team, their natural instinct a lot of the time will be to try to disengage. But if you rupture someone and then Stampede, you're kind of there. I think what NIGMA should do now is they should double down on not having to run away. I think just make sure that if Liquid wants to run at you and try to fight you, you are so strong that you can stand your ground. Caudle is already good at it, Dragon Knight is good at it. Get Weeha, a last pick here, that wants to stand and fight. I think the
Monkey?
Does Weeha play much Monkey King? I don't think so.
Does he
I
not?
feel like he hasn't played it for a while at least.
Yeah, I think so.
Would he also
Maybe.
not be a person that would play the Dragon Knight, perhaps? Or are you guys sold on having Mind Control play Dragon?
He could
It
play
feels a
DK.
little slow for him, but he could play it, yeah.
I think
I just think
Huskar?
they need something a little faster.
How about Huskar?
Is it safe to go? Why bother with Huskar when you already have Luna, who's already an excellent tower hitter, though?
Just because of
Like, what is
the way your lineup aligns at the same time, it could be. I'm just thinking. I'm not thinking about Huskar specifically from the perspective of it being the perfect draft fit. I'm just combining the player's hero pool and the strategy, right? Like, what does Weeha play in this kind of strategy for NIGMA? It will often be Huskar.
Viper.
Bat Rider.
Oh boy, it's a good bat
Yeah, that
game.
looks a lot better. Yeah, they didn't need something farm heavy.
It is a
like
good bat
they,
game.
but with between like Luna and the auras and the DK, they're fine. He just needs to make stuff happen, be obnoxious, make it difficult for the enemy team to land the right spells at the right time, and Bat's gonna be really good at that.
He has good lane matchups. He is a bit mobility based. I find getting ruptured on Bat is very annoying. But if you get the initiation, you have so much backup in this team to pile on to the target. Follow-up stuns, follow-up teamfight ultis, and you would expect Weeha to get items this game because of how good his lane should be. So I really like this last pick, and I think NIGMA have cracked the code after that beating in game 1. I'm gonna pick them to win again.
Yeah, I think the Bat pulls their draft together really well. A couple different ways to initiate. Yeah, I think the Bat Rider was excellent. He's had a really good track record on it too.
Yep.
But Liquid has some options also. Maybe they can get a lot of good Winter's Curses against one of the best teams in the world. Who knows?
That sounds very grim.
They might be able to.
For Team Liquid, but I am curious. I mean, you guys agree that NIGMA in this situation has the better draft from the two. What needs to go well, other than getting a couple of good curses? What needs to go well for Team Liquid in order for them to have a chance this game?
I don't think it's that terrible. It's not like I wouldn't give like a 9-1 or whatever for NIGMA in this game. I think they outpicked them more in the previous game. I favor their draft, but not by a mile. So I think Liquid, focus on getting off to a good start in your laning stage. Set up Bloodseeker and Centaur. Again, play on Boxy. Don't let Centaur have a bad game. He needs to really take initiative in this game, and you could roll with the punches while NIGMA fall behind if you do well in your lanes. Play team fights, play aggressive.
Right, anything to add to that, Perch?
I think, yeah, Bloodseeker and Centaur are the crucial heroes. Bloodseeker especially is going to be a lot of the carry potential, so he needs to make sure that he doesn't have a rough game, that he can get into ganks successfully. And I hope that Centaur doesn't get behind. I don't have as much faith in that hero as I do in Axe about being able to take over a game. He does it by standing in lane, and he might just feed too much doing that potentially.
All right. Well, let's find out how Boxy will do on his Centaur in his third game of the series. Let's head over to a commentary team of Odie Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yeah, I mean, I've got to agree with the panel, folks. You know, this is NIGMA opening up with the old Luna Venge, something they've had a lot of success with, and this Luna just as a whole has looked incredibly strong for the majority of this tournament. As they said as well, Liquid responding with some bit of different picks. The Wyvern making its second appearance here. Do you like it? Do you think they've got a good solid answer to what looks to be like NIGMA's overall stronger draft?
I like some of the stuff that they've definitely approached with. I think I stayed muted. You can hear me now, right? Okay.
I can hear you now.
I think that they went for... Okay, first we're going to get a kill quickly onto GH. Can they get the deny? They can. So, quick aggressive move by Team Liquid. I like that they really made sure this game that they have out-push and D-push. I think that was the one thing that I saw last game. They had, they have Breathe Fire, they have Shadow Rays and stuff like that, but they don't have, like, Splinter Blast, Fade Bolt, Blood Right. These spells are phenomenal to slow the game down, and I feel like that's kind of what Liquid, the style that they want to play, because like we talked about earlier for NIGMAs, they're really good about their tempo and their push and their go time. When they have that timing, they're going to take over. this will slow it down a lot. And they've counterpicked a decent amount too, right? That Wyvern versus all those auras, the Bloodseeker versus the Venge swap plays that can happen with Rupture. So they definitely drafted themselves a pretty strong one. It just, will they be able to match this NIGMA draft? That, like you said, they've played this almost exact style a ton of times.
Oh yeah, and it's just looked great. Yeah, it's looked great. We'll see some of the lanes set up some musical lanes that I would imagine this was what we are trying to get in the lane with Boxy, but Liquid responding by obviously making sure that there's not a melee hero trying to farm underneath the pressure of the Batrider, so they've moved the Quap up there.
Yeah, Quap versus Bat, they did not want to have that matchup in the mid lane, because Quap can just own, because you just like sit there and you stand your ground, but you can't actually die too. It's like one of those like matchups that can go back and forth a little bit sometimes, but the Quap can just dominate too if she's really confident. So now we just have funny lanes. We have the DK versus Centaur in the mid lane that I don't think we've ever seen.
Yeah, and down bottom this all action tri-lane on tri-lane. We saw this earlier this series. Last time round, Mickey as the Bloodseeker he had an insane time in the tri-lane. Now things going to be a little bit different here. If NIGMA got a pretty strong tri-lane response.
Yeah, they have a lot of damage, and I love Coddle in particular in most of the situations. The lift up won't catch Miracle either, but yeah, Coddle in a tri-lane. Illuminate is one of the better spells if you can ever connect on it, and Chakra is fantastic on both of these heroes, reducing the cooldown of either the stun or of the Lucent Beam. Lots of kill threat. So should be lots of battles coming out here. I do think I like NIGMA's a bit more though.
We see the musical lanes here again. Quaitha will return to the mid lane, and that was quite smart because Mind Control, he walked all the way from mid to top, and you saw Quaitha, he was getting the stacks up, he blinked in deep and then TP'd, and I think the assumption was that he TP'd to stay in the lane, but he had TP'd to switch the lane, so Mind Control has to return to the mid.
Yeah, and Mind Control actually TPs, hits the range creep, breathe fires, and misses the last hit with his breathe fire. Yeah, so that's a painful to see.
But now, at least for NIGMA, they do have this setup where he's going to be against Boxy, and Boxy's not going to have a happy time if he stays up here in the 1v1.
Yep, this is a great setup for them here. Boxy already 10-3, but you're going to see Weehaw just zone him out constantly. How's bottom? Blood right again.
This blood right this time round, though Tiger can't quite get in range for the telekinesis. I'll turn and try and collapse on towards Mickey, but the Splinter Blast obviously very strong at slowing down any sort of chase or attempt from NIGMA.
Sticks versus sticks down here. Who's got more? There's 2 sticks on the side of Team Liquid. Ooh, 3 sticks on the side of NIGMA. And aggressive again.
Magic Missile, Lucent Beam in the blast, they'll get it. The combo's enough. Miracle will get dragged back. The tower hits between the two of them, bringing both Miracle and Kuro low. But Miracle pots the Fairy Fire, another Magic Missile, and a round of a Lucent Beam will get themselves both the kills. NIGMA's tri-lane definitely coming out on top this game.
Yeah, you can just see that sheer abundance of damage and control. The Illuminate is going to land pretty much every single time on the hero that does get stunned because of the follow-up that can happen with that Lucent Beam. And they have auras, so it's just going to it should just get stronger on the side of NIGMA down there. But last hit-wise, we're taking a look. Looks doing pretty damn well right now. The DK, Mind Control, having to move around so much. He's only got 5 to his name in 3 minutes.
Quite fair. Unlikely to really be able to kill, but still the harass from the dagger means that Mind Control has to be a little careful, at least until he has those extra points of the Dragon Blood. He's got 2 in it now. Regen-wise, he has the Tango, and also now the Ring of Regen too, so it should be getting to the point where he doesn't care too much about that dagger harass. Mickey is trying to chase for the kills. The Splinter Blast will nuke Miracle rather low, but they turn with the Magic Missile onto Mickey. He can't continue to chase. Tiger step forward. Kuro and GH right-clicking him out of the lane. Kuro, Wave of Terror, one more right-click, the blast, he'll catch him. GH getting the angle there to clip him with the Illuminate as NIGMA get the 3rd kill in this tri-lane.
I'm mostly just going to be looking at this bottom one. I see Boxy's just decided to play the lane at the way I think he should play it, is don't play the lane. Cut the wave, don't play versus a Batrider. So he's able to keep his farm pretty good. Weehaw will be able to maximize a bit better out of this and get more levels as well. And Boxy actually walks into the Firefly for a second.
Yeah, he's trying to go at one another here. Boxy, he has got the double edge if Weehaw gets low enough. And he's able to keep his distance, keep the stacks on him. Is out of mana. So Boxy will be fine. Boxy will just go for the reset. TP's back to base. Bottom lane. Another move. This time Miracle's the one getting low. He'll turn. He has still got a Fairy Fire, but he won't pop it. He's dead. Liquid finally able to break through the power of the tri-lane of NIGMA and get the big old kill, knocking Miracle out of this bottom half of the map.
And I had said that I feel like it's actually going to get worse for Liquid, but it's similar to actually what happened in the last one, where the sustain war is now versus a Bloodseeker who has Blood Rage. So he's actually able to sustain a lot through all the damage that's coming out, and they're not having to spend so much. I'm seeing these couriers just flying bottom with tons of regen. But yeah, Mickey is able to save that much extra gold because he's a Bloodseeker.
The driving force for NIGMA coming out of these laning stages is definitely going to be Wii. You know, we saw it in the previous series when he played the bat. He was able to, when he gets this free funk, get a really good timing on this box BKB, and he made some excellent moves. So if he can get a good timing on that, you know that he's going to start coming down to this half by getting in the face of the Bloodseeker, and you know, a farmed Bat Rider will be very hard for Liquid to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's such a good... Whenever there's a Wyvern on the enemy team, I'm always just, like, my mind is just yelling Bat Rider and Pugna. Those are two of the biggest ones for me whenever I see it. They will get that one. NIGMA trying to position themselves here for... I mean, it's just constant battle bottom, so... See who they're going to go for.
Tiger's trying for a bit of a wraparound. Splinter Blast to start things off. We'll be able to connect on both. Kuro and Miracle bringing them both low. The Blood Ride's out. Mickey staying on top of the Luna. They'll get the kill. Now with the silence of Kuro, they could turn over towards the Venge. He's got the Fairy Fire. The one charges into the trees. He goes, tries for the TP out, but Quaifa with the rotation comes in. Sonic Wave puts that escape to an end as Kuro will fall.
Boxy this time gets caught. Going a little too deep. Trying to cut the creep waves. Weehaw will chase him out. Mind Control wants to try to get some tower damage here because that rotation from Koikva. He does have his ult available. He's going to pop it with a DD. Some good tower damage for him.
It's bottom lane. Sure, at the start we saw NIGMA get the 3 kills, but it's ended up in Miracle dying twice in this lane, whereas Mickey only the once has he fallen.
I feel like they should switch. Like Luna having 0-2-3, 17 last hits. It's not a good look for Miracle right now. It's not a good start for him. They might have to just call Weehaw down here. Weehaw's about to have bots, so maybe that's going to be the play, as they just bots him down and make the play. But Miracle has to be careful, as they constantly are looking for the grab on him.
Get the grab. He's back into the Blood Rite, slowing him down as well with the Arctic Burn, but the rest of them are here ready to turn onto Insania. Magic Missile, Lucid Beam, Miracle still low. He's got to be careful. Mickey, he's just going to run him down. The 6 is hit on Boxy. He has the Stampede to set up for Mickey to kill off Miracle yet again.
Kuroki.
And now this trial is falling apart completely for NIGMA. Double kill for Mickey. For as great as it seemed for the first 2-3 minutes, that has just entirely disappeared. It's 2-1 and 4 now on Mickey. We saw what happened in the other series when he was on this tri-lane Bloodseeker when he got as good of a start as this, and it wasn't pretty for the opponents. This is a great start now for Mickey's Bloodseeker.
Yeah, and I actually didn't get to point out this other thing too, is what Liquid did here is if you look, all 3 of the tri-lane actually bought raindrops because they recognize NIGMA's physical damage output isn't really that high between the 3 of them at the moment. It's really just about that burst magical. So they're actually absorbing so much damage because it's going to not only block the first instance, it probably will block a second instance of damage from the spells before they get, before they actually get chased out too far. So that's a really cool approach.
An absolute lifesaver down here.
I like it quite a lot. Like, look, he's down to 1 raindrop on the Bloodseeker, but he's absorbed a significant amount of damage that he would have normally taken.
They need Weehaw to come in big with this time. Box is done. They need him to help them out down bottom. They're not having a great time. Liquid are just toying with them. And again, the Blood Rite is going to hit on the 2 of them. Mickey's going to have the boost of speed. He's able to chase down Miracle. It's a 4th death on the Miracle Luna. Liquid just killing him over and over again. They've got to look for something amazing here. Weeha's come down bottom. They really, really need to catch this Bloodseeker.
They have to just find ways for Miracle to just play by himself and catch back up.
Weehaw, he's able to roll him over from the trees, get the lasso, grabbing Mickey. Mickey's surrounded by the 3 of them. Perfect move from Weehaw. They needed this more than ever. He'll step over towards Tiger. Tiger quick with the TP. Will get out of there, but NIGMA do manage to finally put an end to Mickey just ruling this bottom tri-lane.
Yeah, they need to just play as 3 or 4 and let Miracle just not show his face, because Miracle will just die as mid.
Mind Control is trying to get Quaifa, but Boxy's chasing. Boxy's got Stampede. Mind Control is absolutely dead. He does have a Dragon Tail stun. Buys him a little bit of time, but the slow did connect. Quaifa's got to be very cautious there. Just try and get back involved. He's not needed as Boxy finishes off the kill. I mean, Michael, you can see that he was just chasing down that Quap. He really wanted to kill him off.
Very aggressive play. Miracle, yeah, like I said, he has to just chill in the jungle. Everyone else has to make aggressive plays. Weehaw will claim outpost top. Taiga trying to get one back for themselves, and they will. So 1-for-1 outpost going to be the exchange. Bounties. Looks it should just be a 2-for-2. Yeah. But Taiga might pay with his life for this one.
Well, he's
I
got
say
the
maybe.
telekinesis.
Yeah.
And he's up to the high ground. He's fine, he's fine. Okay, having to walk away from Weeha. It's quite full. We'll go for a bit of a poke on him. Firefly and movement speed of the bots, he's fine. TP's in fact straight down to the bottom lane. Lasso available again in 5 seconds. Weeha was able to get the good catch last time. Who's down here at the moment? Only the 2 supports hiding in the trees. Boxy off to the side. See who Weeha's able to get a grab on. Starts to spot out the Centaur. No stampede for 30 seconds, but Boxy's already starting to back, and Liquid, they've left this entire area. As soon as Weeha shows his face down here, Liquid, they just get out of there.
Go for their own plays elsewhere. Go. They can trade 2 towers or 2 significant amounts of tower damage for the 1. It's a pretty good move for them there. Miracle kind of just hiding in the side here, waiting for the creep wave to come up to get some last hits. But yeah, Miracle's game it's going to be very slow to catch up, but he has to be very careful because he's playing versus heroes that collapse on him so easily, be it the Centaur or the Quap.
And if they can buy the time and the space, you know, he is on a great hero to recover on down bottom. Weeha gets the jump, but he has been ruptured, so taking a lot of damage. Insane is going to live. The Sonic Wave comes out from Quaifa. They kill off Weeha. They go over towards Kuro. This time round, the jump from Weeha was not successful, as it results in them getting nothing and him losing his life as well as Kuro's own, as Mickey was very quick to react with that rupture.
Very quick reactive play by Team Liquid. Yep, all 3 cores top net worth. GH is, I mean, I just noticed GH actually. He's creeping his way up there as kind of being a core. He's ahead of Miracle still in farm, just blasting out the lanes. I feel like this is important that he does this, is pushing out these lanes to allow Miracle to just chill in the jungle, because he's nowhere near looking to get involved still.
He needs a lot of time, Miracle.
Yeah, especially because, like we said, there's just natural counters in this game versus the Luna. Ooh, I just saw those 2 talents. Ooh, Centaur's level 10 talents are 5 health region and 15 move speed.
Yeah, nothing amazing on,
nothing great
on the talents, really. Boxy early on. Also going build-wise is going for that blink rush.
Yep. Good way to set up. That's going to give them even more ways to set up, because their draft actually has so much follow-up if they do have any type of setup in particular.
Shows himself top. Won't want to dive for GH. GH backs up, remains hidden down bottom. He's trying to find this creep wave, but Quaifa's here as well as Taiga. Weeha's going to just die here by the looks of it. He tries to very ambitiously TP out, but he is gone. As Weeha, his momentum, it's starting to take a bit of a hit, and it's so important for NIGMA that he is able to keep making these plays, but down on that bottom half, dying to that first initiation onto the side of Liquid, and then coming down here and farming and getting picked off a second time. They need Weeha to be making moves with the team. He can't go out on his own like that.
No, he has to be playing more around Kuroki. They have to be looking to set up for some type of plays. Maybe even with My Control. My Control is kind of also playing that, like, sit back and farm. Yeah, they have to be very cautious with those type of moves. As he's level 10, so it's like you're giving up so much. I think he gave 800 experience split between the 2 of them, the Quap and the Rubik. But just now they're still going to just keep pushing the lanes out, though. I think that's the biggest thing that they're trying to do, is show 1 hero in each lane and just keep them forced out so Miracle can sit in jungle.
You see, slowly recovering, still not really catching up faster than, you know, Liquid are able to stay ahead with their heroes. As for all the space that he may be getting in his own jungle, Liquid, they're getting it in theirs as well as the side lanes. So all 3 of Liquid's cores staying in good position. There's the Blink Dagger done from Boxy. Okay. So now the activity from Liquid can increase as they're ready to move out and maybe even start making moves into the jungle and trying to catch out this Luna. Weeha, he's going in with the Invis. We'll see if he's able to find anything here in terms of the setup.
He's going to scout a little bit here too. Yep. So yeah, Blink on Boxy. They're going to look for something to set up. This Invis might actually just break the smoke. They're right next to each other.
Towards Mickey. Weeha, he might just go for this. Yeah, he's going to reveal himself on Mickey at the same time towards mid. They're making the commitment onto mind control. Kuro's there with the swap out to the side, top lane. Mickey, he will fall here almost certainly, or maybe not with the one charge. He's actually out of the Will-O-Wisp. He's running away because they were getting them low mid. Mickey had the movement speed to just run straight away from Weeha's bat. Weeha wasn't able to hold him down long enough to get the kill. He's now trying for the TP out, but the Who Stomp is back in time. Weeha is going to die yet again. He just cannot seem to be able to make these moves. Liquid are reacting in an excellent fashion. And that time around, as I say, just getting that move on to mind control. They're diving in. They're going to get GH as well. Boxy finds the connection, jumps in. GH tries for the TP out, but they'll use the Windsor's Curse. Nothing being held back. They're not going to let the old man on his horse TP back to base as Liquid kill off another and will be able to finish this tier 1 tower top. The momentum from NIGMA that they need to play with, it's getting lost.
Yeah, I mean, NIGMA's just playing with they're just playing the farm catch-up game. Miracle's not involved, obviously he can't. He's just trying to sit back, and Liquid, I feel like they're doing exactly what they should be doing. Press forward the issue. They know they have this advantage. They know that it's just going to be a 4v5 for the majority of this one. And they're doing great at that.
Swap into Dragon Tail stun. Magic Missile to follow up. Have they got the damage to kill Quake? He pops the stick and jumps to the high ground. Not enough from the two of them, Mind Control and Kuro. They do not have enough fire in the tank to kill this Queen of Pain as Quake was out of there.
Very good 16 minutes here from Team Liquid. Still only a 1k gold lead experience, 3k, but you can feel them having a good dominance of the map. Especially with the way that they're moving around too. And they're not hesitating about throwing those ultis. They have Sonic Wave available again. Here we go. Round 2.
Same with the smoke up. Yeah, level 2 Sonic Wave as well. Huge amount of burst. There's the blink for Mind Control, so he himself has got ways to initiate, counter initiate. And they're hunting down poor Weeha.
They always want Weeha, that's what I was about to say. They just really want
They're just tossing his game to the side. And the pause come out here. I mean, they are heading in the exact direction for him.
It's really so hard for NIGMA to take any types of fights. Until Luna's got quite a bit more, you just look at the team fights just straight up. There's a curse. There's always going to be Sonic Wave, Blood Right, so much follow-up. NIGMA's fights are going to be really awkward. They kind of have to catch somebody with either the Venge swap or with the Batrider lasso and get the number advantage to be able to actually take these fights at the moment. And DK form is going to be ending very, very soon, and the blink is coming out. So Liquid, if they can find anyone here, this should be pretty clean for them to find some kills.
Yeah, whoever they get jump on is going to die. They've got all the ults ready to go. Even Mind Control, they can definitely give him a good try at bursting through. Even a DK at this stage.
There is a potential, though, that they can get outnumbered here. Will-O-Wisp is still on cooldown for, what, 14 seconds? But Miracle can TP up there and join the fray. And Mickey is nowhere close to join in. So there is a chance that NIGMA can get a pretty good number advantage and maybe take this fight here.
Let's see. Good to go. We are calling the G.
Oh, wait.
Oh, debated.
Box is lagging. Hey, oh, and how come you don't make nice, delicious sandwiches for me when I'm at your guys' house? That picture, by the way,
I didn't make that. I didn't make that.
All right.
I just had to go turn off the cooker.
All right.
Because basically we've got like an oven, and the display on it doesn't work. So when you're setting the timer for the oven, you sort of just set it for about 4 hours roughly, because you have no idea. You don't obviously keep the food in there for 4 hours. We're not trying to roast a turkey or something, but so when you actually are done and take the food out, there's no way to actually turn the alarm off, which is very annoying when you're cooking in the evening, because you'll get a nice wake-up call about 3 AM in the morning. Like, oh my goodness, there goes the cooker. But yeah, it's a feature of the house.
Did you guys know about that for a while, or just did you guys find out during like this whole COVID because you're actually cooking?
No, we've always been cooking. We've always been cooking.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Is this a real one? Is this a real G? It's the real G.
All right, the line is drawn. Insania's ready.
Oh no, Bat, we are. Are they gonna find him?
Who's gonna be? Miracle's coming. This is the numbers. Let's see.
There's the jump, but the Dragon Tail instant from Mind Control stops Boxy from being able to get the Who Stomp off. Boxy's got to run. They get the swap back. He has got the Stampede, pops in immediately, but this will be Liquid disengaging, as NIGMA are able to keep themselves tight and safe.
Huge steal, though. Taiga does actually end up stealing the other swap. That's a pretty big one there.
Yeah, we'll see if we can make some cool plays with this.
He's playing versus a Batrider, so now that he has swap, there's a
oh.
lasso. Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
no,
You're getting
I
why
see
I was
what you
saying
mean,
it's such a big one.
That's just... And was already struggling to be able to find some solid lassos. I mean, you're right. That's just... It's just been countered.
Yeah, he's going to have that for the next few moments, and they can definitely look to make aggressive plays with it, or defensive if they choose to do so. They were pinging bottom. They want to address Miracle, because he is caught up. You see that he's actually back at that top net worth in a second.
Yeah. I mean, this was always going to happen, unless by some sort of magic, Liquid just win the game. If the game goes on, Miracle is going to find space as a Luna, and he is going to catch up and almost certainly take over in farm. Like, he will be at that top spot.
Until
they've got to find him.
If they can find him.
Let's see what they can get. They're going to try and make the jump Kura again. Boxy, he just can never get the Who Stomps off. They're always able to stun him before there is a chance to pop it. Will-O-Wisp is down as well. Dragon Tiger in. Boxy trying to retreat, but he's swapped back by Kuro. Tiger as well getting low. Weehar's got the grab. See if he can get the kill. They finish off the first support, also taking down Boxy. Insania with the Winter's Curse, holding back the entire lineup of NIGMA, but it ends. They're able to jump over and kill off Insania as well, as NIGMA will manage to say no to Liquid's gank. They're getting rid of them, pushing them back out of the jungle. They keep everybody alive, and this is one of the reasons Luna, if this game goes on, Miracle, he is going to be able to farm and get himself an item ahead of the enemy carries.
Yeah, he's, I mean, completely back level 13. He's got, look at his HP now too, because of this Pupil's Gift too, if they do get the jumps on him. Without Strength Treads, he's 1820 HP now. He can soak a lot of that one, but both times there, they get the stun onto Boxy before he's able to get the initial setup.
Now, Who's Stop? It's too long of a wind-up. He just can't get it off.
And then they, of course, were able to isolate and keep Taiga locked down throughout the majority, or pretty much the entirety of that fight, and just perfect positioning from that Will-O-Wisp from GH. That is like the dream location to fight, right? Not only is your Luna naturally just there, you have your Venge also there buffing everyone up, and it's just a cluster for every ult to connect perfectly. Exactly what they needed this game. Now they get themselves the lead, the gold lead back for the first time. Same thing with that experience.
And if Liquid cannot find these sort of pickoffs, that gold lead is only going to increase in NIGMA's favor.
Yep.
They're just getting more and more for Miracle on the map. Ancients primed and stacked. That Manta style, very, very close. And once that there, he's going to be a very hard target to jump on. The availability of Manta dodging some of these very clearly displayed initiations. Already seen Boxy struggle to get the Who Stomp off.
Sanya. Oh, okay, there we go. They're able to clean him up before he does take the outpost. They take the one top though, so it will be a 1-for-1 again.
And items for the more Orchid done on its way out for Quakefoot.
Okay.
And Mickey just a Mithril Hammer off the BKB. So I think Liquid, they sort of realised that making the moves as they are at this point in the game, they just not really they don't have the tools to fully commit into these fights. They've got to wait until they have these defensive items before they try for these plays.
Yeah, they can go for these type of kills onto GH, onto these squishier heroes, but DK and Luna are starting to get to the point of where they're very tanky and tough to kill, and there goes GH. The TPs though, can they get something out of it?
It's a triple TP reaction. They'll almost certainly get Boxy. He's got Stampede, but he's surrounded. He'll try for the TP out, but they've got many a way to cancel it. So sure, you dove a tower, you got GH, but you're losing Boxy. This is a trade again that NIGMA are more than happy to take.
Yeah, in the meanwhile too, it's just Miracle farming the triangle continuously. Up to level 15, Mickey almost keeping at pace with him, at least in levels. The farm though, as we said, Luna always going to capitalize the most out of that. Miracle trying to get Taiga, get the swap. Ooh,
not quite in range. Very, very close to that. And the thing is, I think NIGMA, they could just continue to play like this.
Just sit back.
As long as Miracle's farming, they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable with the way this game moves on.
Yep. Miracle's at the point now where he can fight all the time with his team, so they actually have a very strong 5-man with that. The glyph comes out, Weehaw, he keeps the creep alive, and he wants Mickey. The pushback is perfect.
He's got the reach, he's got the grab. The Winter's Curse will put a bit of a stop to the hold as Mickey's trying to run. The Stampede will help out, and Will-O-Wisp is there. Jump forward from Mind Control. He's looking to commit onto Quake for the stun's going to hold them in place. They're going to be able to set up for the two of them. Double kill for Weeha. They'll find Tiger as well on the side of it all. As NIGMA, they are just taking a huge lead right now. Insania beat down as well. The drafts today, well, at least in the game 2 and game 3 from NIGMA, have been played perfectly. Miracle is getting massive on this Luna. It's only continuing. And Liquid, it feels like they're just running against a brick wall. They cannot make anything happen in their favor.
Yeah, everything has come together for Enigma. They can just group up and go for the fights now and completely dismantle Liquid's entire plan that they had before because of how much that one fight, really. Just one fight is really what turns it around here with this type of draft. When you're playing around a Luna, as we've seen this hero get popularized a lot lately. Luna plus DK. We're back to these kind of metas where it's going to be a lot of these auras and these tanky kind of heroes that can group up and go.
I mean, that is what it is. Even if Liquid are able to get a jump, they don't really kill them that quickly. See if they can find anyone alone here. Chasing down, but Miracle and Kuro already on the retreat. Boxy, can he get the jump on Miracle? We'll find the Who Stomp connection this time. Quakefa steps forward, Kuro swats him out to the side. Quakefa blinking in, trying to look towards Miracle, but they don't have any further control. They'll have to settle for Kuro. Kuro gets a wave of terror out, but he does still fall.
Weeha wants blood.
Miracle's out, and now Mind Control. He's also found the jump onto Insania at the same time. Commits with the Dragon Tail. Insania tries to keep himself safe with the Cold Embrace, but the Illuminate for GH finishes him off. Mind Control finds another Dragon Tail onto Quakefa. Miracle steps to the Lucid Beam. Quakefa will manage to get the blink off in time, and Liquid, they're going to try and turn. BKB popped by Mickey. He's looking to commit onto Miracle, but Miracle's forced up to the high ground by GH, keeping him away from the Bloodseeker. Mickey tries to turn towards Mind Control, but he just doesn't have the damage. He's got to run. The BKB's ended. NIGMA, they'll move on to the Bloodseeker. Telekinesis from Tiger holds Miracle in place. They do manage to burst him as Quakefa from the backlines turns with the Sonic Wave. They've killed Miracle, but all in all, it's still NIGMA with the big cleanup. They don't quite manage to get Tiger there, who is able to TP out. But still a fight where NIGMA, they're taking much more from Liquid than Liquid's taking from them. I mean, a bit of a sigh of relief for Liquid as they do kill Miracle, but all in all, it's still NIGMA as a whole getting stronger this game.
Yeah. Just great positioning from them to react to that fight. The swap perfect from Kuroki to get Miracle in a good position. And then they actually kited Mickey's entire BKB. Like you mentioned, GH's Force Staff, pushing him up, pushing the Luna up onto the high ground. GH this time.
Just stick around a little too long though. Yep. Back out on the map, Liquid will clean up GH. And Quakefa with that kill, pushing himself very close to the BKB. Very important in these fights, as we did see, Quakefa, excellent read to at least be able to turn, hit Miracle from a mile off with that Sonic Wave to ensure that they're at least able to bring down the Luna with them. But he's still having to do it very defensively. Needs to have that BKB so he can commit without being, the Warrior being chain stunned. Mid lane, we're trying to cancel the blink with that wave.
That's the biggest thing too, is the chain stun, because it's not just that they have like a Venge stun, a DK stun and all that. They have the Coddle as well, who can just refresh the abilities again and chain stun the Quap over and over. So yeah, he has to play very careful.
When it comes to smoke, Weeha, he's got all the tools, Blink, BKB and bots. He's ready to make a jump, and Boxy is on the front. He'll be found first. NIGMA, they're trying to scout out the backlines. Jump over from Weeha. He's looking for Insania. Wants to eliminate the potential of a Winter's Curse.
Oh my.
He drags in the Wyvern, and Miracle, he celebrates there with an Eclipse. He's certainly dead, and they'll move into the Roshan now. Now, without the Curse, contesting Rosh is pretty hard for Liquid, especially against the full 5-man of NIGMA. We saw Liquid make some good Roshan Aegis steals earlier. Can they pull it off yet again?
Sonic Wave in 5 seconds. They get the Rupture, the lift, the stun.
Outside. Will-O-Wisp is there, only clips onto Tiger. Tiger is surrounded. They'll lose the Rubik swap as well from Kuro, able to bring Mickey into the fray. Pots the BKB, Boxy, 2-man who stopped the Sonic Wave follow-up. Kuro's dead. They'll now try and chase down Mind Control Mickey. The BKB's about to end. He's got to be careful as Weeha moving in with his own BKB, forcing Boxy to stampede away. The Flame Brain knocks him back. Quakefa comes out with his first BKB reveal, standing his ground, beating into Mind Control. Mind Control steps to the side outside of the Blood Bribe, but the right clicks for Quakefa. They're bringing him low, jump forward, and a final bit of burst will secure the kill on Mind Control. They also are able to pick off Weeha as the rest of them have managed to push NIGMA out of the pit. They didn't have their Wyvern, but they didn't need Insania. Just the few of them in that excellent start, getting Weeha ruptured and out of the pit, forcing NIGMA to fight slightly in an area where they weren't entirely prepared for. As now, of course, NIGMA to have to invest more resources. They have to use the Weeha buyback. They really do not want to let this Roshan go.
Weehaw. Okay, he has BKB back up. They were pinging him out, looking to try to go for him again there. Yeah, good fight for Liquid. The way they positioned themselves there on that high ground, dancing around.
Able to close a little bit of that net worth difference. Obviously, they themselves did also expend buybacks. They're both Tiger and Boxy buying back. But it's done what they intended to do. It's push NIGMA away from the Roshan pit. Roshan will still stand for now.
No Sonic Wave for 45 seconds, though. No Stampede for 30. Same thing though on NIGMA. They don't have their ultimates either for about the same exact amount of time. So both look like they're going to back away. Wait for those to come back up before they look for the clash. Weehaw going to dress, push out bottom. That Spider Leg's bat is really scary. Not only can he Firefly dodge everything, but he can also Spider Leg and move in to catch you too. Both of them just standing around that Roche pit.
All around this pit. It is obviously a lot harder for Liquid to actually take down Roche, but they do have everyone alive with their ults. They do have very good fights still around that enclosed area. And saying it each and every time, if he can get the curses off, which has been hard because NIGMA, for the most part, have done a very good job of just trying to find the Wyvern at the start of the fights. We are always looking for the wraparound to get rid of that insane potential.
Interesting. They gave Miracle the quickening charm.
Alright.
2.2 second Lucent Beam. His Manta is lower cooldown as well. Maybe just a split push with the Manta and he's going to swap it in every time it's off cooldown or something. I don't know. We'll see.
Maybe it was a bit low and he was just holding it for the HP regen and was going to swap it back out. I don't know. We'll see. Mid lane, swap back. They managed to find Boxy. He tries to use the Stampede to escape, but he's too deep. Boxy goes down. Sonic Wave comes out from Quoitfo. It's not going to finish anyone off as NIGMA won't lose anyone. Mind Control, he's still looking at the opportunity of chasing this down. He's going to have Blink back up in a few seconds. Insania running down the mid. Move forward from Weehaw. They're going in deep. They've got the lockdown. Jump forward with the Dragon Tail. They'll clean up Insania as well. 2 kills for NIGMA, and that should give them the pass to get into the Roshan pit.
And that was, I mean, it's so painful when you use Sonic Wave like this in this type of game at the pace that it's going. Now you're going to have 90 seconds where you can't make aggressive moves because you need that burst potential really to take any type of fight. This is big go time here for NIGMA these next 2 minutes, and they're going to have an Aegis to boot on top of it.
No trouble at all taking this Roche down. And already we're seeing the issues of Liquid's lineup trying to burst these heroes once. Now they've got to do it twice. Miracle has the Aegis.
Oof, and that's at the full butterfly too, I believe. Yeah, he's got the full butterfly up over on his courier.
They're not near any sort of true strike this game.
Yep. And now he's got the Dragon Lance, he's got the Grove Bow, and he's got Avenge. So this Luna is, Luna's not really your typical ranged hero, but now with all that pushed up, she's going to be at that super far range to be able to get that building siege that much easier. And to keep her distance from her teammates versus that Winter's Curse, because again, potentially 5 ranged heroes on the side of NIGMA once they pop DK form versus Winter's Curse. He can split them up. They can split up pretty decently on the siege.
It's proven to be a very difficult game for Insania to find the opportunity to curse him.
Yeah. Oh, what item did I just see picked up? I saw something important. Paladin Sword. Yeah, there we go. So, Grove Bow gone. Paladin Sword for Miracle. That'll be very nice for him to stand his ground versus a Bloodseeker. On top of that butterfly, he is extremely powerful now.
And NIGMA, they've got to be feeling very confident right now. We've seen many times with this Luna lineup, they get to this point, they win the game. You know what I mean? When Miracle is this far ahead, the games have been relatively easy for NIGMA to close out. So Liquid, they've got a huge challenge on their hands right now.
Yeah, and NIGMA also has a GH who's 11,000 net worth that we did point out earlier how much he was farming, but with this Philosopher's Stone on top of him pushing all the waves, he is tremendous. A Lotus Orb, Blink, a Force Staff, so much save potential for his buddies versus that Curse.
Oh, they're trying to go, but Mind Control, he's going to get the jump first. Training onto Mickey. Mickey will be caught in brace for now. Commitment from Weehaw with the lasso onto Insania again, trying to stop any chance from Insania getting a single spell off, and it will work. They kill off the Wyvern. Insania is dead. Miracle falling low the once, but he still has that Aegis. Is he even going to lose it? He will. Quakefor will be able to poke it out of him. But Liquid, they've lost both of their supports. Boxy also getting knocked back by the flame break. He'll die as well outside of the base. They lost the Aegis, but they took so much from Liquid. 3 kills and a lot of space to step up to the high ground onto the tier 3. None of these heroes with buyback available either, as Quakefor and Mickey will struggle to defend this middle set as NIGMA take the tier 3. They're onto the racks, and they are just getting closer and closer to being able to close up this game 3 and take the series.
Yep, they're at critical mass. They're at the pretty much the strongest point they need to be in this game to be able to just close it up. Kuroki constantly looking for the swaps into the DK stuns. Look at My Control standing right on top of him, waiting for that swap insta-stun.
2 sets of racks.
He wants
Very easily done. I mean, yeah, each time anyone steps out of the fountain, Kuro's eyeing them up.
Yeah, and there's, like we mentioned, there's just so much stun, and then the chakra, and then the stun again, also from Kuroki, since it refreshes it all the way down to 0. Yeah, it's tough for Liquid.
And it's just, yeah, NIGMA, Miracle with the Luna. It just seems to be such a winning combination. Yeah, you got to remember the start as well. It was a game where it was a bit of a clown fiesta down on the bottom lane. Miracle died about 4 times in the lane, but it doesn't matter. As long as they're able to keep the game going, make sure the Miracle has time to hit the jungle. He just farms so quickly on Luna compared to what seems to be anyone else in the game. You know, regardless of what carry you have on the other side and what they're building, you're just not going to be able to farm as much as a Luna that's been given this space.
Yeah, and that's why you do see GH have that high net worth, right? Because his job this game was just push lanes out, push lanes out, push lanes out, so that the Luna can sit in the jungle. That's why we talked about earlier how they were showing all 3 lanes, just making sure that he could hit the jungle and catch back up.
Miracle 20k net worth, Butterfly Satanic, he's pushing up. They do manage to get the jump in. They're finding Insania each and every time. Perfect target prioritization from NIGMA in these fights. Get the burst on Miracle. Miracle does go down. Could this be the beginning of a turnaround? They're over towards Mind Control. Mind Control silence. Magic Missile out onto him. Mickey. Bloodbright will catch onto the DK. He's trying to get on top of GH. Chasing him down, but Mickey's got nothing left in the tank. He'll go down. So they kill Miracle, but they need so much more. Tiger uses been swapped out to the low ground. There's a buyback. Mickey's trying to chase them down here. He's looking to get on top of Weehaw. Weeha's got the Firefly going. Mickey's got to be careful. Still no BKB for 40 seconds. Finally, a curse is able to come out from Insania. Will catch the 2 of them into the double daggers. They do kill off Weehaw. They try for Mind Control. He goes for the TP out. He's going to die in the base. Mind Control falls. Liquid, they do manage to hold. They have to commit with the 2 buybacks, but it's so worth it. As there's 4 dead on NIGMA. He's dead for 100 seconds as he does not have buyback available. If Liquid are able to run it down a lane here, they could actually do a bit of damage to NIGMA's structures.
All lanes pushing in though, it's going to be tough for them. Try to maximize. It looks like they're going to at least grab the bounty runes to get that little jump of gold there. But yeah, they got Miracle. They caught him off guard. He did not get his Satanic off. He got actually controlled before he was able to get any of that healing. Still cost them 2 buybacks to push NIGMA out, and they still are under extreme structural damage. But it's something.
Well, they protect that top lane. They stop themselves from getting megaed. They'll live to see another day. But it may still be the last day for Liquid. We'll see what they can do. Still a 50-second window, no Batrider.
Okay. Quakefor actually goes and buys a full AC, it looks like, I believe. He had, I think, MKB. He had something else queued up for a second, but no, he's gone for this item. This is a good approach to at least lower down that heavy physical damage that's coming up from NIGMA, and now they have a way to push.
Oh, and the important thing as well, taking the time, getting his 25.
He's got 25. Good call.
Getting the 25, getting the fear.
Almost there.
So close. Just needs a creep wave and he'll have it. And that fear, you know, late game 25 quap is pretty terrifying. If he's able to sort of catch out Miracle again, like they, as we've seen, they already have been able to do so a few times, get in there with that fear. That extra second or so can make all the difference, allowing you to burst it down and wasting time after he's maybe already popped the Satanic.
Yeah. Kuroki level 18 though, and we will probably, I mean, Kuroki in that one, he was pretty aggressively stepped forward. He didn't have his swap to save. I think he'll probably be a little more cautious after Miracle does get burst down that last time.
NIGMA just trying to get back on, keeping all the lanes shoved in.
GH number 2 net worth on his team, by the way.
standard. Just GH things, you know. It really has been GH's tournament.
He actually really has been owning.
In every game.
A full refresher. Okay.
Alrighty.
Okay. This is gonna make the fight a lot harder. Oh, and a spell prism. Who's gonna take that one?
Oh, who is gonna take that one?
Probably the Bat Rider, I'd imagine.
Yeah, you're right. Very good on the bat.
Yeah. Just because he also has his own.
Boxy, always quick to react.
Oh, the
very
was wasted.
quick to react. Very, very quick. Very quick from Boxy there, as he's out.
How long in our Roche? 15 seconds, we'll find out. They popped their DK form as well as the Will-O-Wisp. This is by the way, this is the Ags DK that he had before. So he's
on the cliff.
tanky.
He's on the cliff.
But he's Ags DK,
also,
who cares?
Yeah, he's going to be off the cliff. The power of the Aghanims, the power of the big black dragon. Mind Control doesn't care where you try and toss him. He'll start turning and beating you down. Quite for pots the BKB, jumps to the backline, trying to push them away with the fear. Mind Control has been silenced. The Lasso's there onto Quite for. He's still got the BKB. Should be able to blink away, and he will. He's off to the side. Curse is out, holding Miracle back on the. Giving space for them to focus on Kuro. They pot Stampede, they still have to get out of there. Another Will-O-Wisp is out and down. Mickey falling low, they've lost the Bloodseeker. Mickey's gone, Boxy as well. These are the kills that NIGMA needs to close up this game. A cold embrace will not keep this Quap safe at all. As GG is called, the 3 cores dead without a buyback. This game is over, and this series as a whole is done. NIGMA will take the victory here, 2-1 against Liquid. The game 2, the Meepo lineup, it was excellent. And here in game 3, they got that solid opening once again. The Luna Venge that they're so comfortable with, I'm pretty sure at least at this land, they're unbeaten with. They're just winning every single time with these miracle drafts around the Luna.
Yeah, they seem really comfortable whenever they're playing like this one. I think it's also, GH on his Coddle is just absolute signature going back 3 years, right? When they won with him playing Coddle almost all their games too. He's super comfortable the way they play this. They played that, their mid game, the way that they played around Liquid, even though they were losing some heroes like Weehaw would die here and there, they got that one successful team fight around their Ancients, and that allowed Miracle to just catapult that much further forward. And then they won every single fight, pretty much, almost every single fight afterwards because of that net worth advantage.
Yeah, we saw pretty much in this series the name of the game for NIGMA was to get one of these heroes that could just farm the map so efficiently. Game 2, space is created, Weeha's able to build up this incredible mass, and game 3, it's Miracle taking the helm. They just have to push those waves out, get him the space, and as a Luna, he's going to be able to clean up the map at an insane level and just get to this point where he's multiple items ahead of any other carry in the game.
And we look, and just quickly going to pull out some stats here, right? Keep It Alight, 6 games. I think that was the 6th game, 100% win rate. Bat Rider now, I believe that was his 6th game, 100% win rate. Luna, I think like a 90%. Venge also very high up too. So these heroes are definitely looking to be pretty hot right now.
Yeah, excellent drafting today from NIGMA to end this series up to with game 2 and game 3 in the bag for them. This will be their series, knocking down Team Liquid as they'll move on 2-1. NIGMA, the victors today.
And joined now by Weeha after that stellar performance, 2-1 over Liquid. NIGMA take the series. Second game, hell of a meatball performance. Game 3, you finally got to make some space, play that last pick Batrider. Which game did you enjoy more?
Definitely enjoyed the bat game more. Oh yeah, I was asked the same question yesterday about space grading. I just love it. I just love space grading pretty much. It's fun. You get to move around. You get to do a lot of things. Me, but I just hit creeps for like 20 minutes and the game was over pretty much.
Yeah, makes sense. Do you feel any added pressure when you play in these big tournaments? NIGMA, you guys have one of the largest fan bases, and oftentimes it feels like they throw a lot of blame on you if your team loses. Do you think that's fair? And does that hurt you or help you in terms of motivating yourself to play better?
I think it just makes me try harder. Like, it doesn't affect me in a negative way. But everyone has a different perspective on it. Like, some people get really affected by these words, you know, people throw at you. But me personally, it just makes me want to do better, you know, makes me want to prove them wrong.
He definitely proved them wrong in that game. He was on fire on the Batrider, and of course before that he was on fire on Meepo. It was indeed Team NIGMA securing the series there with that third game, knocking out and down Team Liquid. I'm here with Syndred and Purge, and we're here to break that third and final game of the series down. Because at the start of the game, actually the very start, it looked like NIGMA was doing well, but then Liquid had a power spike there, Purge.
Yeah, the tri-lane versus tri-lane was kind of interesting. At level 1 and level 2 maybe, NIGMA had the tri-lane advantage. They didn't have as much easy setup in their safe lane to combo with the Bloodseeker. Like, Bloodright's a really good skill at level 1. It does 120 pure damage, which is about double the damage of a normal level 1 ability. But you need something to set it up with, and Rubik Telekinesis, having to be the level 1 skill, prevents that from being effective at doing as much damage at level 1. But after a couple levels, they started getting kill after kill after kill. They focused on Miracle a lot like this, and that helped them get back into the game and get a good gold advantage.
The reason I like that we saw all three lanes here was that both teams were working toward getting specific lane matchups, and in the end, I want to say Liquid almost conceded and let the Batrider have the Centaur match up top, which really gave Weeha a good game. He found his level 6 and solo killed the Centaur, and had a huge impact from that safe lane of his own. But yeah, basically all the action the first 5-6 minutes is just down here. The team's just fighting non-stop. As Fog pointed out, Raindrop's super high value for the Radiant lane here, whereas the Dire can't get the same value out of it because Bloodright is pure damage, so they can't mitigate in the same way, and that was a big part of the reason why Liquid got so many kills. But
these missed stuns were really big as well. The Boxy initiation, but he gets stunned before he gets the fight off. That was really huge for Liquid losing advantage here.
Kind of the turning point of the game, honestly, after Liquid got so many kills, was just Luna going jungle. They didn't seem to have a good solution for that. Miracle got level 5, just started farming with Glaives, maxed out Glaives, who went 2-4-1 build, just hit creeps. And Weeha could make so much space because of that good start he had in the top lane, and they just kept pushing waves with the Bat, the Caudal, the Dragon Knight, and Luna just caught up, eventually overtook the Bloodseeker, and never looked back. And this is one of the ending moments of the game, or closing in on it at least. Luna did die in this fight, but they got a lot of kills in return. And later on, GH, as they finally, GH was like second on net worth for his team, ended up getting Refresher at minute 40, something like that. Just crazy amounts of farm in the Caudal this game.
Yeah, they had decent damage push on Liquid side, but it felt it was a little weak. I mean, Boxy did a little better in his lane than I expected, and his rotations with his team were good attempts, but if they didn't continue to get kills when they rotate 3 or 4 heroes, especially with smokes, then they're going to lose a lot of ground doing that, and in the meantime, Miracle was still hitting creeps, so he just got a little bit too out of control. Their damage was actually not very effective against Dragon Knight. That was like one of the better Dragon Knight games we've seen, because their damage potential was a lot of physical, so it all just worked out really nice for NIGMA, and they played better, and they definitely deserved the series win.
Yeah, we started off the game, this third game, saying that the draft was in favor of NIGMA, and if Team Liquid would have a chance, it would be Boxy delivering that, and he was countered too many times. Like the stuns, the blinding lights was all there to kind of make him have a bad game, even if he did have a relatively decent start to the game. Not as decent as we are expecting of him. Let me put it that way. We have seen him crush on Axe, we've seen him crush on Mirana, but he just wasn't allowed to have the same space as he had in those games, in this particular game.
There's just not as much you can do with Centaur, and he definitely had the hardest lane matchup for his team. Like, laning against a Batrider is just, you can't be there next to him. It's really easy to see the Centaur stun coming, so there's like almost no ability for him to outplay and win his lane. He just has to, that's why he went so far towards the enemy racks. He just needs to get as far away as possible from Batrider, so that Batrider has to choose, do I cross the whole map and kill him, or do I get the last hits under my tower?
And is that really, like, at that point you're already playing from behind. It's just a tough job catching up. I don't think they had the draft either to play from behind. Syndrome. Any final words on this series?
Just good games overall. I mean, 2 of the games were pretty one-sided. I think this 3rd game was the closest game. Lots of good fights. I think Liquid did what they wanted to do today. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for them, but they did definitely up the tempo, try to play fast and fight a lot. But in the end, NIGMA kind of figured out what they needed to do on the fly after a bad game 1, and they deserved to win. They were a bit stronger today.
They were indeed. It also puts you on the leaderboard, on top of the leaderboard, because you beat out Kyle, by the way, in your predictions. So congratulations on that.
That's the most important thing here.
Yep. Something also important is, of course, that it is NIGMA moving forward. They take 40% of Team Liquid's winning, the kick out of the door, basically, if you will, and are sitting on 21K with $816, and they're sitting in the lower bracket Constellation Finals. They are waiting for their opponent, and their opponent is going to be decided in our upcoming match. Before we look at the upcoming match, so let's first check in with the money standings. Team Liquid, no bounties for them either, so they're just out without that, and even are ending. Even though they got knocked out later than Alliance, they still go home with they go home with less.
Quite a bit less, yeah.
Quite a bit less.
Yep.
Even.
Do your bounties, kids.
Yeah.
You don't do your bounties, you won't be big and strong at the end of the tournament.
Indeed. We still have those bounties up and available. Of course, Drop the Dead Donkey and Feeder, something Feeder. We'll see if maybe the next 2 teams can get a crack at it. It is going to be Team Secret taking on OG. It will happen after the break, so you do not want to miss this. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Welcome back. Blast Bounty Hunt continues. And we have a first timer. For the first time, it will be this iteration of OG taking on this iteration of Team Secret. I can't believe that we have actually not seen that ever. Ever. They've played obviously with stand-ins for a little while, so in the online matches before this, you know, it makes sense that they hadn't faced. But they also didn't face in the qualifiers for the major before that, when, you know, majors were still a thing, because they basically dodged each other and they both disqualified. So this will be the first time. Sinner and Purge, how excited are you?
I mean, I didn't realize that hadn't happened yet, so I'm really glad you brought it up, and it makes me even more confident that Sind is about to lose his foothold at the top of the talent predictions, because there's no way that OG isn't going to try their absolute best to take on Secret here, and they've had a little bit of a break, I believe 2 days since they knew the matchup was going to be this, so I'm sure that they are going to go really hard to try to show that they're the best team in the world right now, so this is going to be an insane match.
Yeah, that's a good point, Perch. I think Secret are not going to try very hard because it's OG, so you're absolutely right. OG are going to crush them. Secret definitely have no stake in this game.
Have Secret won 2 TIs? No? Okay, so
they have not, indeed.
So my point is, on paper, OG can be better. Therefore, they're finally going to give the full effort like they do at TI. Right here for Blast Bounty Hunt. They went home and they're like, you know what, guys? You know what matters more than winning a 3rd TI? Winning Blast Bounty Hunt. That's why we're all going to try really hard. And they said, you know what? You're right, guys. And they put down their noses and they grinded really hard for 2 days, which is probably how much time they prep for TI normally before they roll up and just win it in their pajamas. And they're going to do it again here.
I honestly do feel like the motivation goes both ways, right? I think Secret are just excited to play against the whole team because there's like, people will be making excuses like, yeah, you beat OG, but they had stand-ins. Yeah, you beat OG, but they weren't ready. Now they're all there. They're clearly in pretty good form right now. So you want to, prove that you're the kings right now.
So if I'm wrong, it's definitely that they were playing with some ping on 2 other players. That's
right.
It.
Yeah, I mean,
it's only
I'm okay with that. Or
okay,
the sun was in No Tail's eyes when he was drafting. Something like that.
It's fair. Yeah.
That's a blast from the past.
I mean, I'm ready for all the excuses that come out every time a team loses or wins. It's always wonderful. There's always something that can be said.
Okay. Both of these teams, by the way, we have only seen once this tournament, so there's not a lot to go on. When we talk about OG, before the series we saw them in previously when they were playing against Alliance, we were talking about how the tournament before that they didn't look hot. They didn't even make it out of the groups, I believe, and then they showed up and they were absolutely crushing it with the Saxa Wind Ranger, specifically. How much can we really read from that series about the form that OG is in right now?
Well, it's not the best. Game 1, they looked like they were going to lose for sure, and then they just kind of like crushed it for a couple minutes. And Game 2, they crushed very effectively. I think they looked at like top form in their second match where they had the Ricky and the Ursa and the Pango. They all played excellent in that game. I think if they can stay at that level, they can definitely beat Secret in a series here. But if they play like they did in Game 1, Secret's not going to make those kinds of sudden game losing mistakes, chain reaction mistakes really, whereas multiple mistakes in a row in a short period of time, that led to them getting thrown. So they've got to not play sloppy. They've got to be on their draft game as well. And considering that they pick a little bit wacky, it's also possible that Secret can figure out, or maybe they won't be able to because it'll be too crazy. Who knows?
Who knows, indeed. I think one person might know a little bit more, and that person is Topson, who Kyle was able to talk to earlier today.
Got a treat today, guys. Topson, fresh off his plane, is here before he's ready to hop into his match up against Team Secret. Topson, first things first, what's it like being on regular ping again? It had to be rough with 200 plus from Malaysia previously.
I mean, I didn't play when I was in Malaysia. I was just chilling. But it was Midman who's still playing from Malaysia. I was just on a break, so I couldn't do that. I couldn't play on anything.
So you didn't scrim with the team at all? You just did not play with OG that entire time?
No, I did not play with OG during that time.
Interesting. Have you considered stretching that break into a retirement like Seb and Jarax? You would be the only person in history to have a 100% TI win rate.
Yeah, of course. They crossed my mind retiring after hearing that. It's postponed or cancelled or whatever, but in the end I just love playing Dota, and I love to be able to play again. I'm back in Finland, and it's amazing to get back on track again. There's a lot of things to learn, and I feel like we're improving fast, and me especially, there's some room to improve, and I love that.
Yeah, glad to hear it. Some players have said that you're one of the best mids, if not the best in the world. But it's not your laning that makes you special, it's your decision making in the mid game. Do you agree with that? And who do you see as your strongest challenger as a opposing mid player?
Yeah, it's definitely true that my laning skills are that's not the reason I'm playing for OG, and I mean, obviously I want to improve on that, but yeah, I mean, I think of myself as I'm pretty smart at the game, about the game. Like, I understand a lot about like what am I supposed to do during the mid game? How am I the most valuable teammate in a way? And that I feel like that's my strength, not the laning or things like that. So my most like contender. I mean, I don't know. People have very different styles, and right now I'm still trying to figure out my style with the meta. It's very different from TI meta, so I still trying to figure it out.
Alright, well, cool. Well, you let us know if you find an answer. Meanwhile, we're looking forward to your upcoming match against Secret. Good luck, and we're rooting for you.
Thank you.
Love hearing from Thompson. We don't get to hear from him very much. He's the guy that lets his playing do the talking, and it normally does. So that was actually very insightful. I loved his comment about that he has a lot of room for improvement, and that's what he loves. Like, he loves that he has so much more to learn. I think that really kind of encapsulates a lot of reasons why people love Dota. So.
Yeah, I mean, perfect. Take a break for as long as you want, then there's more to learn when you come back. Maybe if you should probably just sit out for 2 or 3 years. When you come back, you'll find like, wow, this is a totally new game, and then you'll love it so much more. So wonderful. No, I mean, it's a great mentality to have, right? Like, and I think the thing about this interview that I liked the most was the very humble attitude. Like, I know I have the most room to grow. It sounded like that in the team. So he obviously recognizes that you can't just slack off and chill for months and it won't have a cost, but it motivates him. And I think as much as he wants to prove that he's still really got it, I think the ones he wants to prove it to the most are his teammates. So if he feels like they're really pulling their weight, he doesn't want to let them down. That's a really great motivating factor for any player.
I don't even see it like he's worried, like he wants to prove that he's the best, like Sumail probably feels, or that he doesn't want to let his team down. It just felt more like he's like, I like learning, and I like refining myself to a very fine blade. And if that's the mentality that he has, that's perfect for being a champion, because then there isn't as many negative emotions maybe about not showing he's the best or being jealous of other players. He's just like, I love getting really, really, really good at a game. I enjoy doing that for myself, and if that's how he feels, it's no wonder that he wins 2 TIs.
Yeah, indeed. There's not a lot of Royal Roaders in Dota 2, as it calls. You know, you play your first TI and you win them. But OG has 2 in the same team. Sumail, of course, the one of the most famous Royal Roaders in Dota 2 history. Also, Kyle was able to talk to him today.
The lone North American representative on the XTI Champions, OG, here for a second to talk with us. It's Sumail. You've been one of the best mid players, if not the best mid player in the world for your entire career. Now, you're the 3rd best on your own team. How does that make you feel?
I mean, first off, the math doesn't add up. The logic doesn't add up, what you said. Secondly, yeah, I think I answered you.
Okay. I know you've been complaining a bit about having to play on Europe ping from North America. Perhaps it's led to some subpar plays from you. Do you have any new excuses, or are you sticking with ping?
I'm gonna stick with the ping. I have one more in my sleeve. It is the sleep. It's been off. I can't sleep, so I can play. Second one.
Interesting. Gotcha. Have you been playing a lot of Dota, and how do you enjoy practicing on a new role? You traditionally, you know, when you would play mid, you swapped to off lane, that experimental phase with EG for about 6 months, but carry's new for you. Do you enjoy it as much as you did mid, and do you think that you'll achieve the same heights you did as a mid player?
I think it's hard to say if I would achieve the same heights, because you know I peaked in a way. Like not necessarily peaked, but as a mid, I achieved everything that you can as a player. So it's hard to say for sure. But as far as having fun goes, yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoy it more than mid.
And I know you had a goal to win the most TIs. Problem is now you're on a team where people have already won 2. So what's the plan? Do you have to win another and then convince No Tail to retire and continue winning, or how are you gonna fix that?
I think I just have to play longer than the others, and eventually they will retire. But I have to keep going. If it makes sense.
No retirement for you in the future? You're gonna keep grinding?
I mean, maybe it depends. It depends how the game goes. If I have the same fire, I'll play. It depends.
All right, cool. Well, appreciate you taking the time, Sumail. Good luck in the match ahead, and we'll hear from you again soon. Cheers.
Yeah, stop yelling, pal, man. I heard you yelling for like 2 minutes.
I'm curious what he was yelling about. A very insightful interview with Sumail nonetheless. Would have liked to hear that yelling. I am actually, like, he put himself in a tough position. He wants to win the most TIs, but indeed he is in the team with wanting to win the most TIs. So he has to win a TI first with this OG, so that the rest has won 3 and he's won 2, and then he has to win 2 more TIs after that to be the person that has won the most TIs. That is a long Dota 2 career.
I mean, he might have to wait till they all die first, because I mean, he's a little younger, right? So he's at least got that going in his favor, that he's gonna have to slowly wait until they pass. I don't think these guys, if they keep winning TIs, why would they stop, right?
He's gonna outshine everyone.
What if you win 5 TIs? There's always, no one's ever won 6 before, you know, you might as well keep playing, right?
True.
He's gotta hope Thompson plays so bad that he doesn't want to play, and then Sumail can go mid. And then No Tail needs to draft really poorly so that they want a different drafter. Is that all they need? And then they need to make sure that Seb doesn't come back in the place of either of those 2. So they can't let that happen either.
True.
It's a bit, it's pretty difficult, but
it is.
He's on a good team.
Yeah, he is, and I thought it was important for me at least to hear that he is enjoying playing carry more than he did mid, because you know you still have to have that enjoyment of the game. The fire that he said was still there, and I think a lot of Sumail fans are very happy to hear that as well. I'm looking forward to seeing him play. What do you guys think of his performance recently?
He's been playing like a monster, basically, like super high skilled, makes very few mistakes. Maybe he'll like once in a while he'll do something wacky in the safe lane where he might die once stupidly, but that's like his only death all game usually. And other than that, he's always thinking at the highest level. He's always reacting with utmost speed, going smart item and skill builds, and carrying his team. So I'm sure he's going to play well, and I don't think that's ever going to change for Sumail as a player for many years to come.
I think something that makes him able to transition well from mid to carry compared to maybe other players, or maybe some mid players that have transitioned to offlane, himself included actually in a way, is that he is extremely good at playing with farm. When he played mid and had his best games, it was generally off, destroying his lane, getting a big advantage from playing aggressively, and then using that advantage around the map. So he's very familiar with how to itemize in late games, how to spend gold when you have 25, 30k gold. It might sound easy, but buying items actually gets incrementally more difficult the more you have to get, because you need to like min-max and decide what type of game it is, the more items other people get. But he's just super well versed in that. His lane mechanics transfer very well as well. And I think that's part of the reason we didn't see him find the same success in the offlane, because if he didn't get a lot of farm, his strengths as a player don't really get realized in the game, and they do in the carry position, so it's much more suited for him in my opinion.
Yeah, he's always got a lane support to try to help him become accelerated, and it's harder to cover those players if they're in the mid lane. So it does make a lot more sense that you'd put a space creating mid in the mid lane like Thompson, because then even if he loses his lane, he still knows how to go around the map. It's more like Thompson's advantage is his map positioning, not so much how much gold he has. because where he goes creates chaos in a pretty effective way, even if his net worth is low. So if you put Sumail in a lane, get him some good net worth, accelerate him, then all of a sudden he's an Ursa with a SNY and a Satanic, and nobody wants to even attack him because they're like, what's the point? He's just going to heal it back. And then he just slowly snowballs you. So he's a good player.
He is a good player. There's one more topic that I want to talk about regarding OG, and after that I just kind of want to put it to bed and not talk about it anymore, because is it an issue, the ping issue? We're quickly gonna touch on that, because I know that the whole internet's ready to say if Secret wins it was because OG had ping, and if anyway.
And
like,
if OG wins,
like
they're Superman, literally.
They're Superman, yes. So what kind of impact, because we heard Sumail, he said the ping wasn't an issue. He said his issue was his sleeping patterns, which I can understand too, because playing from a different time zone, I mean, Purge, you can relate probably, it messes with your sleep pattern, and that can mess with your focus and your play as well.
I mean, it's not as bad for me because we're starting this tournament in the afternoons, I believe, for EU, right? But if you're starting scrims in the morning EU, then he's waking up at like 4 a.m., 3 a.m. And if he's living with family, then trying to match your schedules is really tough, right? If he has to wake up that early and play scrims until like noon or something, and then he has to go to bed at like his family's dinner time, maybe he stays up to eat dinner, that kind of a thing, and now all of a sudden it's like 7 p.m. and he's maybe staying up too late or something. It's like very difficult to mix your life with that sometimes, so you're not living in a team house environment. So I'm sure that's the sleep thing's affecting him, but in terms of in-game ping, as long as he plays almost all of his pubs on the same server that he's playing scrims in, he will get mostly used to it. Same thing happened for Midwin when he played the skill shot challenge. He was whiffing so many easy, you could tell he had the skill, but he's whiffing so many things because he wasn't used to having a fifth of a second less delay. So as long as you get used to it, it's not the worst, but it definitely will have some small impact.
Yes, it matters. It definitely does matter. But yeah, the time thing, the time zone thing, I didn't even think about the fact they have a player in US and they have a player in Malaysia. So how do you scrim? Like it has to be garbage o'clock for one of them, right? Like you can't, or you have like a 2-hour span in the day that you can scrim where everybody's like semi-okay with it. It's like, it's a bit late and a bit early for me, but whatever. So that's definitely something that they've had to overcome, which is tricky. But I can say, for example, from my own perspective, I've tried to play games on US West. So if you play from Europe to US East, the ping is like about 80, 90, maybe 100, which is very playable. The jump to US West, where you gain another 70 or 80 ping, is huge. It feels like that jump is bigger, even if the relative ping jump compared to Europe to US East is smaller. It's just, it's like, or it's bigger, sorry. It's just after, when you get above 150 ms, I feel like you really feel it. And I don't know what Mid1's playing with. Sumail might be playing with less than that, but I think Mid1 probably has like 200 ping. That is very noticeable.
He's got to have at least that. He's playing
absolutely.
the opposite. It's opposite side of the world, isn't it?
Almost.
From Malaysia to Europe.
Yeah. I think it's like 190 or something like that. Okay. So it's
that's a factor.
Very high.
It's not just an excuse.
There are some like programs you can use to route your internet a little bit differently that can reduce your ping, but I'm sure they've pulled all the stops out to try to reduce it as much as possible. So.
Yeah, for sure. But it will play a factor, so you guys are saying.
Yeah, it does.
But Mid1 still plays like a monster. You can't even tell that he has ping issues.
That's fair.
So who knows? Maybe it doesn't matter.
Maybe it doesn't matter. We're going to find out if it matters against their opponent. Let's talk a little bit about them. It is the team that has been dominating everything, basically, that they play in over the last couple of months since they came back from a break. They have 4 top 1 finishes in the last 4 tournaments they played. It is, of course, Team Secret that you see here in front of you. And, yeah, they actually do bleed, though. I think that is an important thing to know, because we talk about them and we hype them up a lot because they are Team Secret and they are, again, one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team in the world, but they bleed. We've seen them lose a game in this very tournament against Team NIGMA, and then also last Sunday against Team NIGMA again.
Yeah, they do lose games occasionally. I feel like the game they lost in this tournament was, from my perspective, largely of a drafting nature. I think when they have solid drafts, where there's a clear win condition and a good ability to fight, I would favor them against literally any team right now, every single time. But something that OG can do very well against a team like this is that drafting phase. Like, when you are playing against something you're very unfamiliar with, just like Alliance got to feel the other day, things can get then get wacky. You know, OG's drafts are just different. And the questions of Secret come in prepared today based on those games, and they learned the right things. But when they're on, they're on. Like, there's just no denying it.
So it could go both ways, right? OG could draft themselves some weird thing that doesn't work out very well. Secret could do the same thing. Maybe one team will go more stabilized, and the other team will say, hey, well, let's try to make tree and protector 3 position work again. And then it'll flop. It could go a lot of different ways. I guess Secret on paper definitely has the higher chance to win. But you know, even if they do win this tournament, and yeah, then they get first place 5 times in a row. But will they have completed bounty? Because I don't think they'll accomplish that task. OG
And did they
does
play
have
with
that advantage
ping?
though?
They didn't have the ping.
Also, and ping, yes.
So maybe one of their players should sabotage himself to make it fair, and then
How-
there's no excuses.
How do you sabotage your ping?
You start downloading a lot while you're playing.
Oh,
You
route
can play
all-
on a VPN.
No. Yeah, you route all your internet through a VPN, and ideally pay for a crappy one so that the connection is even worse.
Get a
Maybe it's
VPN
packet loss in there.
exactly in the city that Mid-1 lives in.
That's a great idea,
There it
actually.
is.
Yeah.
Even
there you go.
even the scales. Yeah, that's okay. That definitely is not a solution still, but I would like to see it maybe at some point. You know, if the online period continues on for a very long time, perhaps then. But for now, most of the Secret, I believe all the Secret is in the European continent, including Matuma Man, who Kyle was talking to earlier today.
Hey guys, another treat. We've got Matumba Man ahead of their match against OG. It's been an interesting time for you so far in Secret, Matu. You guys effectively just win everything. My question is, who do you see personally as your biggest threat to your throne?
To our throne, I mean, I think NIGMA is catching up the pace, and obviously OG, but unfortunately they are still playing with the handicap, having ping on 2 players, but I mean, I would say NIGMA and OG.
Interesting. And even though Liquid's met you in a couple of finals, you still feel like they're that half tier below the TI winning squads?
I mean, for sure. I mean, there's always something special about TI winning squads, TI final squads, so they always have some special thing going on with them.
Gotcha. And what's it like playing with Nisha as your complementary core? I feel like this is one of the more versatile periods of your career. You go mid sometimes, you're playing Space Maker, you're still getting to hard carry every once in a while. Do you like to set him up for success, or do you prefer when you're actually the carry?
I don't mind either way as long as we keep winning. It's Dota after all. If one guy farms more, the other guy needs to do something. I mean, I just want to win. I don't really care. I could play +5 too if that was necessary to win.
How do you feel about green heroes? Would you be willing to play those? And only those?
I think I would pass, to be honest. It's something that is, I put that in my past and no more.
You do anything to win, but you won't do that. Understood, Matu. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us. Good luck in your match against OG. And, well, yeah.
Alright, thanks.
Anything to win. I do like that he talks about that, because there's a lot of time when we saw Matuma Man play when he was still on back then Liquid, where he was always put in the same box, where he was the one to take a backseat to Miracle's farm, and now we see him in very many different roles, and we see that he's also able to take the lead sometimes in terms of farm and be that crushing force that Team Secret sometimes needs. Very insightful interview, wouldn't you say?
It was nice. Good to hear his opinion. I really thought he would say, yeah, for sure, I'd still play green heroes after what he said. Oh, I'd play position 5, but not green heroes every game. But I can relate to that personally. I don't like playing the same hero repeatedly multiple times in a row. And if you consistently have to make that, like, they weren't even necessarily like flashy fun heroes like Venomancer or Viper. I like playing those heroes sometimes, but they don't create space very well outside of like being the rock in the front, hitting the tower kind of a guy. So I can understand why it was a little bit annoying to have to do it every single game of his career for a couple months.
I'm pretty sure I've seen Matu play some Necrophos with Team Secret recently, so I don't believe him for a second. I think he's full of shit.
Well,
there you go. Sorry, I just...
first, though.
We were lacking slacks today, so I just wanted to do one slacks comment. Now we're back to normal.
Just turn off your microphone and you can instantly
pretend I'm lagging.
But he already did that
Going
earlier.
through a tunnel.
You already had your microphone muted earlier today, but I guess that was only for us, not for the broadcast. We are getting very close to having everything ready for you guys to get this upper bracket finals on the road. But we do need to take a quick break. We'll be right back with Secret versus OG. Welcome back. Blast Bounty Hunt is almost ready to kick off their upper bracket Team Secret versus OG. Before we head into that, I'm here with Sinvern and Perch, and I want to talk about two players that we really haven't talked about just yet. It is the off-lane position. We have got Zai on the side of Team Secret. We got Mid1, former Team Secret, on the side of Team OG. And I want to talk about these two guys because they play their role very differently, as we also can see from the stats, Sindrin.
Yeah, Zai, the way Secret play Zai is kind of, in a lot of games, it's kind of 3.5 because they give Yapzor a lot of space. It's been a bit different lately, I would say, where it's been a little more streamlined. Actually, between the supports and Secret, Puppy is starting to get more space, but Zai is very selfless, I would say, in a lot of games. They use him kind of what you heard in the Weeha interview, how he likes to play for Team NIGMA. That is how Zai likes to play for Secret. He loves being a space maker, making stuff happen on the map, and it's just overall a very intelligent player, I think. That's his biggest strength.
I would say both players are semi-similar, though, in that they are so perfect at making decisions at almost all stages of the game. They very rarely make mistakes. They almost always maximize their ability, and they both have ability to carry games if they have a really good performance. So I see tons of similarities between these two guys. They've been on the top of their game for so long. Maybe that's because they're on the same team for so long. They've worked off on each other. But,
fair.
but they're both excellent players, and Mid One's adapted to playing offlane so rapidly that I've no doubt that he's going to stay as a top player for a long time.
And that's part of the reason why you like OG for this series, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, I mean, all 10 of these guys are excellent players.
Yeah.
So this is definitely the closest match that we're going to, I assume the closest series that we're going to get in terms of player skill. Draft is still going to make a big impact, though, especially as things continue to evolve. You know, it's hard to predict hero picks and hero bans between day to day, with the exception of maybe 4 or 5 heroes. So whatever is left over is just becomes like a game of bingo, where it shifts every single game, is what I'm trying to say. And we'll make the drafts really interesting to see if they pull out some weird picks, like the off-lane Chen. That was ingenious.
Yeah. With the amount of pressure we put behind this up the bracket finals, with the two teams not having faced before, both teams considered to be, I mean, by their peers even, we know the seeding was done by the teams themselves, and these two teams were considered the top 2 seeds. Do we think that either of these two teams is going to go for the bounties, or is there too much pride on the line?
OG is most likely, for sure. In past Midas modes, they were always a fantastic team for embracing challenges and extra modes. It's like a new challenge, a new thing to fit in that makes it more fun to play. Maybe there's less of that now than in the former team, but I think they're the most likely to go for the bounties, personally. But for the 80th time, nobody is going to do something Peter. It's too hard.
Secret was so close twice.
The 13 out of 20.
That's very
Those
close.
last 7.
That's the closest.
Those last 7, Shiver.
Shiver, that was before the enemy team even started changing their in-game behavior to adjust for it. All they have to do is type GG. They're 19 kills, type GG. It's over. Don't give them the money, you know? Like,
what if it's the last game of the series? If you GG out early, that means you're going to the lower bracket.
Would you do that to spite your opponent, though? Like, you have 19 deaths on someone. You know the game is basically over, but it's really close. Would you do that, Purge, yourself, if you were in that position?
I wouldn't want to, because like then my opponents would type "see you at LAN" when COVID's over, and I know I'm gonna get beat up. So I personally wouldn't. But look how many stars have to align for that one to be possible. You have to have a long game, number one. It has to be a close game.
Yeah.
One person. There has to be tons of kills, and you also have to still be so close that it's not worth GGing out to try to extend the game, you know? Like, it happens in such low percentages.
I think basically any 60-minute game between these two teams will have a 20-death player. But it's unlikely we get to 60 minutes.
Well,
not any, but basically any. I think more than half.
We'll
get to like 15, but...
If we don't get something feeder, perhaps we get Drop the Dead Donkey, and we'll see Nature's Prophet pick someone going for that. And talking of picks, they're here! We have arrived to the draft. The Betway draft is here. IO is banned. First phase ban. We're in. We're all good, and we're ready to go. Took a little while, but thank you for staying with us and being patient. And yeah, we have a Rubik ban, straight up. That is the Yapsur special.
Now, I know you guys waited a bit for this draft to start, and there were some tech issues, but Shiver, remember what it was like back in the day when we tried to online cast? It took forever. There was drops constantly. People weren't at their computers. There were pauses so many times during game. This is a miracle, okay?
That's true.
And it was also Valve's. It was also Valve's fault. So don't get mad at us.
Can I just highlight these odds for a second? Like, think about this for a second.
Wow.
Nobody has a game. These are the kind of odds we've had on other series when one team was up 1-0. Like literally these kind of. So. Like, I know Secret is a favorite, but I feel like this is kind of...
This is where the...
This is a very, very big favorite. I mean, I picked Secret to win. I do think they're going to win, but I don't think this does OG justice. I think OG can put up a very good fight based on what they did against Alliance. I mean, if you put it like this, the most likely outcome has to be Team Secret 2-0, right? Or you wouldn't do it like this.
Yes.
So. Cinderin, if I gave you $1, would you bet it on OG to win it right now?
Sure. It's your money.
And if you gave me $1, I would just put it right in my bank account.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I know. That's the kind of guy you are. Can't argue with that.
All right.
Let's see.
Things
That got very quiet.
yeah. Things that are interesting
put
to
the
note here
transition.
is that we still have Lycan in the pool, who has been 100% ban rate, I believe, so far in the tournament. And then also we still have the Ember, the Lone Druid, Queen of Pain, Nature Prophet, Beastmaster as well, still all in the pool, as all these bans are going to supports. And Zai's Shaker. I guess Yapster Shaker,
So-
Zai Shaker. Both.
Beastmaster is possibly going to get through. I mean, there's still a lot of bans to go, but we got Beast Prophet. There's the Prophet.
I don't think Beastmaster or Lycan are getting through. Okay, maybe now one of them does. That's interesting. If this following ban is not Beast or Lycan, we will see one of those two heroes for the first time. It would be Lycan's first time in the tournament, and it would be Beastmaster's first time since day one,
Yeah.
where he won every game, and then teams were like, oh, okay, so we're banned at first phase every game.
It's been interesting. Lycan has had a high win rate in pubs for literally months at this point, but I still never play with or against him. It's like in pubs, nobody wants to play him, but pro games are, it's all right, one of them is getting in, Ember is out. It's all like tempo and team fight heroes. Maybe that's too broad, but which one do you think is more likely to get through Sin?
Beastmaster.
We have not. This is a typical thing to do, though. We have not seen Lycan for such a long time. Why not play it and just be reminded why it's banned? That seems normally like a puppy thing to do, though, not an OG thing. per se.
Well, usually when you do something like that where you try to give away the meta, yeah, there it goes, Lycan. I feel like you would do that in the grand finals, because that's a best of 5, so then
Yeah.
you can try to really mind game and do something crazy, and if it fails, you know you've got 2 extra lives. In a best of 3, experimenting like that, I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, I just see it more frequently in grand finals where there's way more space for the meta to develop between the two teams. Here you only have 2 lives, so you got to be careful with how you throw one away to get Lycan, and OG are not going to do it. I think Secret should first pick Beastmaster personally, but there's other options. There's Queen of Pain, there's Mirana.
Mirana.
Okay. Mirana's just the best hero. Yapsor loves this as position 4. Maybe they got inspired a bit by NIGMA.
Oh, I bet he saw also Liquid's game from Boxy. He's like, I can do that, but I can do that
As
from position 4. Yeah.
I can also rush MKB and get 200 CS in 25 minutes as position 4.
I mean, if anyone can.
Yeah.
Do you guys see the stat there? 3 heroes have been picked and banned every game, and the only person that's missing right now from that is Beastmaster. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be 4 matches, or the streak will continue basically, most likely. Or Spirit Beastmaster here.
They might
Or-
keep the Beast open now.
Could ban it in the second phase, maybe, but their opponents.
I mean, wouldn't Secret
I
just
assume
pick
take
it?
I mean, it would combo nicely.
I think the tricky thing OG are facing right now is if they pick Beastmaster, Puppy's going to pick Chen, and then they are going to lane the Chen against Beast, and it's Puppy Chen, right? So you would be double happy there regardless, I think. And that might be the reason they grabbed this Mirana first as well, is just to disincentivize the Chen pickup, right? And they're not even going to get it. Now Beastmaster looks very interesting, because now you can, first of all, you see 2 heroes that are likely support. The Earth Spirit could be mid, of course, for Thompson. They
Yeah.
played that last series. But Beast
there's
is
like-
pretty well covered.
There's like no saves.
That's true. That's one weakness, yeah, because they could do stun into arrow combos. But they also have a lot of AoE. AoE's quite good against Beastmaster, because usually you're having a great time. You summon your Necro, you have maybe Helm of Dominator, you've got your boars around. Once you kill all those summons, the hero feels a lot less impactful, actually. So in some ways, Grimstroke covers the problem a little bit, but I assume they're going to go Luna instead.
Okay.
So, which I think is a bit justified. Luna has really shown her value in the tournament so far. If the game is semi-close, then she can pretty much outfarm anybody. Great at sieging, great at teamfight. She kind of just covers a lot of bases. So, yeah, we'll see if Beast gets banned now.
Heroes that come to mind now are Venge, Beastmaster for Team Secret. Both heroes have good synergy with what they already have. Both heroes have very high win rate this tournament. I think Venge might have lost 1 or 2, but won the rest, and Beastmaster had 100% win rate day 1. So clearly, I'm not saying win rates are the #1 metric to look at. It's obviously dependent on the teams and the patch and the strategy, the power level of the teams at the time. But Beastmaster just looked so good in every game. He didn't just win, he owned. So there's got to be something at play here. I'm still feeling like the Chen is a big part of why the teams didn't rate it as high. There's nothing else that comes to mind where it's like, oh, this team plays this hero that just ruins Beastmaster, so you couldn't rate it highly. But they're gonna ban Ursa here, Secret, so a bit concerned after they saw Sumail go to work.
Yeah.
2 days ago. He played it with Grim, didn't he? Or was it against Grim?
No, I think it was also and with Grim and with the Earth Spirit.
It was with
mid.
Io as well.
Yeah. So I guess they aren't locked into 2 supports in case that's Thompson's hero. Maybe one reason they opened with it.
Yeah.
It's a bit ambiguous if needed.
Oh, it was a different game with Earth Spirit. Yeah. Should
Yeah,
we
that
be
was
worried
looking
about
pretty good.
Wind Ranger, by the way, or is that over? Is it out now that Grim's in?
It's still possible. It just depends on whether or not they feel more comfortable putting Earth Spirit mid.
Double shackle shot with Soulbind.
Oh. You could stun 4 heroes if they all
If
clump
they
up
all-
in stupid
Yeah.
positions.
That's one of the Soulbind combinations I don't actually think I've ever seen succeed. I don't think I've ever seen 4 heroes shackled. It's just so insanely unlikely.
It would be pretty rare, yeah. The positioning, it's like doing calculus versus geometry or something. Man, they're taking so long with their bans here. Both teams really respecting how important the draft is for sure. But they have to think about so many different angles. What heroes are they afraid of? Like, because right now, if that's their support duo, their disable is going to be a bit weak. BKB type heroes might be a big problem if they don't have something like a Banrider to start fights, because the follow-up stuns are not going to last for long enough to chain stun easily.
There goes
They end up
Beast.
banning the Beastmaster.
Picking Shadow Demon.
There's the
Oh
save.
yeah, Shadow Demon is still in the pool. He was actually ignored, and obviously a good hero against both Luna and Mirana. You have a save against Arrow. You can turn Luna against herself and her own team. You have pretty good synergies in your allies. Disruption sets up for Grimstork to land his spells. It sets up for Earth Spirit to land his spells. So, like, this is a really brilliant pick actually. I still think you'd probably just go Venge, regardless. Though. Don't know.
On the secret side, you're saying?
Yeah. Doesn't it just still look really good?
Dude, they're gonna make like 3 Luna illusions. They're gonna make Grimstroke Ags and Disruption from Shadow Demon, and Luna's gonna regret playing his hero.
Ogre that gets a face bomb from the flower.
Don't be confused, guys. This is an intelligence hero. Let's
True.
launch in the game right now.
Very ironic.
Yeah, I also got confused. I was like, he's definitely a strength hero, right?
No.
Oh wait, no.
He
And and everybody on the set of OG is intelligence, so the intelligence hero is still doing a little bit better today.
I mean, nowadays, what is considered smart is definitely like the bar has been lowered. So I think Ogre being an intelligence hero is kind of a sign of the times.
Fair.
Ogre would not have been an int hero 20 years ago, but nowadays you just gotta pretend to be smart, and then you're smart. That's why we have a job, right? So
Earth Spirit is strength, right?
yeah,
Earth Spirit
Speak
is
for yourself.
yeah, Earth Spirit is strength.
Okay.
So this is
my bad.
3 int heroes, 2 agi, and 1 strength so far.
Yeah.
It's looking good for Int. Oh yeah, give me them points. Can't wait to be rank 265 or something when everyone else is at rank 30.
Don't worry, I'm just going down at this point.
I do think Ogre, so let's consider Ogre against Venge like what the trade-off is, right? If you have Venge, you get the aura stacking with Luna, which is really nice for both Luna and Mirana. But with Ogre, you get 2 heroes that use Bloodlust exceptionally well. You get a frontliner for your lineup, which doesn't really... It's a very unique support, because there's very few supports that can kind of take damage in the way that Ogre can. So that's the trade. And Puppy loves this hero, I think. Secret play it more than any other team, it feels like to me. When nobody wants Ogre, Puppy is still playing it to great effect.
I mean, it's gonna make Luna so strong. Like, Luna's already a really effective hero, but putting Bloodlust on top of her is gonna be bonkers. The Underlord pick's a bit interesting, though. It's really making OG seem like a one-core lineup kind of group, but Firestorm and Pit of Malice are really effective for controlling enemies, killing illusions. That does a lot of really good things here.
You're giving some key info away, though. You're now showing that you have 2 melee cores. And something that Secret could love to pick into that would be something like Monkey King, who has a good lane matchup against both Earth Spirit mid and Underlord offlane. He uses Bloodlust well. It just seems to tick all the boxes that Secret would like in their draft. Alternative options would be Timbersaw. I think he's not good enough this game because of Shadow Demon. But
I have a curveball. Is it not possible to have a Shadow Demon mid? I believe Thompson has done that in the past as well. I
It
think they have
is.
a ranged core.
that is true. I don't know how sad Monkey is in that lane. Maybe it's pretty bad, actually, for Monkey King. So maybe that is an option. Maybe Secret are considering that too. It's right up their alley to pick Monkey here. It's just such a Secret hero in this patch. that they've played a lot. Just rounds it up nicely, but we'll see. Maybe they're concerned about their ability to take just flat-out team fights into Underlord and Earth Spirit, that Monkey King gets Demonic Purged and can't navigate the fight anymore. That's obviously a bit concerning. We'll also remove Bloodlust, of course. That is another hero that enjoys melee matchups, so it's similar logic, but different in the sense that Kunkka is less of a hard commit hero when he goes in. He can play from distance, X-Mark Torrent ship combo, takes advantage of defensive disruptions because they set him up to land his combo if he's not the one initiating originally. And yeah, the lane matchups are good. So
yeah,
solid.
Limp used Kunkka to solo kill Thompson last time they played as well, so yeah. I assume that he's going to be pretty happy to play Kunkka in the mid lane. And also a very common halberd buyer, if there's a solo core on OG side that's trying to carry them, then halberds are going to be even more effective, so makes a lot of sense. Great setup with Arrow, especially. And makes Mirana so much more effective. And it does look like OG's draft is looking for long fights, right? They have Underlord, who naturally gravitates toward longer fights. They have a Save-in Shadow Demon. They want Magnetize to tick, ideally for like 20 seconds. So if you're playing against this kind of stuff, Ghost Ship is just crazy value. So I really like this pick. I would have also liked Monkey King for different reasons, but both of them are very solid. Now, what they round it off with will probably be a core. I don't think they'll put Zai Mirana and get Yapsar a different support, but maybe because of the Shadow Demon, they're tempted to get Yaps or something else that isn't as reliable on that one spell that is at least somewhat countered here. Is there a... I mean, it is a pretty damn good Batrider game, right? It's currently...
It's a 100% win rate, wasn't it not?
Maybe not. It's like, it's good. It's very good against Underlord. I would say Batrider fares pretty well against Earth Spirit, but the Shadow Demon matchup is annoying. The Grimstroke matchup can be annoying. Don't know. And you don't know the carry, right? But you can adjust for that. If you pick Batrider and the enemy picks, say, any sort of laner that has a Dispel against the Bat, you could aggro trialing with Luna, Ogre, Mirana. That is a really strong lane. So you definitely have options. I like the Spectre Ren there. It would have been a hero that's like really tanky, and while Secret has a lot of damage potential, it's not an insane amount of single target. So hypothetically, if Spectre got ahead and was backed up well by teammates, it'd be hard to kill. And so they go for Space Creation with Clock, which is a good pick because it's going to be better at dealing with these heroes that have a lot of effective abilities and saves in the backline. So Clockwork can get past the Underlord pretty easily and disrupt or deal with the Shadow Demon and the Grim. And then that'll buy time, ideally, for Bloodlust on Kunkka and Luna to just crush through the cores in the front lane.
Is it Zai's hero then? Is Zai the Clock?
That is another added value here. They can... Clock and Mirana are interchangeable here as 3 and 4. And that's something OG have to adjust for. Lifestealer? Really? Interesting. Oh yeah, Saksa was thrown off by that one.
His camera just fell down.
He smashed his table and the camera fell down. Yeah, interesting. I don't believe in Lifestealer too hard against a Luna. I feel like you're not going to get as much armor naturally. It's like you feel it, and she's going to get Butterfly relatively fast, so you're going to have to get MKB. Just feels to me like they're going to have to go out of their way to itemize, but maybe the tempo is a lot faster, I guess. So maybe OG is just looking to fight constantly and take like an early Armlet or Deso to the enemy team. Does that sound somewhat right? Lifestealer's lane matchup is good against Clock, so that's a plus. It's a hero that can deal with X, Torrent, Ship, Arrow combo because he has his own Dispel, or Magic Immunity rather, which is very nice here. And I think the matchup against Luna is timing based. Like you said, Lifestealer has to get specific items, but he's one of the heroes that really likes to just run at one specific target and just latch on, and that's what Luna often doesn't want to have happen. So I can see all the logic behind it. The question is just how good is Lifestealer really right now, and is it enough for this draft? Both teams have really cool drafts here. I don't have a clear favorite, but I did pick Secret today, so I'm still going to say I expect them to be the better team. Yeah, the Lifestealer will lane well. That's a really good point, because like Mirana Clock is basically all about killing. It's not so much overwhelming damage, it's about getting kills through spells, so having Rage will be really effective there, and he can probably lane stabilize, so I have more faith in the Secret draft, but hoping that OG can pull through so I can pull into the lead. It's all about me.
Alright, so I believe you guys are saying that if OG does well in the lanes, they have a shot this game, and otherwise, it's over.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that black and white for me either. I don't think there's a big discrepancy for my preference. I just think, it's Secret, so
Yes.
Okay.
That's how I'm feeling.
All right, well, let's find out how OG does against Secret, and let's head into our first game of our upper bracket finals with OD Pixel and Fog.
Thanks, Shiva. OG versus Secret Fog. This is going to be a whole lot of fun, and of course, OG in classic OG style. They end the draft and they say, "Oh, you guys remember Lifestealer? Bam! 5th pick. Sumail's going to be on it." We're not seeing anyone else really play this hero, but OG, they seem to think that it's going to be the hero that's going to carry them through this game. Do you like the odds for them here, or do you feel that Secret's got a number on them on this draft?
I mean, Luna's looked really dominant this tournament. Same thing with the Mirana, same thing with the Kunkka. These three, at least for me, are really, really potent. And I feel like, I mean, Kunkka Mirana also is another thing going back to TI. If you remember, it was like OD Mirana, Kunkka Mirana all over the place. People were banning because the mid lane is just unplayable to an extent because you hit like level 2 and you're just always at risk of getting X arrow comboed. So that's one thing I'm going to be watching out for. The one thing that OG does have going for them, though, is that fast tempo that they can set with this Earth Spirit plus Lifestealer. I'm curious to see if maybe they go for that early item timing on Sumail. Maybe he does do something like that Armlet, and they have that Infest Bomb. They have a way to actually get him into the backline on the Luna at all times because of that Earth Spirit.
Yeah, because I was trying to think. There's not really an item that Sumail can get that will allow him to farm as fast as Luna, right? Like going for that sort of itemization is going to be very tricky to play with, right?
It's like there's been a couple different approaches, right? We're going to go through the phases of Lifestealer. He had his phase where he was doing his like Armlet into Armlet Deso for the most part. I call that like the Matumba Man specialty, Armlet Deso AC. Then there was sometimes like the Armlet Radiance kind of build that we have, and then we had the Maelstrom, right? Just like the straight phase boot Maelstrom build, which, I mean, maybe he tries to match farm pace. I don't know. I'm not too sure what he's going to do. It's really in the eyes of Sumail how he wants to play that role.
I mean, it's going to be fun either way, because if he does go for sort of the fighting build and tries to, get involved with Thompson setting up, obviously Thompson playing this mid-Earth Spirit, they have that synergy. He's going to be able to close the gap, get in, hunt down the Luna, and set up for Sumail to be in position to pop that rage and just beat down on the Luna. That's going to be a lot of fun, but it's also going to be a lot of fun if Sumail does try and go for the farming route to see if he can push Lifestealer to the limits and actually sort of keep on par with the farm that Matumba Man's going to be getting on the Luna, which I feel that's going to be very tricky because, as we say, it is a Luna, it is Matumba. Sort of the two players, both Matumba and earlier Miracle, it feels like they are just so good on being perfect with their movements across the map on this hero.
Yeah, I mean, both of these...
Matu is going to have insane farm if they don't get a lock on him early.
It's really a lot like, I mean, Secret's a little bit different, I guess. NIGMA is much more about the 4 protect 1, but it's similar for Secret in a way. Like, they do share a little bit more farm share on Nisha as well, because he's sometimes that, like, pseudo carry, but yeah, it's in this one, they have an Ogre, right? So it's really about boosting up that Matumba that much more. So
he's gonna farm even quicker, with that sort of buff. And looking at some of the other aspects of the drafts that we have, one thing that we're getting from OG, which I think can work out quite nicely, is you look at the last 3 heroes. These are heroes that fundamentally can work very good against the tanky opponents, right? You do see, like, Matu down the line. He's probably going to have an SNY Satanic. He's going to have a lot of HP to work with. Nisha's going to be beefy. Zai, he's a clock. He's going to be eventually rather beefy. If it goes long, he's probably going to have a heart or something. You have Shadow Demon. Excellent percent-based damage with the Soul Catcher. Underlord, you've got to remember, if you're able to hold them in that pit, that adds up to nearly about 30% of their HP gone to the burn of the Firestorm. And obviously Sumail is a lifestealer. He's going to be able to capitalize on those high HPs and get a lot of lifesteal. So you can really sort of see the thinking of OG with those last 3 picks. And it's very much, again, that sort of OG approach where they think about how to counter the enemy in a very different way that any other team would sort of respond to a draft of secrets like this.
Yeah, just some different forms of, some better way, I guess you could say, of doing damage, because Luna, as we've seen, that base armor bump up can also be really hard to play versus at times, especially if you're like a hero like Lifestealer, you want to stick on. You're just very tanky, exactly. And I feel like I'm a little worried still because that Lifestealer versus Luna matchup it's strange, because Lifestealer you can eat the Luna if you get ahead, but once you start falling behind, you're going to fall further and further behind unless the rest of your team is really dominating, because Luna just, nature of the hero, you're going to farm way faster. Get those item timings at a much better time. So looks like we do have, of course, obviously a positives. We've been sitting on this screen for quite some time. Looks like, I think it's Puppy who's just MIA. Yeah, it looks like Zai said, morons AFK. So.
I mean, that's just classic Secret, really, isn't it? This team that sort of wins everything. They're like the top of the top, calling each other morons. You know, at the end of the day, we're all Dota players, and it doesn't matter if you're sort of the best of the best. Your teammate, he's still a moron. So hopefully we'll be able to get everyone back in and ready to go pretty shortly. Just waiting, as you say, for all the players to come in. But again, get yourself settled in. This is going to be hopefully a very fun series. Really depends sort of, for me, which OG turns up today, right? Because we know that Secret, they have been very, very consistent. OG, though, they have shown us promise in some of the games here at the Blast Bounty Hunt. You know, they've come in with their innovation, and they've looked, you know, a lot more refined than they have before. You know, they're obviously playing under better circumstances now, and it's showing. You know, this team, they're coming in, and they absolutely could give Secret a bit of a run for their money here.
Yeah. And OG's definitely had just these big moments of brilliance, and they're playing with some pretty comfortable heroes. No-Tail playing Grimstroke, right? That's just like TI. No-Tail played Grimstroke every game in the finals or something.
Yeah.
And then, we have fun stuff. Topson playing as Earth Spirit. We saw him not have the best time the other day, at least in particular in the start, but I think they ended up winning that game, right? Yeah.
That was the game where...
That was the one that just like
game,
exploded out of control, where it's like they won in 2 minutes because of an illusion bait on a Kunkka, as well as some other couple little things that happened.
Well, that's true.
We'll see how he does in this matchup versus the Nisha Kunkka instead of the Limp Kunkka.
Yes. Both of them obviously very, very good Kunkas, without a doubt. In fact, I'd probably put them at the top in terms of, you know, these mid laners that consistently pull out top tier Kunkka performances. But Nisha in particular, he's the kind of man that gets on Kunkka and he's in insane GPMs. Like, he could very well contest the pace that Matu's hitting on the Luna with his Kunkka. If he's off to a good start, he's going to be able to sweep across the map, hit very high GPM, and I do hope he does. He was my prediction, Kunkka for the highest GPM this tournament, out-sounding an Alchemist pick, which was a little risky one. I don't know. What would you have said? What would you go for the highest GPM?
I think I picked Meepo.
Oh, that's quite a smart bet.
Because I imagined, you know, there's a Secret and there's a couple teams here, a lot of teams here that picked the Meepo, and Meepo can just win a game in 20 minutes. So I was assuming, you know, there's probably going to be an 800 GPM Meepo game at some point.
Yeah, I was sort of hoping for the 800 GPM Kunkka games, which we could see. And yeah, but biggest question, as I say, coming into this, it's going to be all eyes on Sumail. Just how does he play the Lifestealer? Because a lot of people, a lot of pros, I'm sure, will be watching, and they'll be like, all right, Lifestealer's been picked back up. Let's see what Sumail does with it. What does he feel is his approach to the hero that makes it viable in a meta where it's just fallen out of favor?
You do have to always remember, it's like, I hate when people just look at builds and they're just like, it's this cookie cutter build. You're like, oh, he went Radiance. I'm going to go Radiance every game. You have to always factor in, he's got an Earth Spirit, he's got an Infest target, and he has Grimstroke. Grimstroke is always going to change everything because you have Ink Squall thrown on you a lot of the times. You know, you have easier ways to get onto targets. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely favouring what you mentioned, the Armlet Deso sort of fighting build, but who knows?
No, I mean, maybe he goes Battle Fury, you know, like...
That's what I'm wondering. There's a bit of me that feels, you know, Scissor always building Battle Furies nowadays. I mean, what other heroes kind of touch upon it? Troll, right? Troll, Battle Furies.
Yeah, sometimes we see the Troll.
Seen in a lot of high-level pubs, Battle Fury being built up. Is it really at the point where Lifestealer Battle Fury is going to be a thing? I wouldn't be surprised. We're going to find out. The game has resumed. We're ready to go with this one. It's game one, a Secret versus OG. Let's find out what's going to go down between these two titans and who's able to take the victory here today.
Yeah, and it looks like Secret right away. I think Pano was talking about how Lifestealer, excellent matchup versus the Clockwork. So they're going to try to dodge that matchup. They're going to put an aggro tri-lane to slow down and shut down that Lifestealer. And on the opposing side, we will see OG, at least for the moment, setting themselves up down there aggressively too. And we're gonna. I might actually have to mute. I might have to mute some players because I feel like we're not gonna be able to hear each other a lot of time over these chat wheels.
We're gonna have all the chat wheels. That is for sure. Two of the, I mean, OG, of course, in particular, an incredibly vocal squad.
Yeah. And, you know, Secret, they're going to have fun back and forth between these two. This should be a really exciting just game for the viewers. Hopefully it's not a quick one by any means from either side.
Yeah, no, for sure. This is a sort of a classic good vibe game where you've got these 10 players. They're all here to have fun, but at the same time, you know, there's going to be no holding back. This is... we're going to get to see all 10 players playing at the maximum. And
yeah, I'm excited to see Ogre again too. No Arcana. No beautiful set for him.
But I mean, Puppy's not...
Wait, is it a Arcana? Wait, it's an Immortal. Sorry,
yeah, he's got the back piece. He's got the Immortal back piece.
Okay, he's got the Immortal back piece, but no crazy looking little Drodo or whatever that he's riding.
Hasn't got the chicken.
Yeah, chicken. I don't know what you call it.
Is it Drodo? I don't know. We'll have to get Slacks on the lore on that one.
Yeah.
Some sort of mount.
Looks like they're scouting lanes, so Saksa immediately he was positioning himself on that bottom side of the cliff to see if he saw anything. So I think now they're going to know that this Clockwork is bottom. We see Sumail is already positioned down here, so they expected this. YapzOr, he's actually warded behind the tower here, so they're going to see that that Underlord is up top. They'll probably end up just sticking around here. Maybe try to get themselves a kill right at the start.
Yeah, see if they are able to find. I mean, both of them, these heroes on their own, playing close to the towers.
Saksa, he wants a courier snipe, but he's actually just going to TP top instead. Be sure to stay near his Underlord to protect. And we'll see how these lanes end up turning out.
I mean, ideally, who are you still moving if you're either squad here?
I mean, Sumail's in the matchup that he wants. I don't know if you can actually you actually move your lanes.
Okay.
I think it's just going to be YapzOr moving around and getting a courier snipe immediately, and just playing around top and mid. I feel like bottom is just like Zai, good luck, see you later. And then mid one, he at least has the backup of Saksa to protect him in case of those arrows. First one, swing and a miss from YapzOr.
They're going to open up onto mid one a little bit with that stun. Just a few of them together do punch pretty hard. And it's got that Atrophy aura to help out a little bit against the right clicks, but still has to be careful in the early levels.
Yeah, and they have the, what I call the tri-lane specialty, is you have a Blightstone and an Orb of Venom, and now he's getting hit by these two.
He's stepping up, he's going to go down here. He's trying to punch into Matu, but that was very ambitious there. He's just already seen how much right click he takes from the 3M. He just walked up, easy fire blast for Puppey. They just right click the Underlord out of the lane.
Yeah, it's gonna be a real tough time for mid one up there, but it's to be expected. You know, he's versus that super strong tri lane, and Zai, he should be under a similar amount of heat in the bottom lane. Beautiful body blocks.
Oh, no tail, giving him some of his tail, blocking him off, holding him in. All right, yeah, indeed, the punishments for both of the side laners beginning. As top
again, mid one.
Puppey can get some sweet body blocks. They can certainly have a good go at that. He's still got the fire blast. Saxon will come out with the disruption to buy mid one a little bit of time. Mid one hiding in the trees. Puppey also low, a fair bit of poison on him. Matu steps back forward. In fact, Matu, he's got the fairy fire. He's got to run. Mid one, he's got one more firestorm. It's going to tick him down low, but he will be able to live with the Tango regen going. Mid one turns.
The right clicks
tried to finish him. They're both getting so low, but mid one will be the one to come out on top. Another lucid beam. Matu, could he finish this off? He can't get in range. Mid one, he's going to live this time.
Puppey, he gets the stun. He's got the move speed, the Orb of Venom.
He's punching. And he's got him. Puppey gives him the big old club down and will kill mid one for a second time in this top lane. But I mean, we said there'd be fun, and there certainly is already. Both teams just ready to battle.
Yep, No-Tail in the meantime did get a courier snipe bottom. Zai might be able to get a kill on him here. Battery salt up in a second, but Sumail looks like he's going to come to help out his buddy. Sumail, look at these last hits. 15 and 50.
Oh, damn.
15 and 50. 15 and 15.
15 and 50. He's getting denies that weren't even there.
And the cogs, you know.
Cogs, yeah, adds up. No, I mean, you're right.
He doesn't have skills. He's doing a great job of controlling the lane, right? That's the big thing about those denies, is it puts Zai in a weird position where he can't really walk up safely.
Yeah, Zai's got to be very cautious down here. It's not getting the same amount of help that mid one is up top.
Oh, chasing No-Tail. Oh.
Get out. Zai can't quite close the gap on him. And yeah, this is Sumail free farm. Continuous free farm for him down bottom. Same to be said up top though, ready for Matu. It's not like Matu's struggling.
We'll get the roll and kick Nisha on high ground to take the regen rune.
As the CS looking mid, 21 for 5 against the 15 for 4. Expected, right? At the end of the day,
expected.
Kunkka's always going to win out on the CS against an Earth Spirit.
Yep. Thompson's still doing, I mean, pretty damn well.
Yeah.
Always utilizing his mana
matchup
to get those extra last hits.
You're
Yeah,
going to take a lot of harassment. You're seeing each Tidebringer there. It's easily over a third of Thompson's HP gone if he gets clipped by it.
Up top, arrow connects. It's a short range one though. Small little duration of stun. Saksa able to sneak away.
We're definitely going to see what sort of item Sumail gets this game with this sort of start.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen someone have this sort of just freedom and perfect hold of a lane. It's 29 and 24, 5 minutes in. He is loving his life right now. There's no interruptions at all for him down there. The top lane, Matu, he may not be getting as many denies, but he's certainly getting involved in a fair few kills. 1-0 and 2. on this top lane as they take down mid one for the third time in this top lane, doing an excellent job of just bullying the Underlord early on.
Yapsor also might be able to get Soxa. He's kind of stuck by the creeps. Let's see.
Oh, he's out. Won't quite be able to find him.
For a second.
Yeah, Yapsor.
Yeah, he got scared.
Goes for the leap out. Doesn't want to get trapped and have poison stack up on him. So leaps away and Saxa will live. He's going to have to take the walk almost certainly back to bases. He's got no regen out on him. Other than the clarities.
They've just decided to actually hold their tri-lane the whole time since they have that Luna up top, and Luna is, we saw, you know, Luna sometimes if you're put up in that top aggressive or bottom aggressive lane, you can be at risk of dying because you're just a fragile hero. So that's the choice that they decided to do rather than set up any kills onto the mid lane with the arrow. And now Thompson, he's actually looking to get maybe aggressive on Tanisha.
Put the Magnetize down on him, into the slow. No Tails around as well, can offer up the Ink Swell, staying on top of Nisha. Nisha trying to get out with the TP. Oh, it's a close one, but he's out. The TP heads up play gets him out just before the Ink Swell stun comes in.
Gives time for Thompson though to really even out that lane, as he's only 600 behind. It's not that much. And oh, what the Zai? I guess somehow lost track of his courier for a second there. Zai able to just hit it. We see couriers die so much, I swear.
There's no real thought or love given to the couriers at the early stages of the game.
Yep. Thompson, Invis, he wants to bring the action up top toward Matumba. He used his Magnetize though. That's the one thing, he did use it in mid.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to need everything. The No-Tail has to be quite close behind, otherwise they're just not going to have the damage to get a quick kill.
They know that Nisha can't react though, because he TP'd back to base and he walked toward mid, so he can't actually react to the play up top.
Let's see what Thompson can do. It's going to be hard. Going to try, opening onto Matumba Man, Firestorm down into the Inkswell, TP's coming up, they're underneath the tower though for this attempt. They're trying to finish him off, Matu's still alive, he's got the back of a puppy, roll away from Thompson, he's got to bail out of it, he knows he cannot get the kill anymore, but he's dead. The tower hits connect, they jump forward, they take down No-Tail, now they're looking over towards mid-1, Nisha's even coming to join in the action as mid-1, he's going to get taken out as well, 3 of them dead on OG. As they just tried to force that a little too hard. Thompson with the Invis Rune really wanted to make something happen, but it was too close to the tower, and they just didn't have enough firepower to take Matumba Man down immediately.
He was just tanky enough. Double Wraithband build. I believe he had the 1-2. And we saw Nisha, the way he played that. You see how interesting it is? Like, he doesn't just stay mid and casually farm. Even though his TP's on cooldown, he knows that Thompson was running top. He made the whole run there to make sure that he could help.
Look at this Thompson.
Instead of
that TP
greedy.
Straight back up to top. OG want to continue to try and fight here.
Nisha's still here.
No-Tail. Inkswell will hold back Nisha. Thompson's rolled in, but he's rolled straight into an Eclipse. He's tried to kill Matu, but Matu's going to live again. The Magnetize will take him down, but it's not going to be enough damage to kill him off as the Kunker's run from Nisha flies over the head of Luna and gives him just enough amount of safety to get out, as that's a second failed attempt from Thompson to kill Matu in that top lane within a couple of minutes.
That's going to hurt their mid-game a hell of a lot. Now it's like, Sumail, the game is in your hands for quite a lot, you know.
Karen. And I mean,
quite a lot of this mid-game.
He's getting the farm. You know, 60 and 35. Yeah. His CS still looking pretty fine down here, and he is going for the armlet first. So as we say, I think we're happy to see this. Right, this feels like the much more natural build-up to punish. Secrets lineup. You're not going to be able to out-farm a Luna. You've got to get in their face. You've got to be involved in the fights, and you've got to kill them before it gets too late.
Yeah, it's always just, I mean, it's always been such a good item on Lifestealer for so many reasons.
Yeah.
Provides you armor, you're a little lacking on that. It just gives you everything you really need on the hero. So, yep, definitely liking that. He's, like we said though, he's going to be kind of alone for a bit though, as Thompson's been shut down now twice. His net worth will be pretty crippled. And mid one too, as we said, like top. We always talk about how Underlord, it's like you're not doing your job unless you die a lot, but he gave up 4 deaths there, and they weren't able to really counteract that at all. He's bottom 3 net worth. He now has stacks though to at least farm and catch up on. Hopefully for himself he doesn't get those stolen, as Puppy was pinging it. He seemed to be aware.
Yeah. He's gonna clear them before they're over here though, by the looks of it. This mid one will make sure that these are cleaned up by him and the gang.
He needed those pretty badly on the Underlord.
Really needs that catch up. All he's sort of had coming out of the lanes is just a +2 permanent damage. That's all he has to show for the top lane. It's now top. They're trying to contest around this outpost. That's a fantastic 3-man torrent, but Sumail posts the range, turns over towards Puppy. Puppy's tanky though. They'll look towards Nisha. He's got the Magnetized on him side, coming in for the backlines, pushes No-Tail off to the side with the cogs. They've managed to kill off No-Tail. Nisha getting very low here to the Magnetize, trying to run from mid one, but mid one, he's punching. The Lucid Beam does hold back mid one once more, but he still gets the chance to pop the Firestorm, kill off another. They're even able to find, but Superman, it's all chaos at this top lane. Yapsor's got to hide in the trees. Thompson's going to have a rolling boulder up in a second. He could be able to find this. He's got to go for it blindly, doesn't go for it. It's a little too late, so Yapsor will be able to TP out. OG are able to punch back quite hard into Secret. They get the 2 big kills. They take down Nisha and Matumba Man.
Fantastic positioning by Thompson. He did 2,500 damage. Pretty much the majority of his entire team
They're
there.
going to find Sai as well. No-Tail had the lock on him. Runs him down with the Inkswell. Saxa holds him in place with the Disruption. And OG, just like that, kill off all 3 of Secret's cores back to back.
Huge movements. Having to utilize almost all of his stones though on Thompson. So he's down to the 1. So his aggressive potential now in the next few moments is going to be a lot less. But a huge win for them up top is, it's the armlet finish. And we see that Desolator now queued up too. So it is that style of build where he wants to just stick on a target and single target burst.
It feels right, and he's going to get it at a very good time, Sumer. Top net worth right now, with the armlet done, he's very hard to make moves upon. He's able to move around the map freely and farm where he wants without too much fear at all. And I tell you what's going to be a lot of fun too is Nisha. He's also going for an armlet. I feel like, you know, we're living in the olden days. When was the last time where we saw 2 teams go head to head and both cores having an armlet build?
Nice. Very like Nisha though. I was going to say, he's not the type of person to go for just a straight first item BKB. Yeah. He usually likes having either the halberd first or, in particular in this game, the armlet so he can actually fight back. And he can also play around the armlet pretty nicely with, you know, with the ghost ship with the Kunkka's Rum is always fantastic.
No, I think if anything, yeah, I'm sort of surprised that we don't see armlet that much on Kunkka because it is so high value. If anything, I feel like the 2 best heroes in the game to build those on, well, I guess obviously Huskar's also insane, but Kunkka and Lifestealer are very much up there. The value is just insane.
They're probably the top 3. I mean, Sven, a long time ago, Sven won, but it's way too, I said a long time ago.
Who's that? Is that a hero?
The jump forward, Nisha.
Oh. I mean, but the 4 of them, they will not struggle to keep. We're going to bring in a 5th. Samel wants to join in the party as the 5 of them just collapse on the Kunkka. Already Thompson, he's eyeing up for more. He's going to see if he can get a catch, but Yapsor is there with the arrow. Stops the chase of Thompson, buying space for Puppey to escape and retreat, and the rest of Secret will get out of there. But OG, they're hitting back pretty nicely considering that Secret were off to the better start early on.
And look at this movement by them. They know that Matu is still farming up top. Matumba.
He's not going to go for him. Not going to go for him.
The non-greed. You see that he pulled it into the neutral camp and still didn't farm it. That's discipline right there.
I'll back off for now. How's the farm looking for mid 1 down bottom?
Oh, it's catching up.
Atos is nearly done. Wow. The recipe's rather expensive, but still, you know, he's getting there. And it's the double build, you know, double crown, double ring of protection, double rod of Atos. I mean, essentially, they have a Grimstro, they have a Soul Bond.
It's true.
Mid 1 loves to do things in pairs. I like it.
Speaking of mid 1.
Oh, he's a big boy, he's a chunky boy. But Zion Yapsor, yeah, they've got enough damage. He's still at the early stages of his game, you know, he's not quite at the point where he's this Underlord that doesn't care. And even with the rod of Atos, you know, not going for an aura build, he's still going to be quite vulnerable if he gets going on.
Did you see that up top?
Wait, what happened?
Matumba killed, that Observer Ward was in tower range.
Oh, interesting. Ward placement.
It wasn't, it was on the cliff. I guess it was right on the cusp of the, alright, well, interesting. I'm sure he was like, what? Okay, free money.
Free ward. All right.
Don't see that every day. So he's now got the Dominator finished up at a pretty good timing, level 10. So now he's got the... Yeah. He went for more points in the Lucent Beam because he was in an aggro tri-lane. Now he's got the Max Moonglaive for that increased farming potential. Now we should see him start ramping up past Sumail pretty soon. But Sumail's been doing a fantastic job of being crazy farm. Like 102 last hits, 40 denies.
That's insane.
Yeah.
In this bottom lane, they'll be able to take this tier 1 tower. It's already very low, so it will be an easy tier 1 for OG. More money to the bank of Sumail. Gets the last hit, boom. Extra money for the man. So he's got the gold done for the first Mithril Hammer of his Deso.
Very, I mean, I'm not going to say very little, but actually like 0 D push on the side of Secret. So I feel like when OG is set up around those towers, It's very tough for Secret to defend them unless they actually just bring the whole squad to just take a fight. They can't just slow down the pushes by any means with some type of like, you know, Illuminate or anything. Their best actual method of deep pushing is a Clockwork Rocket.
Yeah, which is requiring the cores. I guess sure the rocket's global, but you know, it's still requiring the attention of your cores to come and respond to this. And as we're seeing, that they're just not doing that. They're letting OG
they're just not
get
doing
these
it.
outer towers. They don't want to try and waste time defending them. They feel that their resources are better spent just making sure that their own game is continuing to go great on their individual heroes and on their cores, rather than trying to hold on to these towers that as you say, would be very hard for them to do with their draft.
Yeah, I mean, it would involve bringing Matumba Man to the fights a lot of the times, or hoping that Nisha lands some godly combo. So it's a risk that they don't want to take for just a tier 1. And you see how aggressive OG is playing. Because of that, they understand that. They can play all the way down here. Push forward.
It's top tier 2. Starting to take a bit of a beating as they're able to push that siege creep right round up to the top. Secret get a bit of roust done, but at the same time that you can see OG there eyeing up this bottom lane. Puppey is behind the tower. Thompson already in position to jump on anyone that comes out behind. See if they want to dive this though. They do have the entire squad out, ready to look for action.
They put a ward down behind the tower as well. There is a sentry there, which we'll be able to de-ward that one pretty soon.
Puppey's going to show.
So I guess Puppey is the D-push. Just Bloodlust. I guess that's a D-push. You Bloodlust the tower and it kills the creeps. So, that counts? They're hunting for him now, though, Sumail.
Yep. He may have bloodlusted his last down hit. As there's the roll in. It's not going to be on target though, and that's missed move is going to buy time for TPs to come in. They're chain stunning Sumail, still get the chance to pop the rage, backs off with the armlet. The X mark is onto tops and turns for the silence to make sure the Nisha cannot get the combo. Deep behind the tower, Zai and Yap, so they jump in onto mid one. The Underlord will fall, the rest of OG will at least get out. Mid one sacrificing himself for the backlines to make sure the rest of the boys escape. The Secret do respond with the entire lineup there to push OG back.
And that was very close to Sumail potentially getting chain lockdown and just dying immediately to a bow.
Oh, he's going to go back in.
He's actually okay.
Yeah, he was tempted. They were trying to lead in onto Yapsor, but Yapsor was quick with the leap before the Phantom Embrace came through. Back towards the river up top. Thompson, he's got a bit of a trouble here as Zai and Nisha, they're chasing him down. The cogs are out from Zai. Thompson, he instantly kicks Zai out of the cogs to give him space to roll out. Now they go with the Soulbind. The ult from Matumba Man's come out, but Sumail's got the rage. He could just stay on top of the Luna, beating down on Matumba Man, but Matu, he's got backup. Puppey and Yapsor close in onto Sumail. Sumail jumps into the creep. He's on the retreat. He's on the run. Zai's trying to chase. They're beaming down with the Lucid Beam. Trap the creep up in the cogs. Sumail's back out. Rage, it's available, but the stuns. The multicast comes out into the arrow. They kill off Sumail.
Matumba, the poisons. He's actually getting him. Saksa.
All right, the tips are there for that one. Sumail says, thank you, teammate.
Hell yeah. I was like, if he gets that, he got the last one.
Oh, and they've got the rod done.
Okay.
One into the root. Thompson, does he want to roll in on this? He's going to be tempted. He's not going to do it. Oh, Zai. Oh, it was close. Tried to catch him mid-roll, but just overshot the mark a little bit with a hook shot.
The fact that OG is able to clean up at the end there and kill both Matumba Man as well as Nisha makes it actually pretty even trade. And they're on the aggression, so they actually have their lanes in a... the lanes actually have a great spot. They're going to have to go back and address them, but...
I mean, this was
pretty even fight.
This is exactly what we hoped for from this squad. You know, we're seeing, and as sort of expected as well, when you have OG go for like this Thompson Earth Spirit, it is going to be a game where Sumail's just going to sort of steal the show as the carry, right? He's going to be the hero that they're going to just shovel the farm onto and hope can carry them through this. Whereas Secret, but as I said, both Nisha and Matumba Man, they're going to be sort of competing with one another for the top spot in terms of farm. That Secret is going to have this better split of farm, whereas OG is going to be all on Sumail.
Thompson is having to commit a lot of stones here for Puppey. He will inevitably get him down.
Top lane.
Only 3 stones used.
They found mid one once again. It's been a tough time for mid one. Secret, they have really had it out for him. The 7th death this game on the Underlord. He's just been an easy target for Secret to jump on. And as I say, you know, with this Rob build, it's excellent offensively, but yeah, you still fall over pretty quickly. You have no defensive items.
Oh, Nisha, Saksa, they're staring down. Oh, the ward placed right in the sentry again. Man, we're gonna see a lot of wards killed. Secret's gonna... They didn't actually kill the one bottom just yet, but it is in range of that sentry, as we mentioned. But yeah, they get another quick D-ward. And what's Nisha? He's almost got his BKB finish. That's going to make his game quite a bit easier to play versus the obnoxious Earthspirit.
Yeah, I mean, it pretty much makes most of the team redundant. Only the Lifestealer, Samel, that's going to be able to do any sort of damage. And, you know, sure, with the Armlet Deso, it's a lot, but when you're the only person beating down onto a Kunkka with Armlet and BKB, you're still, you know, you're not going to kill the Kunkka through the duration of your rage. You're going to need a lot longer than that.
Yeah, and sticking on the target is so damn hard, right? Because you're just you're moving that much faster from the little bit of rum that you get, and you're just BKB phase booting, running away from that Lifestealer. 3k gold lead. They're starting, as we mentioned, you know, the Matumba Man Luna. Yeah. He will start to make his way past that Lifestealer pretty soon. He's gonna be going for the early BKB though, so he can actually show up to the fights and stick there. Because as we saw, Sumail can stick on him pretty easily until he does have a way to get rid of that open wounds. That's what makes that matchup pretty okay for the Lifestealer, if he can actually just stick on the Luna. Puppy bottom.
Sumail wants to go for it. I mean, with the Armlet Deso, he's certainly got the damage to do so. Puppy falls. Thompson with the kill secure. He's happy.
Yep. All 5 positioned down bottom here.
And they're going to have some solid options to making the fights very hard for Matu and for Nishi. You know, having these double halberds coming out, and Thompson and Sumail both going for those. They have some very solid options. Long duration of disarm. Nisha finding the chance to open up onto Thompson. He's got the boat coming in, the silence in place though to make sure he cannot drag Thompson back with the X mark into the combo. Thompson very quick each and every time he sees the Kunkka go for an X mark. He's always on top of him with the geomagnetic grip.
Some pretty you mentioned neutral items, but some fortunate neutral items.
Thompson's in.
Thompson's
He's rolling forward. He's got the setup for the Ink Swirl. They're on top of Zai. Sumail moving around for the side. The cogs are out. Zai's able to hook shot back to safety. Very nice escape. And now comes the turn. Matu steps forward with the Eclipse. Sumail backing off. They'll look towards Thompson. They'll be able to beam him out of the game. The rest of OG will get away. Only Thompson to fall.
They tried to push forward there because they knew Boat was on cooldown from Nisha, but Matumba Man shows up there. They're actually looking to... Okay, they're looking at Roche. Magnetize was used. They used most of their ultimates on the side of OG, so they... Yeah, Secret can walk in here.
Yeah, they've got maxed out Bloodlust. It's a lot of damage. OG, what are they going to be able to do about this? No Thompson Earthspirit for 20 seconds. No one else that's really able to just jump in the pit and make a steal, so Secret more than likely just going to get away with this one for free. Roshan is going to go down. OG's trying to step close, but Roshan will fall. Matu's able to pick up the Aegis, and now Secret can happily take a fight. They'll turn over towards Saxa. Yapsor does get rooted, so OG will be able to take away one of the members of Secret. But still, it's Secret getting away with the Roche, and Matu getting away with the Aegis in his hands.
Good heads-up play there by them, knowing that they have the damage because of that max Bloodlust. They also, I think they had an Alpha Wolf in the middle of the fight, right, from Matumba Man, so every little bit counts. Every little bit adds up, so they're able to get that one there pretty quickly with that very fast move. OG immediately, though, no hesitation. They're still looking to get some type of objective, a quick tier 2 tower take.
Sumail just about 500 off his halberd. Thompson, even with that death, he's going to hit the halberd at the same time. Matu has opened on him too, but the Helmet of Dawn Micro, he just sets up straight back onto Mid1. Mid1 really struggling to have as offensive of an impact as he wants to this game, as each time he shows, Secret just ripped through him incredibly quickly.
That was, that one was the one that most of his deaths have been kind of unavoidable. That one he literally just ran in and kind of gave his life to them for free, because his team was still kind of far away when he first made the move there.
He got his iron build done though, and it's a baller item build. Rod of Atos into straight bots on the Underlord. He's going to be farming waves wherever he wants, pushing out the lanes, and hey, sometimes it may cost him his life, but I imagine when you're going for the bots this early, that is the intention. He just wants to throw himself out on the map and keep Secret away from pushing up towards the high ground. In the jungle, Secret, they catch out Saxa, a little far out position. Mid1's going to come in with the TP. Thompson here as well with that invis. It's very spooky though to move into their own jungle with Secret having control of this area. Matu just taking this tier 2, this tower gold. He's going to have the money almost very, very shortly for that Eagle song into the butterfly.
I can't tell if I'm like drunk or something. Is that bugged? It says Mid1 has 315 movement speed, but that is not 315. He's moving like 415. Am I crazy?
It definitely.
He has bots.
Well, let me do it.
And a movement speed talent. Like, there's no way that's his movement speed.
Let me do the maths.
He should have 415.
It's a feature. It's basically what Gaben has said. He's said, you know what? We're not going to do the maths for the players anymore. We're going to make them do it themselves. So we're going to throw a bunch of numbers on the screen in the stat box, and the players can work it out for themselves. Everyone's going to...
Do you not, like...
Everyone's going to get a little bit
show
smart.
the bonus?
No, I think you're right.
Right?
On my screen, it says he's moving at 315 movement speed. Now, I'm an idiot, so I could be convinced that that was 315 movement speed.
That is not. That is way too... Look at those legs. He's moving way too fast. That's definitely 415. So, okay, that's... I mean, maybe Boots of Travel doesn't show the addition to it. I haven't actually checked every time. Sorry, I just... My neuroticism noticed that he was moving way too fast, and I was like, what do you mean 350?
Oh, an interesting observation. You just lost your TI invite. Well done. Well, 5k lead.
What TI?
5k lead for Secret right now.
Yeah, they're keeping their aggressive positioning here, and I guess we have a little bit of downtime here to talk about those neutral items that I was trying to mention.
Yeah, what have we got? Some good ones?
Essence Ring on Topson. I think that's one of the best ones always. Nisha got the Imp Claw, probably the best one you can get on Kunkka.
Yep.
And we did have a Grove Bow again picked up for the Luna, so pretty nice ones. I haven't even noticed that Yapsor pretty much has BKB on top of a Javelin and Treads too. Just been quietly kind of farming on the side there.
Yeah, he's not doing too bad for himself. So,
right?
I mean, to be fair, no one is really. The only poor fella that's fallen behind is Notel. Bless him. Everybody else is getting a bit of farm. Notel, he's just sort of he's coming along with the gang, but he's not getting a lot of items. It's expected though, you know. And he would tell you that it's just because Sumail's farming that efficient. He's cleaning up all the camps and...
Ooh, okay, that's the butterfly. This is a big fight for Secret. They're super strong. Illusion's made.
Ties in. He's got this hook shot straight away onto Saxon. The boat comes crashing down. Mid-one, he's falling low. He's trying to run. Can he escape this? He can. Mid-one will manage to get out of there. So now they turn over towards Saxon. They'll find him. They will finish him. The multicar's coming out onto No-Tail. Roll forward from Topson. He gets the magnetized down, but Matu responds immediately with the Eclipse. Pots the PKP. Steps over towards Topson. Topson with the Essence Ring of the rollout, though, will live. He's out to the side. Mid-one, he's ready to take them home. Topson rolls over. Mid-one's going to be able to take the three of them back to base. No-Tail, unfortunately, with his lack of wealth, he didn't have enough to pay for the taxi, so he's got to stay out. He couldn't quite jump in. They said no to him.
That's a big timing push there for Secret, right? As soon as they pick up the butterfly, they still have the Aegis. They press themselves forward, knowing that that fight is likely successful. Oh, a telescope now picked up also for Secret. A fantastic item for them. A good push for them. And OG get pushed away. They're having to expend everything and unable to take any success in that fight.
I did see Mid-one's movement speed go up to 377 in that fight. So
interesting. Oh, Topson. Getting Sun. Zai actually whiffs the hook shot.
Sumail's popping the rage with the pit connecting onto the two of them. It's going to lock down Puppy. Over they go to Matuma Man. Matuma Man, he's got no BKB for 10 seconds. It's still unavailable. Can they kill him, though? With the rest of Secret turning up, it looks like OG, they've got to back out. They don't have the firepower to kill off Matuma Man, and Topson's going to be caught on the high ground. Yapsor lining up the arrow, connects onto No-Tail. Fire blast into the torrent. Sumail, he's got to turn. He's got to look for something to lifesteal up on. The pit's down. Mid-one helping out from the high ground. Zai pushing Sumail back with the cogs. The rage comes to an end. He's trying to get in onto Matu, but the stun from Puppy's into play. Zai gets the double kill. 4 dead on OG. Secret will clean up yet another fight and continue to bump themselves up in the advantage. 9k lead now for Secret.
OG. They were feeling themselves, pushing themselves all the way up onto that high ground. They're pinging the low ground there too. They don't have the They didn't have the outpost. Maybe that could have made a little bit of a change there. But yeah, Topson getting caught on the high ground, and then everyone just tries to run away when Puppy does that buyback. And Secret, they're still strong enough to just hold their ground in that fight. And now they're pushing forward. They've got quite some time. They might actually be able to do some big structural damage.
With this Luna, I mean, we've seen it so many times this tournament. You know, Matu, he can just rip through the buildings. What are they going to do? Topson, ooh, he's just straight in. He just went straight in. I mean, he's straight out as well. It worked. It scared them off. I mean, it scared me. I was like, what's he doing? It worked. He just rolled in.
I thought he might die. The Gapsor wasn't there for a follow-up arrow. Yeah. That could have been pretty scary spot for him to be putting himself into. And Moonlight Shadow, they're going to back themselves away. Yapsor still kind of inching himself forward here.
Let's see if he can get the arrow.
Maybe trying to break a smoke.
Might be able to find Mid-one.
They're looking for a fight.
Oh, they found him. Cogs out. And so is Mid-one. He's ice.
Now they want more.
He's still got the hook shot. Oh, the courier. Oh, No-Tail. He finally was able to afford a TP and he loses it on the courier. Sad times for the Grimstroke. Sumail He's over towards Nisha. Inkswell's done will connect. They're trying to bring down the Kunkka, but he's so tanky at the same time off to the side. Puppy.
The Luna illusions.
Focus the Soulbind. He's linking them two together. Puppy's getting low. Puppy, can he live? He steps to the side, but Saxa will kill him off. So the purge comes to an end. The boat crashing down onto Thompson. Thompson pops the Essence Ring, but Yapsor's there with the arrow. Thompson cannot roll out. Jump forward, Sumail. He's trying to commit, but Matu's still got the BKB good to go. He's just going to turn. Sumail, can he lifesteal up enough to live here? He's trying his best, hitting onto Nisha, but he's backing away. The X-Mark grabs him. Thompson runs forward. The Magnetize is still available. He kills off Nisha. He's going to get Matumaman as well. It's carnage in the jungle of OG, and it may not even be over yet. Mid one and Thompson, seeing if they can find Yapsor. Won't quite be able to chase him. They're going to turn their attention over towards Zai instead. Roll forward onto Zai. OG looks like they may be the ones to come out on top of this fight this time round. Another roll in. Yapsor step forward. Thompson's going to want to chase this. He's got bottle charges and one charges ready to go. Rolls forward. What's the leap status on Yapsor? He's leapless. He's leaped his last. The pit's out. They have the root control. Rod of Atos is back in a second if it's even needed, and it's not, because Yapsor, he's already dead. And OG, they'll team wipe Secret.
Wow, some big buybacks coming out, and they're able to chase forward there because of them. That's pretty big there for Thompson in particular. Sumail, though, not alive during any of those kills, is the unfortunate thing for them. But they do clean up pretty significantly, and now they can push their lanes out, clean up and fix that gold advantage that was getting close to 15,000.
Yeah.
They needed that fight.
And I like this as well from Sumail. This is sort of the classic carry move. When you're a carry, you die first in the team fight, you see all your supports getting all the kills. You buy that tome for yourself. You're not letting them have it. They're like, you guys just got all the cleanup XP, tome for me. And, understandably so, as Sumail, he really is he's the power that OG need to get as buffed up as possible. They've got to get him to the top as quickly as they can.
Yeah, and that level 20 used to be a pretty peak timing for a Lifestealer in a lot of occasions, too, for that evasion. So we did see also in that last fight, Saxa with those illusions did a lot of work. When he had the Soulbind, pretty sick.
Whoa. Uh-oh. No tell. He's been X'd. They may just have to leave this mat. Will. Thompson rolls out. Now I'm going to still try and chase. Nisha's got X-Mark back in a second. Pit on the side, holds back Zai. Zai's still got a hook shot. If he can find the angle, they could dive for this. Mid one, he's already taken him out. He's already taken Saxa back to save the base, but he's all got the X!
He gets it right in time.
No! Oh, Saxa. It was not a safe trip back home. He gets yanked out of the taxi door by Nisha. I mean, the question is, can OG find another fight like they just did? They've been behind for pretty much the whole game in net worth, but somehow did require that buyback, as you mentioned, but they were able to wipe them. Thompson gives Zai a bit of a boot, but nothing less, just a cheeky one. He's got the haste rune. Thanks.
They do have they have a DD rune inside of Sumail's bottle, so that's a pretty big one, and he's approaching that MKB, which will allow him to actually stick onto the Matumaman Luna through the butterfly, at least a bit, but now they're gonna have to worry about doing it all through an Aegis and through a cheese, which has a whole nother element.
But they did find the Orb of Destiny, though. The Orb of Destruction for OG. One of the, well, I guess the Paladin's still better. The Lifestealer.
Someone's
got to have the orb. You've got to have someone holding the orb. I mean, yeah, Sumail's going to get it out. He favors it over the Paladin. It's just so, it's so good. That with the Deso, that's
sustain's not his problem on Sumail.
It's damage.
Right? He needs just the straight damage to be able to stick on the targets.
And he's getting it. MKB is there in a couple of 100 gold. Looks like they won't be able to do anything with this DD though, as it does expire. It's automatically popped.
Oh, but I mean, Matu's down here, and he's only got the clockwork near for the moment.
Yeah, they're on him. And with the DD, they're making quick work of it. That's the Aegis gone. They're going to start bailing as they know that this will warrant a response from Secret Zai. He shoots and he misses. They may still be able to run them down, or not. Saxa slows him with his demonic purse. Sumail's thinking about going back in. Disarms there onto Matumaman. Matu still has the BKB if he feels like he's been put under too much pressure. He's holding on to it for now. OG, they'll decisively back away. They know that Secret will have had time to respond with pretty much the whole team. They don't want to try and fight them out here. There it is, Sumail. He's got that MKB. Of course, all whilst they... Oh. What have we got?
Just Yapsor's items were confused. I was like, Yapsor's not finishing BK. Okay, now he bought a Demon's Edge. Oh, okay, now he just has an MKB out of nowhere. So he looks like he went for the boxy thing, right? At least he's locking and unlocking all his items. There we go.
Yeah,
He's figured
the
it all
Javelin into 2/3 BKB into bow. No,
Matu.
I'm going to go finish the MKB. I like it. The Matu pots the BKB. Thompson's got to roll out, but the Lucent Beam catches him. Thompson will fall. Gets the Magnetize off in time, but Matu with the BKB is ready to push on. See if they can chase some more. No Tail Soul binds both Zai and Matu together. Saxa goes for the TP out. They're still hot on the collar of No Tails. The X mark from Nisha will grab him. Secret will be able to get both of them.
80 seconds, no Thompson now. They have all the time in the world to push these lanes out, which I believe were they are the double catapult waves too that were coming in. So this is going to be a big push coming here for Secret if they do want to turn it into one. They have their own double catapults pushing forward.
See, I mean, do OG want to try and fight at this tier 2? I feel like, well, with just the 3 of them, they can't, right? They've got to wait for Thompson's respawn.
Yeah, they absolutely have to wait. And I mean, it's tough now though, because we talked about Sumail. He's all about the damage. Look at the sustain now from Matum in these last 2 moments. Not only does he have the cheese, he's got the Satanic, and he got the Paladin Sword. So he's got, you know, he's got the gorgeous lifesteal to hold his ground.
Love and life. It's another big old Luna. What can OG do? 30 seconds. No Thompson. Zai, he's just in. Oh, he's in.
Ooh, aggressive
and
force
with a
that.
cheeky force, pushing mid one out into the face of Matuma-man. Matuma-man still takes a little bit of a beating. Did pop the Satanic there. Still has the BKB and the cheese. They'll reset. That was mid one himself also having to use his BKB to remain alive. And Secret will back off. They know that Thompson's coming back into the game. They'll more than happily continue to farm at the map. They know that both Matu and Nisha are just farming at a pace that nobody, even Sumail, is able to keep up with right now in OG.
All of them are staying here now. They're understanding the strength that they have at the moment. Don't let OG leave their base. As soon as they do start to, you see them shifting. They know that they're probably trying to make a move outside. Rockets to scout things out.
Zai, he wants to hook someone. Blink forward. Thompson's going to kick him off to the side, but Thompson's been X'd. He cannot escape from this. He'll try his best, but Thompson will fall yet again. No buyback. Dead for 70. Rods out onto Zai, but he's quickly forces himself outside of the firestorm. He'll be able to clean up the illusions, and Secret again just getting these kills and then not being punished at all. They're now 16k ahead of OG. Sumail's going to head up top, try and get some space to push out this top wave, get some money towards his next item, the AC, but he's still very far off from finishing it, and he's going to have to come back and help. They're losing the tier 3. They'll instantly collapse onto Zaxa. Sumail pots the rage. He's trying to kill off Matu, but Matu with the BKB, with the Satanic, he can just turn, fight back onto Sumail. Zai controls him with a hook shot. Sumail dead without buyback. Secret, they can finish off this mid set of racks and almost certainly go for more now, nearing 20k. It's over it. It's over 20k advantage. Matu and Nisha just farmed to epic proportions this game, and at the same time being so involved, so active. Mid one steps forward, but instantly falls to the damage of Matu. No-Tail dies in a torrent. This will be a second set of racks for Secret. A Secret starting this series off with a bang. Mid one, he brought back for this. An instant death on the Underlord. Thompson as well, controlled by Nisha. They're trying their best to come up with one last final hold, OG. But they just don't have the means to do it. The bottom rack's already gone. Matu, he's ready to roll on to the next game. He's finishing off the tier 4s. Sumail will be back in 20. Maybe they can go for one more chance there, but when that happens, they're unlikely to have Thompson. Disruption saves him from the X-Mark, drag back, and boy, he's actually able to roll away. Thompson will live. But the tier 4s, they don't have the capability of rolling back to the fountain. They're dead. The Ancient's exposed. So's Saxa as he's blown up. Matu pots the BKB. Thompson rolls forward to his death. This game's over. Game 1 is in the bag for Team Secret.
Solid play all across the board. I love the item decisions. We can talk about a lot of different things in this game. I love Zai going for like these blink plays and everything too, because then he had a little bit of rough times with a couple of the hook shots, but it was just having him have such an easy access into the back lines over and over again. And it's just such chaos in the fights. This Kunkka and this Luna, they're dishing out far too much damage. And Thompson really just overcommitting a lot of the times,
he's a madman, Thompson. He's just, if he sees an opportunity to go in, he doesn't even stop to think. He is in there on the front lines, which is a lot of fun to watch. Didn't pay off for him this game, as OG as a whole struggled. Sumail did have a decent amount of farm. The problem was, over on the side of Secret, you have Anisha Kunka and a Batumba Man Luna just on another level for the whole second half of that game. They were so far ahead in farm.
Yeah, and they just, I mean, it wasn't even, it was them too, but also, I mean, Gapsor, he had a little bit of sneaky farm too. They just, overall, on the side of Team Secret, they had much more farm, and their cores actually had more of an impact. It really just felt like it was Sumail versus the world a lot of the times, with some, like, with Soxas backing him up, actually, most of the time too. The Shadow Demon felt like it was a lot more influential than a lot of the other cores.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Secret with a really good game plan coming into this one, and Luna continuing to look super hot.
Yeah, I mean, has it just got to go? Is it getting to the point now when you're playing against a team like Secret or like NIGMA, do you have to ban the Luna or at least take it out of their hands?
You might have to start looking back to think of heroes that can deal with it. I know, I think I saw an Ursa picked yesterday versus it. I know I actually do like the Ursa versus Luna sometimes, but you're just going to have to find some better solutions to deal with it, because this hero really just seems to work too well with the whole team, because he farms at a super fast pace and he team fights and he just amplifies everyone. So yeah, they're gonna have to find some way back to the next game.
All right, well, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back on your screens very shortly with game 2 of Team Secret versus OG. But for now, Secret, they will take a confident lead here with this first game, 1-0 at the moment, up against OG.
Hey guys, it's Purge. I'm one of the casters here, and I'm going to take a shot at the Betway Skill Shot Challenge to see if I can get the highest score for Blast Bounty Hunt. 3, 2, 1, start. Okay, who's got the gem? Easy. It's very simple. Is this supposed to be difficult? The gem stuff. Get the gem. I play Pudge all the time. We're good. Who's got gem? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Messed it up. Game's not easy. Oh, I have to restart now? Hero, anybody? I'm not very good at this hero. Where am I? Close one. I just missed that one. Oh, that one's bad. No, it's good. Get there. Oh, too late. Time. Spear them 2 trees. Spear them 2 trees. Cooldown's too low. This is fun. Oh no. Okay. This one is not difficult. Way too confident. I'm like trying to hurry. I got you that time. And I got it good. Oh, I had that one. Am I supposed to do raises or something? Triple raises? Is this the... It's a lot of... Oops. Oh, I wanted that last raise. My final score is 4,992. You can share your score online with the hashtag #SkillShotChallenge. And up next is going to be Era from NIP.
There were a lot of firsts here, a lot of firsts indeed. There was a first Underlord, 0% win rate. There was a first Ogre, and the first time that Team Secret and OG in their current iteration faced each other, and of course Ogre 100% win rate and Secret 100% win rate as well. Here to discuss that first game of our best of 3 upper bracket finals here for the Blast Bounty Hunt, it is Cinderin and Purge. Guys, where do you want to start this one off? Because I kind of felt like it was a non-stop kind of battle all across the map. But normally we start in the laning phase.
Yeah.
So perhaps Purge, I mean, you want to do that again?
Yeah, sure. Mid one died a lot. That's what happened. He had to lane against 3 heroes, and it was a little difficult for him to survive through this because OG committed only 2 heroes to the top lane instead. So they kind of knew that this wasn't going to go very well, and he ended up being pressured a lot. This is one of the better fights that they had. They, I believe, almost killed Matumba Man here. He's able to stay alive, but they ended up cleaning up Yepsor immediately afterwards. You'll see it in a moment here. Watch the chunks coming. It looks like Mino's definitely dead. Nope. Goes the other way instead.
Something oh yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Nah, but he did die a lot in the end, so that's all.
So something I was wondering in this game is Clockwork has a really bad matchup against Lifestealer already, so I don't know if OG committed too many resources to shut down Zai here compared to what they got in return. Like Grimstroke was level 1 minute 4, I think. Obviously you get complete free farm on Lifestealer like this, he would have lost a bit of farm, but maybe as a tri-lane top they could have got a lot of work done in this 3v3. So I'm not sure if that decision was fully worth it. Gonna see one of the dives here with a really good TP rotation from Puppey. This is Thompson's, I believe, first move top, where he's gonna die.
Yeah.
So that's a really bad start for a utility mid laner that needs to roam and get kills.
And his second time rotating top was almost straight after this, also died.
Yeah. So considering that, like, there were multiple things in this game with fights that went wrong for OG, but they also had some incredible ones. Like, the game is looking hard, and they're pulling out crazy fights, actually, considering how hard they should be. They're getting really good results. So I very much enjoyed watching this game, even though, you know, at a point it looked like, okay, Secret's got this one. OG made you question it the whole time, like, is the game actually over? Until Secret had like a 15 to 20k lead, then you're like, okay, now we're there. But even their 10k lead, OG team wiped them with, I think, 1 or 2 buybacks next to their outposts. Sure, we're going to see that clip a bit later.
Just felt very hard for OG to fight into them. Lifestealer, while he was basically invulnerable to the disables that Secret had, it felt like his impact damage-wise was always a lot lower than they needed to be able to win team fights. Like, it was hard for him to kill supports at the start. Once he gets Armlet, he's doing okay against other cores, and then he gets Deso, and he's still just doing okay. Just felt like other heroes might have been more effective. I know that Ursa got banned out, for example, but it just felt very difficult for OG to take successful fights. Or Sumail almost getting left behind here.
Yeah, this was actually a pretty sick escape, losing only 1 hero there in that mess. But yeah, I agree. I think Lifestealer, basically, if you think about Ursa and you compare it to Lifestealer, both of them very much single target, want to stay on top of one guy at a time. The difference is just Ursa has mobility and Lifestealer doesn't. And Lifestealer is very fragile without rage, whereas Ursa can, you know, he has enrage, he stays stanky longer, he can go for the Roshan kill. He offers added benefit, he's a stronger laner. So there's just so many things going Ursa's way, where imagine if Lifestealer had Earthshock, like how good the hero would suddenly be. But, you know, that's not, don't do that.
Lifestealer just has a lot of damage issues right now. It all comes from his items, basically. And once his rage runs out and he gets ditched by his team, because like Lifestealer is very able to stay alive right now, but his damage potential just isn't quite as high. And he also doesn't have high HP just base, so I don't know, he is like some item issues at the moment that make him a little bit less appealing compared to other heroes.
This was that, I believe this is the really good fight from OG. They're gonna buy back Thompson here, and he's gonna TP in on the outpost. The start of this fight, the illusions from Sox are really what's getting them a chance at winning this fight. The Luna illusions are owning Secret in the beginning. They still feel strong though, they got a couple of kills, they want to keep snowballing. There's that buyback from Thompson, he comes in, they clean up, and now they run down the Mirana as well as the Clockwork in the end here, I do believe. They get the Clockwork first, and then Mirana second.
Yeah, it took a bit of time, but they get both. I must say though, these fights that we see, like these clips, normally these highlight clips are like spread throughout the entire game. These 3 last fights that we've seen are all kind of like one after the other, straight up.
And
yeah.
It's weird to see the kill difference so stark, considering watching those games, like, or those last clips. Like, Secret was consistently getting advantage slowly over time, and OG was doing an okay job of staying about even, but Sumail only had 4 kills that game. When's the last time his kill totals were that low? And I don't think it's because he played bad, I think it's just because the hero matchups were not super ideal for him. because it was really difficult to fight, and it just felt like nobody on OG really was ultra ready to run into a Luna. Luna just really showed to be the better carry in this patch.
If his hero matchups are not ideal, then it is a problem when you tend to pick the hero, right? You're last picking this lifestealer, and if you still don't like what you end up with, either your conditions when you had to pick your carry were bad, or there was a better option, right? Like, the only one that comes to mind that could have maybe been interesting in this game would be something like maybe a Juggernaut, where you can get the healing ward and you can outlast the boat, and then you can try to fight back with Omnislash. You also have the magic immunity, similar to Lifesteal's Rage for Blade Fury, so you can counter the fights there. That's a hero OG would have picked a lot in the past. I don't know why they didn't do it here. They just think he's bad, because... Not sure.
They would have also still had the same problem where they had a one core versus two big cores on the side of Team Secret. We're gonna find out if they might get a couple more strong carries in their lineup other than just the lifestealer we earned the draft for a game number 2. Powered by Betway, we are already into some bans. Team Secret actually this time around up to ban out Wind Ranger, just in case OG wanted to refer back to that one. And Lycan is still in the pool, not yet banned. Keep track on that. Queen of Pain still, Beastmaster still. These two teams ban out so many different heroes compared to the rest of the teams we see. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is a little different, that's for sure. The Wind Ranger ban respected. No Soxa shenanigans here. But Nature's Prophet is still here, Beastmaster is still here. Chen didn't get picked or banned last game. Queen of Pain is the other one, of course. So we'll see which one Secret lets through.
And Ember Spirit, or did you say that?
Yeah,
Ember
I
Spirit
did not.
and Nature's Prophet.
I did get Prophet.
105.
Wow, look at those odds now.
Oh my god.
Oh dear,
Alright,
these
Sin,
odds.
so if I gave you $8, what would you do with that money right now?
Buy a hot dog?
Wow, that's some expensive hot dog.
It is Europe though, right?
I like my gourmet hot dogs, Purge. I only eat the best sausage.
I see. That's okay. Hot dogs are good.
Yeah, I don't know. I think so. Something that we talk about sometimes when it comes to drafting is when there's a lot of good heroes in the pool, right? These teams are clearly banning, they're target banning players with comfort heroes rather than the meta itself. When you do that, the second pick team's goal is to try to limit the number of really powerful heroes down to a subset of 3 where they can get any 2 and they're happy being in the same lineup. You know what I mean? That is their goal. And now, so who is left now that they've banned Beastmaster? There's Queen,
Ember, and
Queen, Ember, Nature's Prophet. I feel like you can combine any of those 2 and you're happy, basically. Any 2 of those 3. So now you could take Quap Ember if you wanted, and I don't think you're gonna feel bad about it. You don't have to do it, of course, but you basically bought yourself a piece of information now by leaving in a lot of good heroes in the pool, and now you need to choose how many of the powerful meta heroes do we want in return for this Nature's Prophet. I wonder what OG will respond to Quap Ember. Like, is there a really good hero against that in Dota right now? Where you're like, ha, gotcha, with our first phase pick? Like,
I'm not sure. Maybe like Beastmaster or something.
but he's banned. That's what they set up, right? So I was thinking Meepo is good against both heroes, but you can't really first phase that. And I don't know if OG would want to play it anyway, right? I think Sumail does play it. Maybe? Mid one does. We know that. But I don't think mid one wants to play Meepo on 200 ping. So. Alright. They rate Luna higher. That is obviously another one. So that does mean if we do consider Luna as one of the big ones, then there's still 4. Then there was Nature's Prophet, Ember, Quap, and Luna. And Secret, as a result, might end up taking neither, because then they get into a second phase where they can still complement with one of the powerful heroes with what they started on in the beginning. So maybe we'll see something like Avenge. We could see the Ogre again. Mirana is in. Could just do the same thing again if they wanted to.
Tree, okay.
Yep. Like we said, Treants. Very powerful. So they want to defend their towers against Nature's Prophet, I'm guessing?
Also, they did try to play Treant as the offlaner earlier this week, and I wonder if that was like an idea they had and they feel like they can try it again. Didn't work that time.
Their lineup had some other problems that game.
It did, yeah. It wasn't just that. It was that they had a Tree 3, and then they had like an Enchantress support, and the other support was like Oracle or something defensive too, I think. I don't remember. Something weird like that. It was like overly heal, save ally, defensive, not enough offense. But Tree this game is relatively effective too. You can use it, Bramble Maze, or not Bramble Maze, what's it called? The first skill is pretty effective against the trees to help trade
Nature's
or
Grasp?
to dive. Yeah, Nature's Grasp, thank you. The other one that makes tree roots is pretty effective against the treants in the laning stage if you want to like jump on Nature's Prophet, because not only does it work on the hero, but it's also going to limit the trees from trading as well in those moments that you go for them. And they open our Spirit again. It's not... It was okay last game. Like, there were moments of glory, kind of similar to their match against Nip, I believe, but it didn't quite look as strong as the previous match. So, I don't know, maybe this is just what OG's trying to move with for now. I don't really trust it as really effective just yet. And if they pivot it into a support and they get a drafting advantage as a result and get a counter pick with a different mid hero, then I'm really happy with it. But so far it's been consistently the mid, and it hasn't looked that amazing. So I don't have a huge amount of faith in it yet.
I also think that, I guess they have Nature's Prophet this time, which definitely can transition into a more hard hitter later on as well. By the way, interesting for you guys to note, before this draft, the amount of heroes that we had in terms of strength, agility, and intellect, it was 14 intellect, 13 strength, and 13 agi.
Wow.
So those 3.6% that went for it, even across the board, they're pretty close right now. They're gonna get a lot of points there.
No, what's the split right now then? This is 2 strength, 1 agility, 1 int. So agi is behind by 2? Yeah.
Yeah, it's 14, 13.
Agi fans, it's not looking good.
Oh man, and this could be the last game as well. So
yeah.
we should figure out by the end of the draft who to cheer for. That way,
we should.
Completely.
the only thing that decides it is that one prediction.
Okay, so we do have the Batrider ban. We're into the second pick phase. Like, should we still be worried about things like Ember Spirit and stuff, or because they're not picked in the first 2, they're no longer a concern? Or
I definitely think you don't forget about those. Absolutely. Ember is still a viable hero here. They're gonna go for Dragon. Okay, so this is kind of like what NIGMA played earlier, the DK Luna. So what looks like really good compliments here. Are Secret gonna go like full push and get Chen, or are they gonna go Horus with Venge, or are they gonna go a Mirana again? I like the first 2 more, I think. Chen and VS.
I just feel like right now OG's having damage issues. It was kind of the same story as in the previous match as well, and things like Magnetize are really effective, but once BKBs come out and Manta Styles come out, then it's a lot harder for them to kill the Luna, and that's another thing that's also kind of preventing them from even picking Ember here. Ember against DK looks okay, and it's good against Tree as well, but like the Luna kind of makes it not look like a good pick, right? Because once you get Manta or BKB, then Ember just doesn't feel nearly as scary for a Luna player, unless you can extend the fights for more than about 10 seconds. Ember could be good.
Is there any good reason to not get Shadow Demon right now? Like, do you see a pitfall? Like, you have Soul Catcher against Dragon Knight, you have Demonic Purge against Tree Armor, which is an added benefit for sure when you're targeting a carry. You can disrupt the Luna.
Did disrupting Luna even feel that good last game though? Maybe that was other issues.
It was a primary reason they even had a chance in that 13k gold deficit fight.
But maybe the reason they only barely had a chance was because they had a Shadow Demon.
Did you not feel like Shadow Demon did much that game? Maybe.
It was pretty good. There was a couple fights where there was 1 or 2 fights where disruption was really good, and Shadow Poison was a factor certainly. But there was also a couple fights where the illusions just got cleared right away.
Yeah.
And then it was like, oh well, there goes our disruption. And some of those disruptions came at slightly inappropriate times, just because it felt like, well, if we don't have illusions, we're not going to win the fight anyway. So I'm not completely sold on it. And once you had Butterfly as well, the illusions maybe weren't as big of a vulnerability. So I guess Caudle is simpler, better team fight, better lane push. Can definitely pressure Luna more in lane, damage-wise. So
I definitely agree with the lane push. It seems like OG's plan here is, okay, we see you guys want to ball up and push with your Dragon Knight Luna. We're going to pick big team fight. We're going to pick big wave clear, so that we can, first of all, make it difficult for you guys to group up to begin with, because you always need to try to defend against our Fury and Caudle that are just going to push lanes. And if you do manage to get there, we have Illuminate defensively with Blinding Light, and we have the team fight to fight you. So I really like the Caudle over SD for that reason, actually. They're going to get something to try to kill the Disco Ball here. Interesting choice.
Just kind of feel like Secret's getting all the best heroes here a little bit. Any feelings on that? Luna seems amazing. Dragonite has been in and out, but Ursa kind of feels like the best upfront in your face carry a little.
Is this
Troll's
an Ursa
gonna be
mid?
all right.
Or DK mid? Like one of Ursa and Dragonite has to, like this core combination is pretty unusual. So I think what Secret are maybe thinking here is that, okay, we're going to expect Earth Spirit to be locked into mid. He doesn't necessarily have to be, but we're going to kind of rely on that for now. And if that's the case, that's a really good lane matchup for Ursa. If it doesn't end up being the case, and he does go support, is Ursa great here? He's pretty good against Caudle. He's good against Furion for sure. He jump out of the trees, and he buys Battle Fury nowadays.
He's a little weak against Troll until later.
We'll see.
But I agree with what you say about the matchup stuff in the mid lane. If it's Earth Spirit, I think Ursa's going to be happy.
Super.
Has to be a little bit careful about getting punched under tower, but he's still got a leap, so...
Yeah.
Ursa apparently has a win rate advantage against Troll. So that that's one of those interesting things sometimes where you'd think like, oh, Blinding Light's surely better, but or Whirling Axes lowers his increases his mischance, but he could always pop his ulti. He's got some solutions against it.
You can remove Whirling Axes, and if Troll ultis you, you can ulti back, and then you're kind of negating a big part of Battle Trance because you have the Enrage running. So yeah, it's pretty interesting matchup actually.
Maybe
I do feel like Secret has more punching people. Like they can do a lot more damage at the moment, right, than OG?
Yeah, I agree with that. Outside of like small burst moments of like Earth Spirit rolls in while an Illuminate hits a guy and the Prophet ulti comes through. Yeah, I agree. There's way more ability to like jump in and blow somebody up quick, and that's mostly coming from Ursa, I guess. But depending on how the lane setups are going, I feel like Secret's draft is a lot slower than some of their previous ones to have both Ursa and Luna and Dragonite. It feels like, yeah, maybe their lane matchups are good, but how are they going to protect all 2 or 3 of those guys? I feel like one of them's going to have a really bad lane, and then maybe it, I don't know, maybe it still works because you can have like Dragonite in the front covered by tree, and the other 2 cores can wait for the right moments to go in, but I think Secret's draft is maybe looking too greedy at this point to me, and maybe that's reflected in lanes like you were saying, Sin.
Okay,
keep in mind,
wait.
Yapsor can play Luna.
Yes, I was just gonna say, is any of these a support? Like, is there a possibility that any of these is a support? If there's like a total super good last pick, I don't think OG are even considering the option right now that Luna might be support. Like something like Meepo, for example, could have looked pretty incredible here. Sand King makes it a little bit worse, but this is not a bad Meepo game still. It's probably a little bit too wonky, right?
That's
like
too greedy.
It's a bit of a stretch, but Secret has pulled off this kind of stuff before, where you're like, man, this draft is way too greedy. But then they just play their lanes well, stabilize the map, and then they get their items and hit the timing. But now, I don't know. I'm not sold on it. I think the Luna is probably still a core. It just seems weird to save a support pick for last in this kind of game, right? So they must probably be considering one of their own picks a flex, and now they end up finally deciding if it is or not. But Treant has to be a support, right? Like, that can't be a core now.
I feel like
also,
this... I was going to say, the Sand King kind of feels effective here too. Not too farm heavy, lots of AoE stun against possible grouped cores. He can stay in his lane and keep pushing things out. And now they grab a Queen of Pain.
Last pick Quab.
I don't know.
Last man Ember, last pick Quab.
It is Yapsor Luna, you're right about that. I don't know if it's going to be as effective as a 4. It gave them some draft flexibility, I guess, but the downside is it's not going to feel like as strong of a hero from a 4 position. It's straight up weaker in that role than it used to be. It used to just give raw stats, now it just gives percentage damage. So for Luna herself, she's not going to contribute as much just by staying alive, even though Lucent Beam is still really good.
Maybe there is something to be said about a tri-lane with Luna support together with Treant because of how high his base damage is. Maybe the aura matters a lot there.
That's a good point.
You could do something like Luna Ursa Treant lane. Sounds pretty strong. But yeah, I mean, I love to see it. It's super creative. Whether it's gonna look amazing or fall flat, it's gonna be fun. So cool.
It should be fun regardless. I have done the tally, by the way. Whoever did the 3.6%, you need at least another game in order to be able to have a chance of everything being even, because you can't at the moment.
Who's in the lead, Cheever? Tell me.
It's a tie. It is a tie between intellect and strength at the moment, or
okay.
intelligence and strength. So I don't know what happens with a tie. Does everybody get points? I hope so. Or we can just have a third game to the series and have a deciding,
Another tie.
Deciding game. No, hopefully not another tie. But hopefully it may be a tie for OG versus Secret, because that would mean that we get a third game. But let's first enjoy the second game of this series, Upper Bracket Finals with OD Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yeah, we're going to get to see it, Fog. The old Yapzor Luna. He's always been a fan of this. Obviously, Luna, as the panel mentioned, has had some changes since the time when support Luna as a whole was very much well, not a common thing, but people were doing
For
it.
them.
What do you think about it here? Do you like the way the Secret sort of switched it up? They bang it out as the first pick, and then they say, well, actually, that's our support. Have another call. Quap 5.
I mean, it's
fifth pick.
It's the bait play, right? You're leading them to think of that, and then you just switch it up. So, hey, in this patch, I've seen a lot of weird 4-5 positions. Why not, right? Let's see if he is able to make it work, because it's different. Like you guys were mentioning, it's base damage bonus and base armor bonus. It's not the time of when Yapzor was playing it, where I believe it was the attribute bonus when he was doing it for the most part.
I think it was.
So, quite different. But in tri-lane, hey, especially with the tree, like they were mentioning, tree has 91 base damage.
Oh, so you did the maths.
It's like a plus 10 damage easily.
Nice.
Not too bad.
Some value right there.
Yeah. So look at Zai's items right now. It looks like he's not decided which lane he's going to yet. Looks like they're just trying to do some scouting right now before they really full decide about their item choices here. Nisha now is delivering his.
What's he getting out?
It's mid items.
Oh, standard stuff, yeah.
Yeah. But it looks like he's going to be versus Sumail mid, so it's a little bit of a tricky kind of play. They're probably like, hey, it's Thompson playing the troll, but it's going to be Sumail playing the MP in the mid. So, cool little play there. And we've seen it at Nature's Prophet. We don't see it that much, but NP versus Quap, it's a pretty good matchup for the Nature's Prophet.
Why do you think that we are seeing that sort of switch around? Is that Sumail just being the more confident Prophet player, or?
It just the trick, right? It's just like, oh, Sumail is not going to play mid. It's going to be Thompson mid, so they're probably just trying to trick them up there. I'm sure both of these players could play it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I feel like this is just a really neat way to trick your opponent, because Thompson always plays mid, and Troll is just much better if he's going to be posted versus a tri-lane or versus a dual lane or whatnot.
Yeah, I like this. Well, here we go. King back to mid. Let's see how it goes.
He should do. I mean, he can do very well in this matchup. You just have you technically have better base damage because you have all these treants all the time for harassment and for hitting.
Yeah, I think he should do fine. I think it's hard as well as the Quap to really sort of commit on him, because anytime you do try and go, as you say, you're going to be taking quite a bit of a punch back.
Ooh, Nisha missed the range creep there on that one with the scream.
Yeah, I'm seeing
uphill miss twice and doesn't get, and then the tree gets denied. Oh, I'm just staring at mid this whole time.
Oh, it's hard not to. As I say, Sumail back to mid. I'm sure a lot of eyes are going to want to be on him to see how he's going to do here today against the Nisha Quap, and of course, once again, that very beautiful Arcana there from Nisha. Seen a couple of Arcana Quaps today. We did see one where they didn't have it, of course. And that game, the Quap lost, right?
The Quap lost. That was, I think it was Koikfa playing it when he did not have the Arcana.
Well, it serves him right.
Oh, it changes your denies?
What do you mean? Yeah, you get the little
flame. It makes your denies fiery. Oh, I didn't see that last time. Oh my god, that's actually
It's amazing. It's amazing. Dude, wait until you see what it does when you buy a Divine Rapier.
Wait, what?
It doesn't do anything. I'm just hoping loads of people
you would have tested
go and
that,
queue
though,
up pubs and start buying Rapier, because they're like, OD Pixel said there'd be a cool effect.
I mean,
I
just believe you, because you would buy a Rapier. That would be the first thing you do. Be like, Arcana, I'm buying Rapier, I'm ruining games.
Don't do it, kids. Don't do it. I was only joking. It was a joke. Right, anyway, let's have a look at these side lane setups. You say the tri-lane down here. We'll see how much impact this Luna Aura does have, and if it does get them some kills early on. But as you mentioned, I think it's going to be hard, because it's not like OG's tri-lane's bad, right? It's a pretty solid defensive tri-lane from OG.
I mean, they also have a DK with their tri-lane, so I don't think they're going to be killing much of anything unless... I mean, maybe if he gets a stun at level 3, and then they try doing some aggressive plays, potentially, maybe. But probably pretty unlikely, as we're already seeing a lane swap. Matu going aggressive onto mid one. Puppy makes his move toward top, breaking the lane a little bit here. As we see mid one, he's cutting the waves. He doesn't want to actually lane directly versus that Ursa.
Okay. This is quite nice as well, isn't it? It's the mid-prophet against a Quap. This hero that you know is going to be dishing out consistent harass on you, just having the ability to TP back and return to lane very easily. Whenever you're against an enemy mid that's going to be as aggressive as a Quap, that benefit is just, it's huge.
Yeah, Sumail's going to win this matchup pretty hard, actually. Just the resource war.
Yeah.
You see that Nisha's out of mana. He can't actually apply pressure,
He's
so
out
now
of-
the last hits are just going to crush him.
Yeah, look at these CS. 11 and 12 on Sumail, 5 and 6 on Quap. And honestly, I think that's it. It's really a bit of both, right? This is Sumail. You know, he's an incredibly strong mid laner when it comes to the technical aspect of the 1v1, and
Top
the
lane.
fact that Prophet is going to have that edge against Quap.
Ooh. Matu almost at risk of dying there. Is able to hop away before he gets hit by the boulder smash. Lots of salves going off up top. But yeah, I mean, like we said, that this is something that it's a matchup that people haven't done too often, but it is known. People do know that NP versus Quap in the past,
Really good.
how strong it can be.
Now, how's the farm looking on our carries on both sides? Thompson, 18 and 4 down here.
Still great.
Matu, 19 and 3. Neither side really falling that far behind. It really is just that mid lane where the difference stands at the moment.
Yep. And you see these gloves of haste that Sumail picked up right away when he TP'd back are really making a big difference. Look how his fast attack animation versus the Quap is just securing him so many extra last hits.
Yeah, Nisha having to heavily rely on the scream to get it, but as you can see, he's gone through all the mana. He's got no mana left upon him. He does manage to farm just enough to get that bottle out, so the bottle will be coming out and on its way, and Nisha, he's going to need to do his best to keep control of the runes to make sure that he can continue to use the nukes to secure CS against Sumail and his treants.
Puppy with the heads up TP, but Saksa, because of that arcane rune, he does have the rolling boulder up again to be able to set up for that kill and stop the TP.
Down bottom, Thompson tried to have a bit of a go on to Yapso. Did bring him very, very low there. But a point in the Dragon Tail stun from Zai stops Thompson from being able to get away with killing off the support Luna.
Yep, just such a strong dual lane with OG here. Zai, he's just going to be able to casually get some farm, but not to the same extent of that troll. And Yapster's not going to be able to help much at all. Looks like they're trying to claim themselves the bounty. Looks like Nisha will fill up his bottle.
Up top, Matu. He's getting farm, but he does have to be cautious. Mid one and Saxo have been looking a few times to see if they can get dive into him underneath the tower. It's going to be hard now, though, with this wave coming in. Matu just a wave away from having the 6. And at that point, he's going to feel pretty safe just being left on his own here. Very hard to dive a bear when he has the Enrage ready.
Mid one, do they have detection? They have a dust. 2 of them are in the area here. Here we go. Saving the Lucent Beam as long as he can, because the TP is going to happen if he uses it right away. That means they can't actually set up or have enough damage to go for it. And oh my god!
Oh, he shoots and he scores!
See you later, nerds. It's a perfect chat wheel.
With those bounces, he aims it perfectly.
The bait play right there. That was, I mean, they were playing it right how they held the Lucent Beam, but they did not. They forgot about that quick level 6 on NP.
Dude, Sumail is loving life right now. He's had a dominant mid lane performance. He gets that kill mid lane. The Rollins onto Nisha. Nisha, the blink's still on cooldown. He does have the illusion rune and will now be able to turn onto Saxa. Yapsa coming in with the TP, and that will allow them to turn, kill off Saxa, and Nisha will be fine. He's able to bottle back up.
But Sumail, like you said, very happy.
Yeah,
as looks like he's going to rush an Orchid, as kind of expected when he's playing versus a Ursa, when he's playing versus Quap. Just excellent pickup. That silence is going to be really strong. And he's off to such a good start, so he should have pretty good timing on it. And with this NP, the other also pretty big thing is that, as we mentioned, like the way that you can do the lane, but now Queen of Pain's kind of role is you're going to be setting up and looking to gank around the side lanes. Nature's Prophet can always just teleport to join, or just continue pushing the mid lane and force you to react back. So a lot of different options that Sumail can do in response to what Nisha wants to.
Down bottom. The disturbed farm of Thompson will continue. Up top, they're trying for Puppy. Puppy, again, it's another Nature's Wrath that causes the death of him as Sumail just continues to pick up these global kills from the mid. Second one in a row there. Each time the ult's available, they're always looking for opportunities to allow Sumail to go for it. In fact, he's going for Nisha. Nisha has got the blink. He is out of there, and there's backup. Yapsaw, as well as multiple TPs coming in. Sumail having to be a little careful. They've also got Zai sweeping around. In secret, I think they're starting to realize, you know, we've got to do something about this Prophet.
But what do they do? Their 2 supports don't really do much of anything in this game. It's a Luna and a tree. It's just very hard for them to really help out the lanes at all. The Luna has Tranquil Boots and you throw a Lucent Beam and then that's it. Train Protector, you're not really contributing too much either. And you're level 2 on Tree, only level 3 on the Luna. Meanwhile, level 4 on the Keep It Alight. Earth Spirit approaching level 4 as well.
Thompson trying to chase down Puppey a little bit. But again, still on his own, so no follow-up to continue to chase Puppey deeper into his jungle. Mid lane, Yapzor and Nisha hovering around the side. Nisha with the Arcane Rune, level 7, he's good to go if he wants to try and jump and burst the target.
I like how Zai decided to just ult and just come in. I think that was one of the big moves that they've done so far. He's gotten more than half of the damage on the tower too. He doesn't, I mean bottom he can't even get to the tower probably versus that troll, so this was the best option that he could use and utilize that ultimate. Matumben's just free farming top, so no point in going up there. As it will be, of course, that Battle Fury build, he's queued it up.
Yeah, we'll see what sort of way Thompson goes with his itemization. He's going to queue up the Manta first.
He needs it this game versus Tree. He's got to rush it. Too good. Too many things he can dispel off and play around with that.
Mid lane. Just working on the D push. Top, they're diving. See if they can find Matu, but he's able to jump his way out there. Smell will come in and offer up his efforts to push some pressure onto the tier 1 tower and start to take away this area of the map that Matu has been left alone with for the most part of his first 9 minutes.
Secrets? I'd imagine they react to this though, especially because like their outpost top is not taken. Okay, Puppey will notice that one there. They have about 30 seconds still.
See you later, nerds.
Backup is on the way in case further pressure comes in onto Matu.
Yep.
Puppey and Yapzor ready to offer up their services to help Matu fight if he wants to mid 1. He's going to put the Sandstorm. Dust is out upon him. He still has the Burrow Strike. Will turn aggressively with the Burrow Strike onto Matu, but mid 1's going to die for that. I feel like he would have been much better to use that Burrow Strike to escape, and he dies. At the same time, Thompson on the bottom half of the map looks like with the help of Sumail was able to kill off Zai, get that DK out of this area, and Sumail quickly resumes pressure on mid, summons up the treants and starts to hammer down onto the tier 1.
And Nisha during all that, Nisha was actually just farming inside of the enemy triangle just to wait for the bounty rune as, oh, Saksa, he rolls forward to grab the creep wave. Can Lucent Beam go off? Oh, it cannot.
Not quite in time. Mid lane Nisha, well, he blinked in for this. He wanted No-Tail, he got it. Does commit the ult there to kill off the No-Tail support.
Zai has ult, so they want to be able to push it directly down afterwards. That's the key. Pretty good usage there. Even though it's just that little support, they want to get a tower out of it, so that's the big objective.
And Sumail wants to hold. He knows the mid one's swinging across to mid. Nisha has to blink away. They're not going to get it. OG's going to be able to push them back off this.
The Yapzor now also hits level 6 bottom. Immediately queuing up the Ags, so that's going to be the choice of the build for him there. Don't know what other items he really would go for. It's Yapzor, so he's got to go for something greedy, so you imagine it's going to be something of that style. Mid.
And they're trying to hold on to this tower, but OG, they've got the 4 of them here. Sumail beating down upon it, fortification for the moment, but it comes to an end. Sumail, he'll finish it off. The tower goes down. OG able to hold on to their tier 1 and take that of Secrets. As OG now, 11 minutes in, they hold the lead.
How's Sumail? And they've seen Sumail. They've seen that Oblivion Staff is finished in his inventory, so they know 100% that that Orchid is coming. See that it's a Yule's already put into the slot for Nisha. So he can deal with that. Alright, let's see what moves OG decides to make. Because right now they have a pretty good window without Sonic Wave up that they can make these aggressive moves quite easily. Easier natural ways for them to push towers too, because they have a Troll Warlord, so they can just beat on towers with that plus NP. While on the side of Secret, they have to rely on the DK form really to hit those towers early.
So it's going to have again in 20 seconds, so nobody comes down here. Could start to have a bit of a poke away at the tier 1 bottom of OG's. Also with Matu and Yapzor swinging by, they'll be ready for any response from OG. OG, they'll stick up top, take the tier 1, and they'll start to move on to this tier 2. Nisha, Sonic Wave back in 10 seconds. Secret could look to try and put together a fight around this tower. See if they want to come and hold this. Puppey's here as well.
They really want to try to push tower bottom as well. Mid one is being a big nuisance though, as he's cleared out the creep waves very quickly. Nisha.
Thompson
actually pops the ult. He's in.
That was an early ult, but hey, it's working. It's going to kill off Puppey, but now he's in deep and he's in without an ult. He's trying to run, but the Sonic Wave burst brings him down low. He's gone. Nisha jumps over towards No Tail, and that was
a really early ult, right?
I mean, did he fat finger it? Because he was on the
I mean,
high
I
ground,
don't
he just
know.
popped the ult.
He used the Whirling Axes and then just, like, he just started charging right away. That was...
I mean, he killed Puppey. He killed Puppey, but he's dead.
Yeah, they forced a lot of reaction top as well, but Zai immediately, he goes straight to mid, and he looks like he should just be able to get this tower for free. He's a little spooked, but it will tick. Oh, it's a deny.
Easy deny for No Tail.
And YapzOr being chased.
He's running. He's got to have some serious jukes here to get out of this. And yeah, there's no jukes to be had. He's killed. Samael will take that. Thank you very much. 3-0-2. That's the money. Orchid's done, and it's on its way out. 13 minutes in for the mid-profit.
Woo! That is fast. There's a Yule's already finished up for the Queen of Pain, so Nisha can play around it, but none of the other heroes really can. In particular, that Ursa is one of the big ones we're going to be watching. Is Enrage gets countered pretty hard if you get that on him first. Can't actually pop it. Yeah, that is really early. And look at his damage. He has the plus 25 damage talent too. Look at that. 165 per hit. Put the Orchid on top. He's up to 195 per attack on Sumail.
Can Sumail save No Tail? He can't. Go for the deny. No, not going to get a chance to. Nisha getting No Tail as No Tail tried to make the trip into their jungle. Down bottom, Matu's progress on Battle Fury. It's just a broadsword away. Battle Fury is going to be there in solid timing. And Nisha after the Yules, going for the Blade Man. I like it. You know, it's very much a game where, you know, where like the ult's being popped on Troll, the SK, the Urspit, they're all doing a lot of uncontrollable damage to Nisha, and also a lot of the times where the Prophet's going to want to stand his ground, Samela just punch into Nisha. If Nisha blinks it aggressively, he's got to think twice about it now if the Blade Man's there.
I think this is like a... He can play around now around the silence a little bit more once he does get that. He doesn't have to always Yules himself. He can actually just Blade Mail and pop and hold his ground, like you're saying. Bounty runes. OG. Positioning aggressively down bottom. Won't be able to catch Zai there. But should be able to turn this into an okay push down bottom with all 5 of them set up. Such a close and even game with the movements too. Like 6-6, exact same number, and the way that they're kind of mirroring each other is just awesome to see.
Could not get closer than this right now. Ooh, mid one. Find the jump onto Zai, revs up the epicenter. They're going to have a whole lot of magic damage to bring down the Dragon Knight, and they'll get him. Samael TP's in, goes with the silence onto YapzOr. Look at that right click. He's going to pop to the Soulbound. Boop! There he goes. Luna down. Samael continuing to dominate, even another roll forward from Saxa, seeing if he finds anyone in the trees, but Secret are out to the side.
Yeah, 200 per attack on Sumail.
Oh, mid one.
No joke.
He's got another catch. He goes in with the Bow Strike. The Will-O-Wisp is going to pull back the 2 of them into the slow of Saxon's bowl. And
silence on Matu.
Pops the overgrowth, but he's already dead. They've got the control of Matu as well. OG. They take down another 2 as the space is there for them to push onto this tier 2 tower before being dead. Treants going to work. The fortification will clean them up, and they will actually back away with some of them respawning, but quick moves there from OG warrants them 4 kills back to back, and Samael's game, and of course as well as that Thompson's, you know, this time round it's OG with the 2 cores that are leading the way.
Yeah, and phenomenal way that they persist forward in that one. They get the perfect Will-O-Wisp with the Orchid that comes out on the Ursa, so they can chase forward and go for that kill.
That's the move for Secret coming out as a unit.
It's tough for them. They don't have the same forms of initiation until Zai has a Blink Dagger, because mid one got his so early on. They have much easier ways to just jump in and start the fight on OG. And I mean, it's Matumba. He's gone for this Battle Fury build. So I think that's where OG, they're probably gonna look big. He needs to farm a bit before he's that scary actually, because this just allows him to just farm faster. But if they can just continue the pace and keep running at them, they might not allow him to get many more items.
No, for sure. I mean, we saw just then how crippling like the silence follow-up can be. If they get one jump on him with mid one's Burrow Strike into a silence, it's just going to be a repeat of what we saw then.
Yeah, and there's more than one just one silence. It's the Orchid as well as that Earth Spirit.
And Max's got to be very careful, farm very cautiously until he has at least the next item on top of the Battle Fury.
And he doesn't have any like anything else really ramping him up or defending him. Sure, I guess he's got the living armor and the medallion from Puppey, but he doesn't have any of these auras that we've been seeing a lot of the times with the Lunas.
And no solid save, right? No.
With the sorry. No, no other things to like amplify him up. You know what I mean, man?
Yeah, like a bloodlust or a thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And to the pit they go. OG. And Secret, they just don't really have the lineup to run in and contest this.
No, they can just do this with 2.
Yeah.
No tail sitting in the area, but look at the other ones. Saxa and Midwin are actually hunting at the same time as this.
They're going to get a kill. Puppey's out alone into the silence. Puppey's trying to run to the safety of the trees, but he can't get into them. So getting a kill on the map, taking Roche at the same time. OG really starting to feel their flow here in game 2. As Topson will grab the Aegis. With that kill also closing in on the money for his BKB on top of the Manta.
Such quick decision making there by OG. How can Secret respond here? They're in the area. They're going to look for No-Tail.
And they're probably going to find him. They do. Blow him up immediately. Can they do anything about Topson? They'll try, but Topson quick with the Manta start to dodge the dagger. Will run out. Saxa, he actually rolls in aggressively. Gets the silence in onto Zai, but Saxa, I'd say that was a wild initiation that ends up in his death. I don't think anyone was going to follow him up on that one.
No, he doesn't even have a tower or anything there, so... A little crazy there by him, but a great jump forward. Secret identifying that they can look for that. And can they turn it into anything? No. Looks like it's just going to be them backing up and farming. And Matu, he's being forced to go for the BKB this game. He can't go for the S and Y, just a status resist build. It's all magic damage that he's playing versus. 80% of his damage that he's taken has been magic and those silences.
Yeah, too many silences for sure. You just can't get the ults off in most of the situations. Top. Looking for the setup. Samel's coming in with a TP. Puppey. And it's not going to get caught by the Sprout. Master of the trees will be able to play to their help, and now in fact the turn side gets the stun, but the Will-O-Wisp is out. Big Nature's Wrath comes crashing through, kills off Puppey. They'll turn towards Zai. Topson's on top of the Luna. Yapsor's gone. Double kill for Saxa. They clean up Zai as well. OG, they are starting to steamroll over Secret here now with this momentum they have going. 20 minutes in, they're taking this top tier 2, and they can go for more.
It looked like Secret were anticipating maybe more people to follow up with it or something like that, but... Because Nisha doesn't actually have a TP, or he didn't have one. It was maybe used. I actually didn't get to see what happened down there, because that was... It looked like they were preparing for a better fight, but they just got completely destroyed up there.
And it as well, it's just fascinating how... I mean, I guess it doesn't really come as too much of a surprise that this switch around in positions is working that well for OG because of, you know, Samel being Samel and Topson being Topson. But it is just, it's working that well. Samel is having an insane game as the mid-profit, and Topson's farm, it couldn't be better. He's top of the net worth as the troll. His BKB, it's going to be coming out on top of the Manta at just 20 minutes in. They're hitting some fantastic timings playing their lineup in this composition.
They could look to actually just go to end the game pretty soon. Don't let the Ursa get any type of time to get that farm built up with this item choices. Like the BKB, the Manta, he's got everything he needs to counter the tree, the disables, and all the burst damage that can come out from Secret. See how Secret plays around it. There's still 2 minutes left on that Aegis, so let's see what Puppey chooses to do.
So does he want to go on this? As I say, that BKB, Manta, Aegis, Topson has so many ways to save himself. He's sticking around, really wants to get this tower done, and he'll get it. Tower goes down, Secret not seeing a chance to get in on the back. They're trying to prepare for Samel TPing in, but Samel's not going to fall for it. He's going to in fact TP in deeper into the jungle there with a roll forward. Saxa, he's been caught. They'll get the Magnetize out, but gets blown up by the Sonic Wave, but that is the Sonic Wave down for the Spirit support. And now OG, they could turn and fight. They know there's no Sonic Wave, there's no massive ult to blow them back. They kill off Zai, over to Yapsor, trapped in the Sprout. It's another 2 kills to Topson and Samel apiece there.
Ooh, that's when you're feeling very concerned for Secret. They have to blow a Sonic Wave just to kill the Earth Spirit in time because they know the rest of the teammates will get there quickly. But I feel like that's how they have to play, right? Because they want to just be able to try to get any of these pickoffs to try to slow OG down so that they can try to catch back up. They need a lot more of these. But Nisha does have an item finished up now too. He's got the Shivas, I think, done. Okay. And the BKB is finished up for Matumba, so they do have a fighting force back. But OG doing a great job of controlling the map.
They really are Sumail. I mean, you got to imagine once the AC is done on Sumail, that's going to be the point where OG really do just have all the auras to push up to high ground, start hammering at the tier 3s. And what's sort of the stage of Matu's farm are we at? Yeah, okay, BKB done. Now, I mean, do you, when you go for the BKB after the Battle Fury, do you still go for the status resist build?
No,
or
go
do you
Basher.
Okay, Basher
Yeah,
Bissell.
he needs Basher this game versus... I think you need it anyway when you're playing versus Troll Warlord. Otherwise, the matchup is just gets to a point where it's too difficult for you to actually hold your ground and fight. So I think he just needs to go Basher Bissell to have a chance.
Oh, and I like this as well from Thompson. After the BKB Manta, just raw damage. Straight Daedalus.
Okay, cool.
I mean, at that point, good luck trying to win any sort of 1v1 with the Troll. Then even if you're an Ursa, you're just going to get torn apart by the damage from the crits and the frequency you're hitting. You're going to land a lot of them. Up top, see Saxa rolling in. Matu's actually able to jump over him there. He's rooted. They'll all sort of stand and watch him. He's able to roll to the side though. Again, Saxa's just going to get away from them. Secret, they're not really able to start this fight at all. They'll look towards Sumail. Sumail goes for the BKB and the TP out, and he's away. He is away, down bottom, Nisha. He'll find No Tail. So Secret able to get something out of this. But they don't get the core kills. OG's able to safely disengage.
Yeah, without Puppy there, it's really hard for them to go for any type of further catch versus those BKBs. Especially in that top lane that we saw there. Zai, he can jump in and get a follow-up stun, but Yapsor doesn't contribute much of anything in this game. As he is just a walking 4-point aura and a Lucent Beam in most of the situations
Saxa
at the moment.
He's on to Nisha. They've got the Burrow Strike, they've got the follow-up stun. And with the damage between the two of them, there's still the opportunity for the Yules, but he's so low. There's the other stun. The rolling boulder timed perfectly by Saxa. Yapsor will move in with the Eclipse, but Sumail and Saxa, they just collapse onto this dragon. Zai will fall. Matu, he's trying to get Sumail, and he will get him. Sumail does go down. Thompson able to get away from this all as he's running. And cannot chase him. Mid-one's here to cover the escape for him. So Secret they lose to, but they do get that big old kill. They're finally, for the first time this game, able to kill Sumail.
And they actually almost got Thompson. I was just like kind of, half memeing about Yapsor, and his Eclipse actually almost ends up killing the Troll Warlord because of his battle trance. Matu getting a big kill though. He needed that one. That's going to push him toward that Basher, so he can actually be able to fight a little better. Mid one. Might look to still jump here.
So back up on Saxa, also Thompson right by him. Put the Crystallis out, so damage is there. Matu trying to head towards them. They had the sentry down, mid one. Well, he's got to run. He's got to run. He'll have Burrow Strike again in a second thanks to the buff of No Tail. No Tail able to push them back, but Yapsor still finds the Lucent Beam.
Okay. Punching back a little bit, pushing him away.
He's got BKB and Manta. Troll out in 20 seconds, but they've got great chain stun into the Sonic Wave. They push him down. He pots the Manta. He's trying to run, but he knows he can't. Won't use the BKB. Would not have saved him. They had the physical damage to beat him down, and no battle chance to rely on. Still on cooldown for 10 seconds. Another big kill for Secret there. They're managing to kill the cores. We saw them kill Sumail down there on the bottom half, and then they've moved over. They killed mid one, they've killed Thompson, and they're not done. Jump forward with the Dragon Tail onto Saxa. They'll surround the Earth Spirit, yules him up into the Shiva's Guard slow. Secret punching back hard. They may have been knocked down for the first 25 minutes of this match, but they hit back hard. It's now their turn to start taking some towers away from OG's half of the map.
I mean, that's absolutely massive. Look at Matoma. He had just finished the BKB before all these type of situations went down. He's got the Basher. He's on his way to an. He's level 21 as well now too. He's trying to get away here with this Invis rune. Mid one.
Sprout him. He's still got the BKB and the ult. And he knows it. He's going to start poking towards them. He says, get off me.
Yeah, huge sequence of events though in these last few moments for them to get that farm, because that's what Secret wants to do, is slow the pace of the game down for Matumba to use his farm, use this Battle Fury at its best. Those are just massive moments for them.
Yeah. Now, we've seen it many times before. And Matu, if he is able to get this sort of period where the game slows, he kicks into action, full farm, he can just become this incredible late game beast.
Yeah, and even like Yapsor, I was making fun because he just had the one item. After that, now he picked up the point booster, and now he almost has the third piece. And once he has the full Aghanims, that's where his potential, that's where this whole pick comes into play, where he can actually just throw that nuke off into the back lines and kill these heroes that don't actually have magic immunity.
And it's just, you know, it's the fact that sure, there are BKBs, but Zion with the instant Dragon Tail and follow-up, they've got good lockdown to make sure they don't come out instantly. We'll see the fight kick off. Zai jumps forward, they'll turn over towards him. Thompson popping the ult, starting to go towards Matthew, but Matthew's got the ult himself. Bashes Thompson, wasting a fair bit of the ult. Thompson will be able to change target, but he still dies at the end of it. Thompson's down. There'll be a buyback from Zai's Secret. They want to keep this fight going, knowing that there's no troll. See if they can chase anyone else. Nisha blinking forward. He should be able to close the gap onto No-Tail. No-Tail go for the TP out. Nisha won't have anything to cancel it. Doesn't quite get the vision for the Yules. So not able to find anything with the Zai buyback, but still as the overall game goes, they're killing Thompson. They're finding these kills, Secret.
And we're seeing a little bit of the pain of when you do actually go for a Crystallis on the troll rather than going for a Basher.
Ult mid.
But first,
Nisha. He's dead. Now with Sumail's BKB, he can take another Zai. Remember, he just fought back. He cannot afford to go down, but Mid-One's caught him with a bow strike. They will force him to the side. Zai will live. Matu stepping forward with the Enrage. But now with no Enrage and no BKB for 10 seconds, he's a little bit weak. He's a little bit vulnerable. Mid-One's got the bow strike back in play. Goes forward. Buff up for No-Tail. Matu jumps back, but the Sprout, it holds him into the silence. On the side, Sax has been found by the Dragon Tail. They're dealing with the Earth Spirit, but they need to get to Matu. Matu needs their help. No, they jump off with the Earth Shock, but Mid-One, he's in the control, the setup with the Yule Scepter. Dragon Tail turn onto Mid-One. Matu goes with the lifesteal, the bash. He beats down onto the Sand King, gets the kill. Matu will survive, and OG will be beaten back by Secret despite killing off Nisha at the start of the fight.
Matu's just... I was saying he didn't have too many things that they can throw onto him, but this living armor is actually making a pretty big difference. He's just got this 8 bonus armor, that extra little regen that he can actually just stand toe-to-toe with the Troll Warlord, and we're seeing this Crystallis build. I was mentioning it before the fight started. He can't actually do the normal part where you just battle trance and you just beat the Ursa, because the Ursa's just bashing you, and your crits are not holding him down. You're actually not getting any crits because you're disabled. Now, though, they're trying to seize an opportunity.
Does speed up the Roche. You know, you got that extra bit of DPS for the big old target.
Absolutely.
So Roche taking his quicker. They're heading over. Zai could go for a jump here. You know you want to see it. Is he going to be able to do it? It's getting low. Free fire in. He's stepping forward. Roche is falling low. Can Zai take the steal? He can't. OG, they get the Roche kill. They get the Aegis picked up on Thompson. And they instantly turn and take down the Dragon Knight. Matu, he's been silenced. He's in trouble. The Enrage is coming to an end. His BKB is still on cooldown for 5 seconds. He's not fit to fight as he's taken out. Puppey is found on the high ground. OG, they get Roshan, the Aegis, and 3 kills to boot. As Secret take an awkward confrontation around the Roshan.
No BKB available for Matu. I was surprised they actually showed up to try to go for that fight when they didn't have it available for him. Yeah. OG taking the heads-up play to go for that one and kind of bait Secret over there. Now, back up to that 7k gold lead. It was starting to swing into Secret's favor almost. But a big move for them now as they can hit the high ground, too, at this AC.
Zai's not got buyback. Matu, of course, it's going to feel pretty bad for him if he has to buy back. He's dead for 45 seconds. It'll be a bit of a kick to his net worth.
Living armor plus this glyph. Not actually throwing the living armor again. Looks like he's saving it. Oh, they actually have a repair kit too. Plus living armor.
That repair kit's gone.
It's gone.
Too much damage with the further stacks building up. This repair kit offering no safety to these buildings as OG, they take the top melee racks over towards the mid lane they go. Matu, yeah, he just can't buy back. He doesn't want to. He feels like his game would take too much of a hit. So he's just having to sit back and watch these buildings get taken down. Another tier 3 onto a second set of racks. They'll back off for now, respecting the respawn of the bear, but OG, they certainly got the damage done. Sonic Wave.
Sonic Wave, okay.
Does clip the Aegis. Can they do it a second time? They are moving into position, Puppey. But Mid-One, he's just going to turn, sees Puppey step outside of the base, and Puppey's forced back to the high ground. Will live. Roll forward. Sax, he's diving in and he gets it. Oh my goodness, it worked out. He went straight up to the high ground. He did straight back out as well. Saxon's not even going to die. Matu puts the BKB in the rage. He does manage to get the bash onto the troll, but Thompson himself, he has the battle charge. Pops it. He's moving in deep. Still has the Manta to rely on, but with no BKB, no ult, no Aegis, he'll fall. Mid-One jumps in, but there isn't a backup with Thompson already dead. Mid-One's just committed to his own death by the looks of it. He'll Yules up into the sky, but the 3 of them surround him. Zai hits him with the Dragon Tail on the way back down. And Secret, they will manage to kill off a couple of the big boys on OG off the back of that defense and can now start to push back out themselves. This game continues to go on, not quite yet over despite OG getting that racked. This very well could still have a turnaround in favor of Secret as they jump in. No-Tail's gone. 3 dead. This is a good window to put their pressure on.
They're looking for more too. Zai can't actually get the stun. That was all because Sox actually committed forward for
He
that.
just
They
went
tried
in.
they jumped forward to try to help him out. He dies, and then the troll gets kited around because of the way they played around it, and Nisha respawns during all of it. And now back the other way for a moment here.
I feel like, Saxon is just sort of taking a page out of Thompson's spirit from last game. He's like, we like to go in on Earth Spirit. I mean, you can definitely feel the correlation between the way these boys like to play on Earth Spirit.
Yeah,
they just love to go in.
Yep. Now the biggest item that you can pick up on the Ursa, so you don't have to worry about the mobility and all that, the Abyssal is done. So that increased form of BKB piercing lockdown is there for the side of Secret. Yeah, it's the gold is just swinging back and forth with that experience as well. The Rax is taking top, which is a great thing for OG to have, especially when they have a Nature's Prophet. But the fights, you can see they're kind of back and forth here.
Yeah, and it's Secret's cause as well. They don't they don't struggle too much with the stronger creeps. They can push waves very easily. This battle of Fury Ursa build and the AoE, the glaze from Yap, so lots of ways to deal with that lost rack. So so not the end of the world at all for Secret.
Yeah, they're smoked up here. They're looking for an opportunity to catch somebody. Can't quite catch the Earth Spirit too far forward. If they catch the Earth Spirit, that's huge. Sox used his buyback before, so he would be dead for upwards of 90 seconds if he did go down.
Wants to jump. Oh, he's in and he's found him. Mid one was trying to hide in the safety of the pit. He still manages to get out with a bow strike. Yule's up. He's going to lift. The Will-O-Wisp is down, and Thompson, he steps in onto Yapsor. Starts to beat down the Luna. The Luna goes down. Saxa rolls in. He has the control on the puppy. It's 2 quick kills for the side of OG. Over to Zai they go. Now Zai, he's the one trapped in the pit. Sumail stands his ground with the BKB. Beats him down. The Sonic Wave will push them back, but Zai cannot survive. Saxa staying on top of Nisha. Nisha able to blink once more to escape. Over into the jungle. Matu, what's he got left to pop? He's still got the BKB in the ult. And he has the backup of Yapsa. Yapsa also has his ult ready to go, and out it goes. There's the Eclipse speeding down onto Saxa and Thompson.
They get Thompson.
He's dead. They get the kill, but there's the commitment. Sumail comes in, and he's got the Hex to save the day. Hex is the bear. Matu is down and out for a minute and a half. No buyback on that bear, as he did go in with the investment, spending in to get what the Abyssal Blade done. He's 900 short of buyback. He's gone for a long time.
I think that fight started out with Ursa. I believe Matu TP'd back to the base as soon as it started. So when they went in, they actually didn't have the numbers when they went for mid one. And then OG surrounds them with everything. And I see Matama Man running across the map. And mid one actually interferes with him and stunned him and slowed him down before he could get there in time. So they were just a bit split up there. Secret, maybe some slight miscommunication there, as the Ursa had TP'd back as soon as they went on mid one. But Thompson does die. I mean, that Axe, he did run to his death inside of that Eclipse.
I mean, the Aghanims Luna, it's always going to hurt. You saw that Yapsa just playing it very smart, waiting till all the BKB charges are gone before throwing it out and getting himself the kill.
Yeah, hits level 20 now too, so he gets the plus 100 Lucent Beam damage, so it's that much stronger.
Towards the mid they focus. OG holding their half of the river here. Nisha, they've just got to try and get in that solo XP. He's very close to having the all-important 25 on the Queen of Pain, where he's going to be able to have that fear mechanic.
And he'll have his own Hex in a very short amount of time too. A little bit of extra control for himself. Now we see Sumail, he hits the level 25, so he's got that global 0 teleport cooldown. Got to be able to apply pressure all over the place here, and we will probably see the lanes always on the side of Secret for the next few moments, unless they can get some type of big fight to push it out.
Smoke up from OG. Mid one, Motel and Saxa. They're the killing crew out on the prowl. Sumail ready to join forces as he's toying with the idea of TPing top. They want to look for Zai maybe. Zai, he's not going to stick around any longer than he needs to up top after cleaning out the wave. He's got a lot of backup right by his side. Very hard for them to invade the high ground quite yet. Sumail is also happy holding on, as he's just about 800 short of having an MKB done on top of his AC, Hex, I mean everything. This Prophet is insanely farmed, having a brilliant game.
Yeah, I wonder how much he decides if he wants to save for buyback in the next few moments, because he's kind of far away from that one too. 1200.
Yeah, that's true.
Because he can buy back and just TP back in most of the time. So
I mean, he's buying the other bits, but I mean, you're right. If Sumail does commit, then that is a risk. That is a risk.
Yep. Nisha's the only person in the game at the moment with buyback. Now no till as well. Everybody else kind of decent chunk of gold away from it. Matu so close to level 25 as well. They're trying to make sure that he gets that.
They need these 25s to make all the difference.
Yeah, the Ursa one isn't so massive, but everything makes a little bit of difference. Plus, I think the +3 this game can have its argument as the jump bid.
They're going to try and poke, but Zay's in with the Dragon Tail. The Will-O-Wisp grabs the Fury, the Sonic Wave does push back the 3. Sumail pots the BKB. Zaxa rolls in again onto Matu. Matu's been forced to both in range and BKB. Thompson comes in, he gets the bash, the control. Matu's dead. Dead for 95, no buyback, and this time OG, they've still got the full squad alive to push on with Saxa on the high ground, getting beat down upon by Nisha. Zai jumps in with the Dragon Tail. Saxa will fall. They get something in response. 1 for 1.
Great wave almost. They actually almost got Matumba before he was able to even get the enrage off because of that Hex coming out from Sumail. Does end up getting it off, getting away, but we saw that range form swap there. Nice play by Thompson. The bash, the range bash coming out.
Oh, and there's that lovely old item, the leveler. I will imagine that's well, either Thompson or Sumail's going to want to get a hold of that.
I think probably Sumail in this one, just because Thompson already has the Orb of Destruction.
Yeah. I think you're
him
right.
Sticking, he already has enough attack speed, right? He can already stick on a target. I feel like that one's just much more beneficial for him.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, he has it.
Oh, that's it's probably one of. I mean, that's probably the best item on a Prophet, right? Is there anything else you want to tier for on a Prophet than that?
I don't think
same
so.
amount of attack speed. It's so much attack speed.
Yeah, especially with the build that he has too, with MKB, with like Orchid, he actually hits insanely hard. 385 damage per hit with this attack speed. It's nuts.
Right, Roshan. It's going to be up in a minute and a half, so a little bit longer on the respawn of that one. You can see obviously Sumail constantly with the the TP no cooldown, just checking it out. He's going to move the Treant in there. OG very likely to just wait for that before they try and push up to the high ground once again. They know they're strong, they know they're ahead, so they're not too worried about waiting that extra minute or so before they look to try and get closer to ending the game.
Nisha's still holding his buyback. He has the gold to finish up the Hex if he wants to. He also has picked up a pretty damn good item if he does get that Hex soon. That Timeless Relic next to a little debuff duration. Always going to be a good item on the Quap too, just not amplify your spells up by that much. But yeah, they're trapped in their base. As we see, that's what's going to happen. You're versus a 25 NP. It's going to keep everything pushed in onto your side.
Nisha, at the shop, is he going to... yeah, he doesn't want to buy it. Or does he? I mean, I think buybacks are so important, especially in a game like this where it could still go either way. Despite the lead that OG has, we've still seen Secret being able to trade with them in the fights.
Yeah, I mean, hexes can always change a game. Because if they get a hex and then they get, let's say, an eclipse on top of it, they could just kill anybody in the game with that kind of combo. If they get the follow-up lockdown, so...
And he's got
always a lot.
He's got both now. Yeah, hex is done, buyback still saved up for by Nisha. Yeah, OG.
He can do a lot of control coming out from Nisha, right? The Hex with the Timeless Relic, and he also has the Scream Fear. He could do a lot of damage there. Roche back up though, and that will be a refreshing shard, Aegis, and Cheese.
You give him the shard over too. No tail for a couple of Will-O-Wisps?
I thought it would be no tail, but let's see. Sumail's like, take it. Yeah, he's like, come on, man.
I mean, sure it's nice to play for double Hex and stuff, but that's a lot of buttons, even for a man like Sumail. He's got to keep his right-click items in his inventory, and the cheese.
Tasty.
Mid one. He's going to take a little bit of a breather here as he's out of the game. Hopefully we'll be back pretty shortly.
Do we know where mid one's playing from?
Wait,
it's 4:30 p.m. for me.
Yeah, wait,
it's going to be getting pretty late for him.
the console thing. You know how to do that, don't you? Do the ping thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, can you do that? What's it say on his ping?
Let's take a look. I gotta find his name. Oh, what's his name? It doesn't show their in-game name. It shows their whatever their name is currently.
Oh, it's something. Well, read out the names. We'll
pass on doing that one.
Oh no!
Offlaner needs practice is one of them.
That could be mid one. Is that mid one?
There's Warrior Blast. I don't know. There's some names. I don't know.
Some questionable names.
But who knows?
Okay.
It's getting late though, probably for him. We'd have to assume.
Well, did one of them not have significantly higher ping than the other players? Just check that. Oh, they don't. Because if they all have the same...
I can't tell if they're players or if they're maybe like a person that's also inside the lobby, so I don't want to say their name. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Either way, though.
Well, one thing I do know is he's playing from his computer.
This is very
true. Anyway. Continue. 17k.
Keeping them trapped inside the base still.
Secret just waiting. It's very hard for them to leave. They want to wait until the fight's brought to them.
They gave Thompson a tome, so he wants to get that 25 for that strong dispel.
Zai!
Oh!
He's in! They do get the Yules off in time though. Mid-one's not going to quite fall, and now's the counterplay. They're moving on to Zai. The dragon is dead. Over they go towards Nisha as well. Hexed in position. They're forced to the side.
Oh
that
my
force.
god!
Who was that?
That was Puppy.
Puppy with the force does allow Nisha to blink out. Still though, OG, 1 kill on the DK is all they need to step up. Start heading away at these barracks. The fortification comes out. Nisha's in with the Hex. They'll force out towards safety. Saxa getting bashed. Matu trying to commit onto the target. But Sumail with the Hex turns around onto Matu. There'll be a buyback from Puppy. Puppy trying to chase. He wants Sumail, but Sumail, he's still got a BKB. He's still got the cheese. Pots the BKB. They'll go over to Thompson, but Thompson, he's just life-stealing back up. Matu's got to escape. He's got no BKB, no enrage. The Sonic Wave pushes them back, but it's not enough damage to kill any off. Hex out onto Thompson. Another 4-star. Saves Thompson for now. Thompson's off to the side, and what the hell has happened?
What the hell's happening to Thompson?
What
Now,
the
look at
hell?
them pinging him. They're like, Thompson, you alright?
He's gone full Papega. What's he doing?
He's still doing.
I hope do they see that?
Did he get
They
hit
do
by
see
Sonic
that.
Wave
Yeah.
mid-animation or something? Look at him.
I don't know. This is a feature of the Quap Arcana. You just break heroes.
He's birdieing. That's the birdie.
Dude, he's
right?
just
he's
sliding
pretending
around.
to be dead.
Dude, this is the most laid-back troll I've ever seen.
I mean, that's the ultimate. That's the swag set right
Yeah,
there.
honestly, Thompson's like, look at this scrub on the enemy team buying all the levels to get the Quap Arcana. Meanwhile, I've got this troll set that nobody else has.
Well, let's hope that everybody can see that, because everything I talked about earlier about the Underlord's movement speed, by the way, the observer saw the right movement speed.
Oh, I guess we just sound like idiots. I mean, like normal. But no, don't worry. We see the preview monitor here. The beautiful viewers at home are also getting to enjoy this new style from Thompson, the laid-back troll. I like it. Now, could this be an advantage for Thompson? Is there any benefit of looking like this?
Maybe that's what happens when you hit level 25 now. You know, he hit level 25, he's got Battle Trench, strong Dispel, he's just chilling. He knows they can't chain disable him, he can just pop ult.
He's like, come at me. Come at me. Here we go. He's moving in. Nisha, silenced. He's going to have to Yules up. He's still got a BKB. There's the jump forward. Mid-one tries the burst shot, but the BKB was instantly out for Nisha. Turns with the Hex onto the Sand King. Thompson pops the ult. Beat down to the bear. Matu's dead. He's got buyback available. May have to use it. He's gone for 100. Zai on the side, sprouted into the silence. There's the buyback from Matumba Man. Thompson mantering, stepping away. They respect the buyback from the big old bear. Nisha getting the daggers out onto the whole team at them. Thompson, we've got to remember, still has that Aegis. He's going to be handed over the refresher shard. He's got that ready to pop, so he has a second round, and the man to BKB and Satanic, there it is. Pots the refresher shard, pots the BKB, back on towards the racks he goes, and he's got it. The mid-racks is gone. Jump forward, Nisha in with the Hex. They burn him down low with the Breathe Fire, but again, the 4-star, the Glimmer Cape won't save him. They have the Sentry and the high ground vision for the Lucent Beam to come down. They kill him the once. Can they go for round 2? They're in. Abyssal Blade mid-one, they're giving him the coverage, provides the Burrow Strike safety, giving the time for Thompson to pop the enrage, but Matu hits the bashes. The bashes are coming out. Thompson's winning it out, though. The heals. Mid-one again in with the Burrow Strike. Saxa dives in deep. He's trying to kick them, but Zai turns with the Dragon Tail onto Saxa. Puppy, he looks to help out Zai, but he can't help himself. Puppy is dead. Zai now the new focus. Mid-one in again with another stun. Sets up onto Zai. The DK is down. Nisha rolled upon. Sumail's in TPs with the Hex. Nisha buys back straight away. The Fear, the Sonic Wave pushes back the 4. They do have the Hex onto Sumail. Thompson trying to man up against Nisha. Another dagger out, but Nisha silenced. Pot the Yules. He's still got a BKB back online. Nisha pops the BKB into the Fear. It sends back all 3 of them. Jumps over. Saxa's dead. There's 2 gone on the side of OG. Can they get more? They can't. Matu is dead and gone. That's a dieback on the Ursa. Nisha also out of the game for 2 minutes as GG has called. This game is over and we're going to a game 3 as OG take game 2.
Oh, I think all the viewers are a big winner here on this game 3. That was awesome to watch. The fights going between these two. Secret kind of getting trapped in their base there toward the end, but what a just constant battle this entire game was, really. Just both teams trying their best here, and OG overall with their faster kind of paced draft in this one really pressed the issue forward here, and I felt like Secret they were just on the back foot trying to catch up in the majority of this one.
And I just wonder, are we going to see more of this? You know, King back to mid, and he had a pretty good time. You know,
He did.
And not to say that Thompson didn't, even in the side lane role. He had an amazing time on his troll, and he looked the part to end it all as well with that incredible laid-back position that he was playing from. 14, 6, and 14 on Thompson that game, and Sumail only dying the once. 12, 1, and 21 on the mid Prophet. It was like he never left that lane. He's just back on top, and
Yeah.
I mean, what are we going to see in Game 3? Are they maybe going to have the chance of running something like this again with them playing these roles? It's so hard to tell. You never know what to expect from OG as they just come in this Game 2, and Secret, they gave it their all, but they were constantly playing from behind, and OG, they win it out at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, this is just fun. But yeah, Sumail, such a good performance. Loved his item build-up too. That Hex in the mid-game was really crucial to get these follow-up pickoffs. And yeah, I mean, thank God we get a Game 3 for everybody, right? This should be a really good one.
Yeah, can't wait to see what's up the sleeves of both of these teams, what they're ready to bring to the fray as this series, it really has kicked off. 1-1 right now. OG there taking the victory here in this second game. Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. And I know you won't. I know you won't. You'll be here because right after the break, we're going to be kicking back to the panel and getting us straight into Game 3 of OG versus Secret as the series stands 1-1 at the moment.
happy faces all around as OG manages to tie the series. Look at these smiles. They are in it to win it for sure. And I truly believe that everybody, apart from Team Secret, everybody is a winner here because we get to have a third game between these two teams. A very enjoyable second game here, back and forth till the very end. Secret never stopped fighting. Sinrin Purge, that was I'm gonna start with the ending that time around because Secret did continue to fight. Do you guys feel like they still had the chance to come back at that point in the game?
They did. It was just very difficult by getting Raxed, especially when you're up against like a Nature's Prophet who can push all lanes, can globally teleport and farm all over the place, and still show up to fights. It's very hard to find a fight where it isn't still just a 5v5, and they had some limitations with their heroes as well.
They did indeed. We're gonna look at some of the highlights of that game. I'm thinking we're gonna see a lot of involvements from the mid. The King is back in the mid, that is, Sumail, of course. It was a treat seeing him play Nature's Prophet here. He had a good lane, it was... well, he was involved there, but... not physically, perhaps. Ooh, this was a weird play.
It was a weird ulti by Thompson. They ended up getting the tree for it, but he's going to end up dying, getting separated fully here in the fight. So not too surprising to see him go down, but one of the few early mistakes for OG for sure.
Yeah. But the game was full of a lot of crazy moments. Honestly, it was very entertaining just because, like, Secret at one point in this game, it looks like things are getting really grim. It's basically around this point where you're like, okay. Like, what is their lineup truly going to do? You have a position 4 Luna with 2.8k net worth. It's the same as the enemy 5 Caudal. So, I mean, is Luna even at 4? You could argue. YapzOr playing one of his lowest impact games in a very long time. And then, seemingly a bit later than this, Secret magically win a fight decently well. And that gives Luna an Axe. And all of a sudden, YapzOr starts having an impact, and you start believing again that maybe they can come back. This is a cute attempt from Zai. OG were ready for it though. They're very quick to pick it up and they get a really good fight out of this, if I remember correctly. It feels like it was an hour ago. This game felt so long. How long was it? It was like really 45 minutes?
Something like that. I mean, a lot of this fight was the interaction between Ursa and Troll. If Troll goes on Ursa, when Ursa doesn't have his BKB available, he's going to get chain rooted and most likely killed. So basically Troll wants to delay his BKB and his ulti as long as possible. So a lot of the interactions were always really knife's edge close. Could have gone both ways in a lot of cases, but all depends on initiations and how out of position somebody is.
The thing about Secret's lineup in this game as well is that I feel like compared to what we've seen from them in other games, except the game that we've talked about earlier today where we felt like they didn't do their best draft against, what was it? They lost a game to earlier in this tournament as well. Was it NIGMA? It was NIGMA.
Team Secret, lost a game against NIGMA.
Yeah, they also
when they had the offlane tree.
They had Trian in that game as well. There seems to be like a pattern here. So when you have Trian and you also run a support Luna, your supports don't offer very much in the way of setup and in the way of, just reliable fight damage. Luna kind of has to put herself out of position until she gets Ags to get a good Eclipse off. Works well on core because you're farmed, so you can go in and not instantly die. In this game, YapzOr has to play really safe a lot of the time. And I mean, this isn't really going to be in sync with the highlights right now, but it's just this kind of just the beatdown phase where the game's about to end. Secret do a very valiant last stand here, but like the reason I'm focusing a little bit on the earlier stuff is that to me it seems like the games that Secret are challenged in are the ones where they don't give themselves enough opportunity to start fights on their own terms. Like in this game, it feels like basically Dragon Knight. It's a side lane Dragon Knight that has to accomplish so much for them in this game because their support duo is Tree and Luna. Maybe it's just a little bit too cute. When they have stable stuff, they play so damn well. Like I'm very impressed with how well they played in this game from a big deficit. So imagine if they set them up with just something easier to execute, basically.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, this is always a position that happens in a very contested series, is that at some point you open with a hero like Luna, and you think like, well, maybe we're in a bit of a corner. Let's just shift that hero that doesn't quite fit the laning stage to a support role. And I gotta say that those games are often lost, or at least it puts you in a really difficult position. And in the past, YapzOr had a lot of success with support Luna, but I don't think he probably wanted to do this for himself, I would guess. Maybe he was forced on him, like, well, you support Luna, sure, it'll be about the same. But there's just so many times where he felt inadequate as a hero, and obviously it was not. I don't think it was the limitations of YapzOr in the slightest. It was just the hero that he had to play for the game.
And it is a trade-off compared to the support Luna he used to play, right? The support Luna he used to play was a stronger laner because it gave stats to everyone, and then a weaker scaling hero because it didn't have a percentage aura, and now it's the other way around. So technically, if the game goes later, the support Luna can be useful, but the problem is, because you're not that strong in the early portion of the game, do you get a game for yourself? Like, YapzOr was dirt poor in this game, and it's so uncharacteristic for Secret to play with him this poor, and it's showing in the game, right? They had to really lift him up a lot in this game to give him a game worth playing.
Even when we were still thinking that Luna was going to be a core, we were already a bit doubtful of the draft maybe being a little bit too greedy. The Luna support just still felt greedy as the core would have been otherwise, and he just didn't have the space to farm.
I don't know if I'd say greedy, because it does kind of work without farm. You just need a couple levels, but even then the circumstances that your hero feels useful is kind of not there. Like Sin said earlier, your initiations aren't really there, because Lucent Beam is just a moderate duration. It's like a small to moderate duration stun. It does a good nuke. It's got a low cooldown, but like you have to like supplement other heroes that are doing the big heavy lifting of initiation and major chain stun while you're also doing damage. It's like a crappier version of Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit is basically taking that same skill. Lunar Blessing is basically Venge's passive now, except it gives you range in addition. So like the Luna trying to be successful in that way just wasn't going to work if she was threatened, especially because there was so much mobility on OG. It's really easy for them to dive on the backlines and fight, but if the fights are a little bit more organized and the YapzOr can play on the edge of Eclipse, then maybe he finds good times to get Eclipse kills. But we just didn't see those, and his hero felt inadequate, and that was something that, despite all of Secret playing really well, they were just fighting uphill the whole game.
Yep.
Yeah. And on top of that, I mean, we talk a lot about how Secret, was in a tough spot. OG played really well. They had, of course, some misses here and there, but at the same time, can't take anything away. They definitely earned this victory. We saw Sumail do really well in mid. It seemed like we had also the troll Thompson doing very well. We normally see him in a mid lane position, but safe lane was just fine for him as well. I thought everybody played their part as well, so I cannot forget that.
I mean, OG played a great game. Like I said, Secret played very well, so in order to beat them, even if we think the draft has some quirks, OG have to play at a very high level, and they did. And yeah, it was cool to see Thompson on one of his best heroes in Troll and then not going mid, so showing a bit of versatility here and flexibility in how they put lanes and drafts. It's obviously something that gets you hopeful for OG going forward, that it's not just this, oh, Thompson makes all our moves and Sumail plays hard one. They have options. That's always good to see.
Yep, and they'll have less options after the banning phase is done for game number 3, as we are in the draft powered by Betway. We already have a couple of the same old bans coming out. Anything of the previous game that you guys would like to see banned? That wasn't like, it didn't really feel like one hero stood really out over the rest. Maybe Nature's Prophet, but that was also just because of how well Sumail played it. Not specifically because of the hero.
Yeah, I would agree with the Nature's Prophet point. Nature's Prophet was maybe the more standout hero, considering the fact that he won his lane pretty convincingly. I don't know if Secret expected it to be Prophet mid against the Queen of Pain, but Sumail played it excellent, ganked excellent, didn't die very often, itemized really well. But I don't know if that necessarily justifies banning in first phase. I'll finish my sentence, even though I could have totally pivoted and not seemed wrong here with that Prophet ban. But it was a big deal for sure, and not to mention like lane pressure. TP top really early, took the safe lane tower. There's a lot of really good things that Prophet provides. And he beat Nisha in lane early on. It's you can't ignore the fact that if Sumail does play mid, he's one of the most mechanically skilled laners in mid. He plays aggressive very well. So if you want Nisha to have a good game like he did in game 1, forcing him to not play into a matchup against one of the strongest laners in mid, if you don't specifically pick Nature's Prophet, will obviously give him a bit of a better start. Nisha still played a great game. He honestly did very well for how hard his first few waves were in mid, so can't take that away from him. But yeah, the conditions for Secret were a little bit rough, so I think they're going to take it more stable now. If they do it like they did against NIGMA, game 2 was a little bit of a one-off, and then they got back on track. Let's see if they do it again. Would you say the Luna was solved last game anyways? Obviously, basically forcing the Luna to a support position was you could be seen as a beating it in a way thing? Or do you think that was just because of the heroes that Secret happened to pick with it and then they felt forced into playing support? I just don't know if the Luna was forced onto support.
I looked at the draft of OG and I didn't see, okay, you can't do this. Like, maybe the troll is very intimidating. I don't know. And they feel like, okay, we have to switch things up a bit here. But, like, if you think about it this way, if you're willing to first phase Luna, right? And you think the hero's just that good as a core, and then the enemy team picks a lot of meta heroes that are pretty standard, and then you suddenly don't want to play core, is it even a first phase pick then? Like, because they didn't even specifically, at least in my opinion, didn't really specifically target that Luna. First pick Wind Ranger.
They're putting it all in the Wind Ranger. Shiver, if you disappear suddenly, I know why. It's going to be Slack's taking, he's coming back.
It's 100% win rate Wind Ranger here for OG at the Bounty Hunter Blast, and 100% just overall in the tournament because OG is the only one picking it. But I think also Saxa is one of the few people that can actually pick it and just, I don't know, he found those two-man shackles like all the time. I'm not opposed to it. I'm not opposed to it at all.
Void Spirit pick is pretty effective here because it's going to be easy to set up kills. It's interesting to see the draft like shift completely now. Like we had seen Lunas in first phases consistently, Miranas as well, and now all of a sudden Wind Ranger into Void Spirit. Nobody's picked Void Spirit in a couple series now.
They're definitely trying to deviate from the norm here in order to try to surprise their opponents, it feels like. To me, the Wind Ranger isn't really that surprising, right? Secret Respect banned in Game 2, so they had to feel like it could be coming. And now the question is, okay, you've picked this Void Spirit, which Secret have also run as a first phase pick quite a lot. What's your choice of support here? Do you want to go the Coddle route with a big teamfight ulti and wave clear? Or do you want to get a very strong laner instead with, like, say, Ogre type or Bane? Something like that against the Wind Ranger. In my opinion, Wind Ranger has a couple of pretty bad matches. Okay, or you just do that.
That's weird crap going down here.
Honestly, it's so hard being us right now and predicting these picks. Like, how are we supposed to guess this is coming?
Well, then, rather than predicting the picks, we can just talk about what they are planning to do with the picks that they already have. So you did say that you would like there were two options with the Void Spirit, that was one of the ones was get a big team fight ulti. It might not be Coddle, but Black Hole is a big team fight ulti as well. And we've seen Zai be very efficient with it.
I guess even for Secret, this is a flex pick because I think they play it on both Zai, Puppey, and Yapzor because you can even play Enigma position 5 arguably. Now what OG are looking to do here, it looks like at least, is they want to be able to match the tempo of the Void Spirit. So they have Ember Spirit for that. These two heroes interact with each other. It's a lot about, it's just a high skill matchup basically in the game. But you have a super mobile, low cooldown hero against Enigma. I think when you play against Enigma, you want to often be able to be very mobile so you can't find the Black Hole. And having low cooldowns is a bonus because then if Black Hole is used, you're ready to go again while the other team has downtime. So OG wants, I think they just want to pick a lot of low cooldown heroes this game.
I can't help but think that OG has a bit of a draft advantage right now, though. I just like the Wind Ranger and the Ember look more effective. Like, Enigma feels like a vulnerability to me in that both of OG's heroes are good at initiating and setting things up, and that Enigma is usually slightly reactionary in terms of that. So I feel like they have enough disables to deal with Void Spirit, even though it might not be fully easy. And though Enigma will allow them to set tempo, I can't imagine that he's just not worse than somebody like Beastmaster.
I mean, we love our Beastmaster. OG are just loving life, it looks like. What's going on?
I don't know. Raising morale, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe they are in the heads of Team Secret and they predicted every pick so far.
That's definitely, well, I don't know about the first two, but maybe they look like they were roaring, and Lone Druid does do some roaring, so maybe it was that.
Yeah.
Gave him the battle cry.
Definitely having fun, which is a good thing.
One nice thing about Lone Druid here, I feel like, is that it can bully the Wind Ranger back decently. Because it's always nice, if they have like a range advantage over your core, it can be nice to have the bear in the middle as a buffer to slap back. And Wind Ranger can't just like use Wind Run all the time. You usually want to use it in really crucial moments, so trading hits or getting harassed on the Lone Druid might be a bit weak. So could also be a mid Lone Druid though, against Ember Spirit, for example.
But that's an added benefit that it can go both lanes. I'm looking more of it from the macro perspective of, well, if OG wants to try to play this kiting style, what if we just have just really hard tower push, right? Like somebody who goes and forces the fight to happen statically, and then if you're trying to avoid them or be clever and move around or whatever, I mean, you're kind of forcing them to come to you. That's what Lone Druid a lot of the time is very good at. And these two heroes on OG, they don't kill the bear. They don't touch it. There's still nothing killing the bear. This is obviously great with Ember, as we've seen before this tournament. Lots of spam, but still nothing for the bear.
Blinding Light is pretty effective against it because he's not going to dispel himself, so as long as, if you prioritize your chalk on yourself, you could deal with the bear better. They probably won't do that. The other nice thing going for OG's draft against the current lineup is there's tons of summons, and that means there's more shackles to make, even if it isn't two heroes getting caught together, so. It definitely has some vulnerabilities, though. The bear not being an easy target is a little scary.
There's always these bursts of voice lines. Everybody remembers them, and then it's quiet for a while until one person uses one, and then everybody uses it at the same time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. I can be annoying. Let's do it.
Oh yeah, this is what our captain has been teaching us.
I think if you're a secret now, you pick a support. It's so hard to read, right? Because all of these, like, even Void Spirit and Enigma can play 3 roles. They've played Void Spirit 4, they've played Enigma 3, 4, 5, they've played Void Spirit 2 and 3. So they kind of need to choose which one do you start showing now. And I was about to say you should pick a support, but I don't know if they should, like, depending on how much they want to conceal Enigma's role, for example. Okay, they're going to keep it open. This is still super flexible. Like, these heroes can be played in so many different ways. The only one that's a guaranteed core is Lone. Beyond that, OG don't
all up in the air.
Ever seen the 5-position Lone Druid, dude?
I tried it, actually. I tried it for a bit.
It's probably terrible, right?
Back when Lone Druid's bear was better, I tried it, and even then it wasn't very good. So now it is trash most of the time.
It's probably okay for the first, like, 8 minutes, and then for the entire rest of the game it's awful. I guess.
And there's a troll again.
They picked troll into bat, interesting, and Enigma. This is not your traditional troll game, in my opinion. He's pretty good against Lone, at least he has the blind for the bear, so now they have 2 blinds. But yeah, the Batrider matchup is terrible in lane. The Batrider matchup in general in the game is really annoying. And Enigma obviously having the BKB piercing and troll ult piercing lockdown, they can just keep him in place. They have no counter for that either on OG right now. I feel like this puts them in a position where their last pick needs to solve quite a bit of things.
But I do like it as a follow-up to the heavy disable that OG has. Like, imagine Searing Chains on Void Spirit when he doesn't have Yules up. If you get Troll on top of him and you BKB ulti, as long as you don't get Black Hold, that guy's going to get rooted and probably die. So it's like kind of a nice mix of, like, he gets BKB and he can follow up on these little skirmish things. He can kill Bear by himself in some cases. Maybe not. That one's a little hard because of Savage War. But I don't know. It felt really effective last game. There are some counters, but it's also semi-successful. Even like Warley Axes against the Bear. Like, good luck doing anything with the Lone Druid at that point. So just got a good timings on his ulti will change a lot for sure. Alright, last bans. We got a Pango ban over on the secret side. And now OG banning out Quap. Unfortunately, that means we can't have anybody else get a first blood. Is there anyone in this game that has gotten a first blood today? Other than...
I don't think so.
And this is the first Ember game, too?
I think, yeah. Has any of these heroes got a first blood today? I don't think so.
Don't believe so.
Here comes Oracle. Oh.
Shiva from behind for the win.
Getting her points.
Question. Am I counting right or not? I see 4 intellect heroes. I see... what's the rest? I think intellect still winning.
Win, then.
It's 5 int heroes, right?
Yeah, there's 5 bat too. It's GG. It's GG. Idiots. Who predicted all 3 tied? Wasn't even close. There was no chance of that winning. 5 int.
It was really close.
Okay, let's do a guessing game. What is the role of the last pick? How about that? We don't guess. Try to figure out what type of hero they want. Just what role will it play?
Support, I think.
I think Bat should be core this game. And I do think Enigma should... Man, Enigma could be core too. So yeah, it could be a 5 and then you put Void Spirit 4. I kind of like that. I think Void Spirit 4 might be good this game. It doesn't look like a great Void Spirit core game.
None of those heroes are like really, really effective 5s. Like Void Spirit's like kind of close, but like That's the one thing that's not confusing about their draft to me. I mean, Bat can do it too a little bit. But like they can all do it a little bit, but I just feel like they're not really safe. They need something to stabilize against the Tusk, basically. Tusk is gonna roll in with Wind Ranger or just by himself, and they're just gonna blow up the Lone Druid.
Dude, isn't Abaddon really good here?
Witch Doctor? There it is.
Necro.
5 position Necro. Knew it.
So it's 5. I'm guessing. Does Puppy play Bat?
I think he's gonna start.
I think he's going to play 5 Enigma. And I'm going to say 5 Enigma, 4 Void Spirit, 3 Bat, and 2 Necro.
Sint, when you said earlier about how the only time Secret loses when they do weird shit with the draft, is this it? Is this another one? I'm confused right now. Maybe there's some genius behind it, but I can't help but assume that their players on his own team might be confused.
Yeah, but that's why they're taking so long. At least Matu knows, I'm the one playing Lone Druid. I can select my hero. I'm good to go.
Like, I mean, for what it's worth, I think their strategy is more straightforward than last game. I think it's like the way they picked the heroes in the order was pretty confusing, but when you look at the lineup in its entirety and how it wants to play fights, it seems more like they can take initiative, right? You have a Bat Rider and a Void Spirit that can start fights. You have team fight follow-up. You have strong laners in Necrophos and Lone Druid. And, alright, Matumba is staying true to his word. He's not playing the green hero. It's Nisha on Necro.
Okay, so the 5 Enigma
good.
then.
Yeah, 5 Enigma, 4 Void Spirit. Yep.
Everything else pretty straightforward. How exactly does an Enigma prevent his safe lane hero from dying repeatedly to Tusk? I guess you put a Necro down there and you press your second hotkey.
Or you play Bat in that lane and he has Firefly or something. Like, I think even Void Spirit can... Oh, Void's a support, so you can't do that. Yeah, I guess you need Bat or Necro against the Tusk lane. And then Lone Druid can play wherever. And Enigma's job as a position 5 is to secure the lane by denying range creeps. He's just going to deny range creeps, and then I think he's still going to play the lane and not jungle. He's going to help denying in lane with Eidolons. I've seen this work actually very well in multiple high-skill pubs where Enigma will win a lot of lanes by just eating range creeps and denying the other creeps. So,
but they do have Power Shot, a really high damage AoE nuke. It won't be incredible, but so I feel like some Eidolons will die at least. Maybe that'll offset things, but he's not very good at stopping his allies from dying, at least. But he will pull the wave back.
Need you guys to make a decision.
OG, obviously, I predict them to win. It's so obvious, right?
It's so obvious.
I'll stick with Secret. I see it. I see it.
Stick it to you guys. Well, we're going to find out how many shackles Saxon's going to be able to do on his Wind Ranger as we head into the third game of this upper bracket finals. Odie Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Steve. I mean, yeah, Fog, look at these lineups. I mean, well, there's so much to get excited about. I mean, what would you like to point out first as something you're looking forward to see here from OG and Secret?
What is a... There we go. Okay, I was looking for them unmute. I mean, yesterday I had fun. I really had fun the other day watching the Tusk plus Wind Ranger dual lane. I thought that one was really exciting for me, at least in the laning phase. Any crazy type of... No, there's nothing like too crazy. I guess I'm just shocked that OG was able to get like a Coddle Ember as well. And they're like the 3-4 picks or whatever it is, right? The Coddle wasn't banned after they ran an Ember. That's kind of surprising to me too. They kind of end up with some bread and butter. But a Secret going for some kind of different style. I think that's kind of the most interesting for me. It's really different, right? I don't think we've seen a draft like this in quite a long time.
30 seconds to
I mean, and why is that? What is it about Secret's draft that there's something that other teams wouldn't think of doing?
I mean, it's just out of the box, right? Like they opened up with an Enigma. It's just, I don't think that we've seen many teams really doing that too often, and just going for this type of like, and then just they kind of didn't. They kind of just wanted. They picked their own heroes, but then they also addressed and banned OG. It just looks weird, you know. The heroes just look strange, I guess, is the best way that I can say it.
Let's see what sort of matchups we find. Both teams finding Nisha's going to be heading towards the mid and up against Tops and Ember, so no surprise with those taken to the mid lane. And
should be a really good lane for Nisha.
Yeah, well, it would be, you're just constantly taking damage from this Necrophos, right, when you're trying to come forward as an Ember.
Yeah, you're gonna be getting hit. You're never gonna be able to play around Flame Guard. He might not even. Yeah, maybe he'll get like points of it later on, like the double point of it, so that he can stand his ground for a couple of creep waves, but. Or for like that one extra creep wave, but we did see already Puppy, he denied the range creep there too to give even more of an advantage to Nisha, and I've seen this matchup so many times. Necro just takes over the lane completely.
Now looking at these side lanes, I mean Zai is on this offlane bat and he's in a situation where he is up against a troll, so I feel like this is going to be a lane where Samel's not going to have the happiest of times.
It's an amazing bat lane. Bat in particular versus troll always is just so good.
Yeah.
You see troll, look at that turn rate. It's atrocious. It is the worst, one of the worst in the game. And you suffer a lot versus magic damage. That's your biggest cripple. You've got decent armor, but magic damage really screws you on this hero, and that's all that Bat Rider provides.
I guess on the plus, at least you've got the nukes to sort of throw out from afar, and No-Tail's obviously going to have the mana to give you the ability to constantly use the whirling axes to get you like that range creep secure.
Yeah, and they're always able to like push the lane forward. I think that's the one thing where Coddle and Troll kind of changes the matchups because Coddle provides so much for that Troll as bottom.
That's the combo. You said it. You love to see it. The whole sort of Tusk Wind Ranger with the tag team. You just click them out the lane.
Yep. Too much damage coming out from them with that Shackle level 1, boots on mid 1, and a Blightstone on Sox. So we've seen them have so much success with that dual lane already.
And is this going to be something that we do see repeat? We heard the panel obviously voice their concerns of what a 5 Enigma can do to keep this safe lane safe. Is there much that Puppey can do to stop Matu getting gone upon like that?
No, not really. Not at all. He can't help him by any means with that. It's going to be up to Matu to get like a Savage Roar to push them away. And Puppey might actually just be able to get chased out here pretty easily by the two of them here.
He's
trying to body blocks mid 1.
Yeah, but he's still able to get round. Closes in with the tag team. It's going to be another kill for this duo. After a very hot start, OG down on the bottom lane. Sharon at the tips here. Between the sides.
I'm mostly just staring at the mid lane because Thompson's done pretty well for himself. He did go for that 2-point flame guard right when he hit level 3 and was able to secure himself some last hits.
Now what are we seeing top? I mean, Samarinos, he's farming fine.
Yep.
15-1. Looks like, you know, Zai's just not quite able to get in on top of him and really threaten him that much. Maybe things are going to change once there's a couple of levels or 2 on Yapsor. I'm going to see them try and run down No-Tail. He does have the Remnant. If he's able to get the pull here, he can get quite a bit of damage done, but he did have a full stick, so you know, with that, No-Tail is able to step back under the tower, back to safety.
Puppey bottom again.
Lane, the Roar this time does pop them back a bit, but the Bear still takes quite a punch.
Yeah, Bear also gets annihilated by tag team just the same as the heroes do. Extra right clicks coming out. Look at Zai, he's gone for just, no, he's not going to even actually pressure the Troll because he can't because of the Coddle, how much of it he amplifies the Troll's potential in the lane. He's just going to cut.
He's going to have his mana taken away though.
Slight little bit.
Tries to hold his ground and clean up these creeps with the Firefly. Down bottom, Sacks are also able to get back behind the tower and take out Matu's courier. So Matu not able to get the boots out to him. They'll move in again, another pushback. Using this Savage Roar, all important to have that point to keep himself safe in this lane.
Yeah,
mid lane.
that's pretty much the biggest thing is, yeah, mid.
And coming up with the TPs, as both Nisha and Yaps are playing aggressive into the face of Thompson. Thompson falling very, very low. He's got the full bowl. Still, Yapsor is going to get another Remnant now. And with this DD, he's trying to go for No-Tail. Has to be careful though. Just level 2 and tanking the tower is not an option.
Just the move in general was so important from Yapsor though, just getting that DD rune, denying it from Thompson from filling up the bottle. That's probably why also Zai was like, you know what, I'm going to just play cutting the waves instead of having you up here. It's going to give you more freedom around the map.
See, mid lane. Again, harassing him underneath the tower. You see there on the odds. No surprise. Still favours the side of Secret. Bottom lane. Shackle out. Able to get the angle onto Matu. Roll forward as well as mid one. Jukes around the Roar. And Matu. Power shot from Saxa. Finishes the kill. Another kill for this duo. 3 kills for Saxa in this lane. We've seen this. We've seen it a couple of times now. Saxa, when it comes to his Wind Ranger support, it always happens in the lane. He's always getting the kills. He's always off to a hot start. Oh, and it's enough. With the sleight of fist, he's done it again. Saxa Wind Ranger, honestly, it never fails to impress.
Slacks is definitely shaking in his boots right now. This Wind Ranger's just been owning. They first banned it the last 2 games.
It's that good. It is that good in the hands of Saxa.
Top lane, Sumail's already level 6 because of No-Tail rotating away, so they're actually too scared to dive forward into the tower here. He just battle trance and he'll turn on them.
That's 4 kills for OG, 4-0 at the moment. Farm
Great
still
start.
even. Getting these kills early for OG is very nice, especially for this lineup. This, you know, is built around this off lane Tusk, this mid lane Ember. Very much heroes that are going to be in your face very, very quickly this game. If they can get the ball rolling early, it's going to feel relatively easy for them. As Saxa is on top of Puppies, trying to get the angle for the shackle
Rotations
shot.
too. Thompson's coming.
And it's hard for Puppy to get away. Yeah, with the 3 of them, no trouble getting another. And of course, Saxa wants to continue to pad his stats. 4-0-1. Over they go. He's got to run. Thompson, no points to the chains. He has gone for the full slight. Flame Guard build. Doesn't matter. They don't need the chains when they've got shackles like this. Saxa under the tower. Another connection. It's another kill. This bottom lane getting rolled over by OG. It already was with just the 2 of them. Thompson just joining the fray to rub extra salt into the wound of this safe lane of Secret.
Yeah, I think this is, again, a very kind of greedy draft coming out from Secret, and OG, if they're able to play at a fast pace and just set the tempo, they could give themselves a big gold advantage in the start. It's really just Nisha who has that non-greedy kind of style where he's just bottom and he's has an excellent matchup where he can actually join the fight pretty early on, but yeah, the rest of them are greedy. Like, Puppy can't actually help too much in the lane, same thing with the Void Spirit yet. It's still too early for them. So Nisha's going to be the one to move.
Yeah. Nisha, he hasn't got a point in the Ghost Shroud, but still with his levels, I guess this is now a target that's very hard for OG to dive on. They're going to try for Puppy.
Yeah, as well.
They roll in. They're going to go diving in for this one. Puppy's the focus. Nisha's going to try and help out with the Death Pulse here with the power shot and the tag team. They get the kill. Thompson's still around. They can have a bit of a poke on Nisha, but he's got the 6 ready to go. Turns with a Reaper's Scythe. Gets Saxa out of the action. Yapsor's come in. Remnant's down, but won't actually make the connection to Thompson. Is he able to jump over it with the Fire Remnant back to safety. So they do. Now they're getting rid of Saxa, which has got to feel kind of good because Saxa's been having such a good start. But it's still not necessarily killing the cause that they'd hoped for.
No, definitely not. No Tail, in the meantime, gets a nice double stack. Or actually, I think only a single stack that time. Yeah, Absorb.
Stun. We'll clip him. Shards out as well. Mid-one, perfect trap. He's got to make the long walk round. And in fact, with the 3 of them, they're chasing the fear from Matu's bear. Does send back the rest of them. And mid-one, he's out of mana. He's got to be careful. Everything on cooldown. Nisha should be able to finish off this Tusk. He's blocking him up. Yapsel still with the DD. They'll finish off mid-one. So, Secret starting to get themselves some kills. Up to 2. On this top lane. Farm resuming for both the cores, but greatly so for Samael. 70 CS in this safe lane at 8.5 minutes in. Ring of Health builds up. He's going to be going for that Battle Fury build. Yep. He's on track to get it at a really good time this game.
And he's got stacks, like we're mentioning, from Noto, so he can go farm those and, yeah, keep his pace real good for himself to have that one. And that allows them to be not only aggressive, but also greedy in a way. They have 4 players that can play really aggressive, and then that one hard carry that just plays that farm game to utilize all the space that's going to be given. Because they know that, I mean, Secret likes to play greedy farm style.
Oh, great little line there for Samael. Picks up the broom handle. That's going to help speed up his farm. Saxa trying to reclaim this outpost, but Yapsor will be able to put a stop to it. He's going to try and block Saxa up the best he can, and he's doing a good effort with it.
Pretty good blocks, yeah.
That's going to waste a fair bit of the whim run. Poppy doesn't want to chase though. Stays on the high ground. A little bit worried about the backup coming in from mid-one.
OG's making their way down for this outpost. Yapsor actually immediately, they know, yeah, Yapsor TP's top. He's going to go claim that one as OG's making the move bottom so they can make sure they get a 1-for-1 trade. OG should be able to set up for this tower here, though, quite easily.
Yeah, they're going to get it.
Puppy's only level 3 this game so far as this Enigma.
Yeah, the 3 deaths early on certainly hurting, and
yeah.
he just wasn't given any space on that half of the map to attend to the jungle with the pressure that OG were putting on with this Wind Ranger Tusk dual lane.
Saxa gets lassoed. He'll get brought down up around that top outpost. Oh, he actually... Okay, that's what he was doing up there. Sorry, I didn't get to point it out. He actually stopped them from capturing the outpost, so they ended up having they claimed 2.
Oh, that's
so
a worth.
Yep, they denied that XP bonus to Secret. I was wondering why he was up there still, but then I saw, yeah, no bonus for Team Secret. Good little move there, nice sacrifice from Saxa.
So he's come down to the bottom half to try and play into the face of Samael. Still obviously a long minute until the lasso's at the ready, and Samael's farm continuing at a blistering speed. Perseverance done. So you got the money for the broadsword. This Battle Fury is going to be a very quick one this game. One of the quickest we've seen if the game continues at this pace. Mid one's itemization, standard offlane affair, the level 1 necro book into whichever item he feels the necessity to farm up quickly for the team. I mean, is there anything in particular you'd like to see this Tusk Rush for the team?
Let's see. Is he going to be... I guess he could go for some auras if he'd like to play that kind of style.
Oh, he could get Met Greaves.
Maybe. He could also go for something like a Blink so he could be that initiator for the team and just get into the back lines always. Unsure yet. His inventory looks hilarious though.
Brown
Boots, Necro Book, Quelling Blade, level 6 Tusk. You know, it looks like a bot or something.
Top Saxer finding a little bit of space for himself. Yapsor trying for the poke, but the range creep will block the Remnant. Zai's coming up as well. Lasso ready to go once again. Could try and dive in on this top. Mid lane, Samael. This is just 1400 away from the Battle Fury.
See what OG decides to do here, because at the current moment, Secret's farming pretty well and top.
They've got him with the lasso onto Saxa, but Saxa's not going to go down. TP's come in, they get the chain connection onto Zai, roll forward with the snowball, they're chasing this. Won't quite be able to close the gap. Shards out to block the bear from turning onto mid. One Nisha's turned up. Quick chains holds him back and they get him out of there with the blast. He's charging in. Has got the Reaper's Sight, but another shackle shot lays down onto the Necrophos. He pops the heals, turns over towards mid one. In fact, he wants to run for more. He's not going to get the option, so he turns and just accepts mid one as the target for the Scythe. They get rid of the Tusk and they will find the top tier 1 tower Secret.
Sumail mid. He's trying to push forward aggressive, but Zai is right on top of him already.
See if he can get out of this. What sort of help does he have? Cole's coming over, but no one else is here to help. All he has is the battle chance to rely on. He will pop it. He's going to get the root. In fact, he's going to get the kill. Zai hanging around far too close, remaining in melee range as Samael just turns, beats him down, and he'll be happy with that one. That's a good bonus towards the Battle Fury. That's just going to help it come out even quicker.
You know, that might have been a little bit of mind game there, right? Sumail looking like he just accepting his death, standing still, and then bam, pops the battle chance and gets the root. That was nice.
Very nice. And also, shout out to our observer JJ, just gave it the heads up. They also they managed to cancel Nisha's TP, as Nisha was going to be able to come in and help them get that, but the rest of OG were on top of him before he was able to successfully finish his movement to the mid.
Good catch there. I did not catch that one there. Oh, JJ, you're the best.
Always got a third set of eyes.
Oh, Sumail now this time, though.
Oh,
no battle trance.
This time they should get him. I mean, I say that if he gets a lot of roots. Nah, he's going to need a lot of roots. Yeah, no messing around for Zai this time. Ties him down with the lasso. And they will manage to take him out.
Those kills mean a lot. They're slowing down the trolls significantly while Matu's getting all the space in the world to farm. Nisha at no fear in this game, just pushing himself forward, very far aggressive. Yeah, they're growing that net worth lead.
Yeah, they are. And it's a 3k lead for Secret this early on in a game where OG is getting the kills. Secret's going to be feeling good about that.
Yeah, Thompson's not able to actually get much farm. He's 2-0-1, but then it's only 59 last hits. It's 14 minutes in. Yeah. That is...
And he's going for this drum build as well, so there won't be any sort of, instant step up in power with like an urn or anything. An interesting approach from Tops in this game. He's going to try and move in onto Nisha. Nisha's fine. Tower very low in the mid lane. OG trying to hold on to it.
I can get why he wants to queue up for the drums though, right? They're going for a Battle Fury troll, so he knows I just got a space make. I got to run around the map like crazy for Sumail.
He's got to really get into this big game build.
Yeah. Okay, now Midwin's items look much more normal. He's got like a wand and a wind lace. His inventory's full. It's not just 3 empty slots. Still hasn't queued up, hasn't decided what his next item choice is going to be though.
Round 2 runs out. Somehow. And there's the timing, so 15-minute Battle Fury. Very respectable. He's not going to be too upset with that one, despite the deaths. It's still in good time. Down bottom into the jungle. Yapsor, he's hunting. Mid one's going to go on Zai, but already on the back of it all, Yapsor's trying to poke at Thompson. Thompson getting malefisted. Dotel, he's the new focus. Matu's turned up, and with the Mask of Madness Bear, Mid one does not stand a chance. Nisha finishes off Notel with the Reaper's Scythe. A Secret push OG out of their jungle. Continue to grow this lead. 4k advantage. Nisha's farm I mean, his items, he's pretty unkillable right now, but this mech and blade mail, he's an incredibly difficult target for OG to try and tackle.
Yeah, and the natural forms of initiation for OG to lead the charge, it's tough, because who's the one who really wants to do that? It's got to be mid one or Topson really to just charge in. Their forms of initiation are nowhere near the same of what Secret is starting to get. Now Zai even has a Blink Dagger on top 2 to make it even more difficult. This is a difficult moment, these next few ones for OG here. 5k lead and Secret, they definitely want to keep pressing the issue forward here. Nisha with a very strong build in this game. The mech into that blade mail, he is not only pretty unkillable, but he can turn around a lot onto OG. Yeah, great timings for sure.
It's all onto the shoulders of Samael for OG. Can he carry this? He's, as we saw, you know, good Battle Fury timing, so if he gets the space, the game continues.
Mid one.
Got the catch on him. He's got the snowball. We'll try and turn on to Zai. Topson stepping forward as well, but they're all waiting on the high ground. Secret. Puppey punching down mid one with the help of Matu's Bear. No tail force. Again, this whole area of the map, this jungle, just continues to be a death trap for OG. They keep trying to push out and farm around this area, but Secret, they're just killing them out of this area every single time.
Yeah, and they're getting just that much more space on the map too. Like Puppey's completely caught back up. He's got an urn on top of Medallion with a shovel. Like he's just chilling back and farming. And Zai is just super active. Look at this. Immediately ports top looking for something. Bottom though, this could be the move that OG needs to kind of inch themselves back into this one. They need Saksa. They actually need to get more involved with just like 3 heroes. They need to be bringing like the Tusk, the Wind Ranger, and the Ember to look to try to set up for these kills rather than just like 2 of them at a time. Because they're lacking some damage too. If this, let's say this Lone Druid gets true form off in some of these situations when they're ganking with just 2, no way they bring him down. Right now it's on cooldown, but they need to be bringing more.
They're going to try with the 3 of them. Saxa's not in the smoke though. What kind of opening can they find? I mean, Nisha's showing mid, but as we say, this is not a hero they can go for. They've got to try and find something like Matu. Matu. He's got the bear in good position, ready for any sort of movement from the river.
Oh, black hole just immediately.
They're just going to commit it onto Samael. Make sure there's no chance for the battle trance, and it does the job perfectly. Samael is gone, so is Saxa. I mean, that's Samael dead for 70. I mean, you are absolutely, that was a perfect commitment from the ults of Secret. Taking the troll out of the game for this long, when he's just picked up his Battle Fury, is going to heavily knock his farm back.
And now they can just go straight into that Roche Pit because they have this build from Puppey, that Medallion. It's going to ramp it up that much quicker with Matumbaman's right clicks. And I don't see a way for OG to contest this one. Their team fight, they don't have Will-O-Wisp. Their team fight is literally just Will-O-Wisp in this game.
So this game it's looking pretty hard already for OG.
Yeah.
Secret just as a whole, everything is clicking together nicely. OG, all they have really is Samael with some, you know, with good farm. But the rest of them, Topson and mid one, they are really falling behind this match.
Yeah, and they have the solutions for Troll too. They have Batrider and Necrophos, 2 of the best heroes versus Troll Warlord in the game.
Zai.
And again, Zai.
Just finding catch after catch. Oh, won't actually drag him in range of the Remnant though. So this time round won't actually result in a kill. And Will-O-Wisp is down, does manage to pull back Zai a few times. Topson trying to step forward, Matu already the bear, pushing them back. He's rooted, trying to use the clumsy net to get out.
Topson coming from above.
Pops the slight, jumps over to the side. There's the root, first hit onto Saxa. Follow up with the Astral Step. Saxa's getting burst slow. Malefice on him. He cannot run away from this as he's ticking down to the urn. Can't hide in the trees. Yapsor snipes him with the Remnant. Topson gets the 2-man change, but they don't have any follow-up damage to kill him. Samael, he's trying to go for Matu on the backlines. He's been rooted. They have trapped Matu in the shards. The Lone Druid getting low. He's trying his best to run. Samael attempting to commit with the battle trance. Nisha trying to keep him up, but they get the kill. Matu is down. Can they get more? OG Topson out of mana. He falls. Nisha, he's cleaning up big time. It's a double kill for the Necrophos. Samael to go down as well. Midbomb rolls forward. He's trying to find Puppey. Will get it, but Nisha's just still sitting at full HP. Midbomb cannot control Yapsor. They've got to back out the other 2 of them, OG. Midbomb and Notail cannot fight Nisha.
They have a Reaper. Yapsor wants to get mid one. Can he get the Yules? Can he get the Remnant? Unable to.
Not quite going to have the reach. Nisha cleans up the Necro books. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just Nisha getting more and more gold and farm. The mech, the blade mail, the halberd, 1k gold on top of it. He is just a huge issue for the style of play that OG's trying to do, and they're trying to fight into Secret. They do, you know, they get some big kills there. They do manage to get Matu, but it's just not enough to swing this game around. It's still Secret growing the lead.
And it takes too long to kill him too. The mech and then just a little bit of extra heal from Necrophos. It takes too much to kill Matu, as No Tail found in the river.
Yeah.
An easy kill.
So many moves going the way in Yapsor. 3-0-10 on the Void Spirit support this match.
Ace having an excellent game for sure. And mid one, not really looking too much like a core Tusk in this game now, as he's below the net worth of the Wind Ranger. He has queued up the Blink as we kind of expected it to be. I didn't know what other item he could go for it. The only thing they're lacking really, they just need a form of initiation. So he will try to go for that one, but Secret now in these last few moments have gained a big lead, and they're going to have Black Hole now available too with Lasso.
Oh, yeah.
They're ready to go again.
Yeah, they're ready for the fights. I do not care at all if OG comes as Batu. All the space in the world up top. It's that MKB, it's done.
It's done.
Last command is MKB done on the bear.
No more worries for those whirling axes, which could be pretty annoying. Now he can just beat right through them for the most part.
And OG, I mean, Thompson is trying to play aggressive down bottom, cutting the creeps.
Oh, it's
Attempting
actually
to get the Maelstrom on top of the drums.
it's like a double benefit. MKB's also versus the Wind Ranger. Forgot about that too. Zai jumps
Mid.
forward. The lasso.
Poor old mid one. Just not having the game this time round.
And they want more.
Yapsop, he's looking with the chase. He's used both of the steps though. Zai does continue to keep the sticky on to Saxa. Link up, Zai. Chases onward. Clumsy nets down. Matu's bringing in the bear. Fear will manage to disable Saxa long enough to get the kill. Wimrun, as we're seeing, not doing anything right now against the bear with his MKB. It's a 10k lead. OG, they are losing.
He has vision. He has vision.
Oh. Won't be able to get in range for the Black Hole though. Had a Remnant out. He's back out to the bottom lane. Thompson won't be caught out today.
Nisha tried to Reaper Scythe him to set him up for the Black Hole there. Actually, he was just too slow. The animation also Thompson saw it, so quickly Remnants away.
Oh, dude, look at Nisha. He's going to have a relic so soon. The farm on this Necrophos is insane. I mean, you said, right, the mid lane matchup, he's going to have a good time. He's just done so much with that great beginning he had in the 1v1.
I wish I could actually just get a stat of it where I've seen the Necro versus Ember, that matchup, and what the success of the game is overall. I feel like I always see the Necrophos, the game just ends up being in their favor when they get that lane matchup. He just takes over completely. And he doesn't really have that much like magic damage he has to worry about in this game. He can pop his ghost shout so freely.
Oh yeah.
He just gets hit by like Illuminate and a power shot or something. That's the burst damage that he'll have to be worried about. Pretty spectacular game for the Necrophos.
They're going to really struggle over killing him. Oh, no, mid one. Oh, what's he doing over here again? Oh, no.
He's dying.
He's trying to compete for the bottom net worth this game. He's fallen behind. Very, very far behind. It's been a rough game for him. After, what was it, first great 2 minutes of play, or about, the first sort of 2-3 minutes in the lane, him and Saxa were having a lovely time.
Yep.
And then Secret happened. And now it's 19-11, 11k advantage. They really only have Sumail. I mean, Thompson, he's nearly got his Maelstrom done, but it just feels like he's just so far behind the counterparts on Secret.
It just feels like they're going to be lacking a lot of things inside of the team fights. Like, not just damage, but the control and everything as well. And yeah, that Radiance for Nisha getting close to being finished. He's level 18 as well. Max level Reaper Scythe. Whew.
This is a big old Necrophos.
Look at the way that OG's being, like, it's so rare you see like teams like this, like a team like OG who just loves the aggression. They're having to just play completely defensive.
They got the grab. They're jumping onto Sumail. Follow up from Yap, so they're going to start playing with him. They're bringing everything in. A Secret, no. Sumail's the one they want to kill. He's the one having the good time. But not for much longer. Dragged back by the Remnant into the Fear. No chance to play his way out as he'll fall. Saxa's trying to run. Turns with the shackle onto Puppy, but Zai and Yabs are hot on the chase. This is all. It's going to be 2 more kills for Secret. This game 3. It's getting bloody. It's getting bloody.
It's been bloody. Thompson can't even one-shot the Courier. It flies away. And they're going to go for some siege here, it looks like. Team Secret setting up at the ready. I believe, is that the Desolator coming out on the Courier? Yeah, it's Deso for the bear.
Have some mercy. Oh, the clumsy net. Oh no. Mid one. Gone again.
And look at Matu's alone and just beating on tier 3.
All right. he's just taking the base. Fortification is there. But OG's definitely got some problems this game. Basher, was that a full bash? Yeah, full basher.
Yep.
Full basher on the bear.
So he can now, the bear can man fight the troll.
He can man fight the whole team on his own. With these items.
Oh boy, just complete and utter control of the map. 30 seconds until they have Black Hole available, which they haven't really had to use too much inside of the team fights anyway. OG, they've got BKB finished on Sumail. This might be like their only hurrah to try to take a fight versus Secret.
Oh, Thompson! And that fight's going to start with a dead Ember Spirit and also Reaper Scythe. 80 seconds he's out. I mean, they know at this stage he's not going to have the chance to ever hold on to buyback gold, so Reaper kills are always going to hurt. He's dead for over a minute, no buyback. Secret can start knocking at the high ground.
They killed Nisha's courier at least, so Nisha can't deliver the Radiance.
So something.
That's something.
Something in these dire times for OG here in Game 3. And Secret back. It really was back to business in this Game 3 for Team Secret.
Yep.
No messing around. They've got a job to get done, and they're certainly doing it. 27 minutes in, 15k lead. And very hard to really see a way of OG turning this one around. It's only Sumail, as I keep saying, that has farm, and a troll alone, he just has so many things to deal with. It's just too much for Sumail this game.
Stalking. Oh, not mid one again.
Oh no. Let him live. Let him live.
Let him get a kill back at least. Oh no, now Sox it too.
Well, I think, you know, we can all be very happy that we had Game 2. You know.
Game 2 was sick.
Game 2 was nice. Game 3, it's getting on the verge of bullying now from Secret.
Oh no, they're surrounding him. The bear chasing Noto. Sumail's like, I'm going the other way. You pay with your life. Let me out. Does get away. Sumail, he ports bottom with Thompson. I don't even know if they can. I don't think they can touch Nisha with the two of them anyway.
This is it. This is the turnaround. No, it's not. No, let's look at Zygon. He's got lasso back up. He's ready to go again. Yep. He's pretty much been finding kills every single time the ult's up. So I don't expect that to change. He's probably going to find someone right now.
Thompson. Are they going to black hole him? And
yep, they are.
Why not?
Oh no, mid one. Oh, why not mid one? He's trying to get the kill. But now he's just only going to get himself killed as well. Oh. Oh,
Instant lasso into the back.
Drag onto Sumail. He gets the ult and the BKB off. He will be able to turn with the battle chance, but the bash indeed from the bear causing issues for Sumail. Sumail is down and out. No buyback for him. As OG, it's over for them in this game. Secret just 21k lead. Yapsaw and D dropping the see you later, nerds.
And you can tell Slack's probably at home blaming the Wind Ranger pick entirely. But Secret just with a firm and strong game plan coming together.
And we have tier 3 down. The bear taking the racks as well. Mid one gives the bear a big old punch, but the bear turns.
It got denied. Nisha denied it. Can't even give them the 300 gold. Actual bullying.
He's got that Radiance delivered out to him. He's also got a Ghost Scepter Nisha. He cannot die. The shackles are connecting, but there's nothing to follow them up. Thompson, he'll be saved briefly by Mid one, but still dies the Midnight Pulse. Mid one dead yet. Oh, he's going to live this time.
Okay.
A twist to the story. Mid one doesn't die this time round. But the
30 minutes, double outposts, easy money. Secret don't even have to back up. They can continue looking for more prey as Zai has Invis Rune, has Lasso. It's going to be Sumail.
Out he goes. He does have the BKB in the battle chance if he gets the chance to pop it, but the push. Oh, Mid one. He'll buy him a little bit of time. That gives him time to put the BKB, put the battle chance. Sumail will live a little bit and is actually able to bring down Puppy. Over to which Yapsa goes. Sumail, he's getting the kills. That's the second one. It's a double kill for Sumail. But now he's got to run. That's the battle trance down and the BKB. Thompson and Mid one dead. Shackle from Saxa does latch Zai onto the tree, onto the creep. Zai's able to force out of the base, but there's the Reaper's side down onto Saxa. Sumail is going to get beaten and eaten by the bear. They'll force him to the side, but Matu will chase on forward. Zion as well with the clumsy net has the control. Sumail's dead. Buyback from him on the troll. A secret. They're just going after the kills now. It's a 28k lead.
Nisha.
There's a full abyssal on Matu.
Anisha, he just clicks the Ghost Shard button, and then there's no magic damage like we were saying. Now he's got a Ghost Scepter too.
They got the Will-O-Wisp on him. Shackle as well. Nisha, he's got to be worth about £1 million if they can kill him, but they can't.
They're not killing him.
They're not. Well,
Well,
maybe they are. Can they
maybe.
kill him?
Ghost Shard again.
back up again. Nisha's running. If they can kill this man.
They can't kill him.
Oh, they can't kill him. Oh, there's the Black Hole Puppy. Just finds Sumail on the back. Sumail brought back for this. That's a Black Hole Dead Troll. Jump forward onto mid one. As it might be time for bedtime.
I think it's bedtime.
I think it's bedtime. It's bedtime. GG is called. Secret will win game 3 very, very easily. This series is theirs. They'll take it 2-1. We had some excellent moments along the line. This last game was just an excellent moment for Secret. Not much here at all to be said for OG. They struggled. Their draft just didn't hit it off. They couldn't get the momentum going. Sumail had the farm, but no one else on OG was able to do anything in this match.
Yeah, they could not match the speed. I mean, they tried to actually take the fights, but every time that they would try to bring the fights to Secret, they actually were just getting decimated. The picks from Secret this time around, they had all the tools to deal with what OG came. And this troll, like you said, Sumail was able to farm, but he's versus so many natural counters. You could just see he can't stick on anything. This Necrophos pick just destroyed the whole game.
No, he can't carry the game on his own in that sort of situation. Both Thompson and mid one just fell behind so hard in the mid game. They didn't have anything to offer, any sort of backup to give him and allow him to play his game. I mean, all in all, though, it was overall an excellent series between the two teams. We got to see a bit of everything, sort of the excellent back and forth between these two high caliber squads. And of course, again, another day where we just see Secret turn up in top world-class form and look like that they are just that far ahead of anyone else.
Yeah, but they bled. They bled game 2, and OG made it look good. So that's definitely the big highlight, and that was a really exciting game to see too. I think that was one of the longest ones we've had too here. So that was
probably was.
And we had what, 3 Roches, I believe, right? Yeah, 3 Roches, which I think we only had like 1 or 2 in most of the other games as well. So that was a really exciting one. But yeah, Secret, no funny business in that third game.
No, not at all. Back to business for Secret in that game 3 as they beat down OG and will be the ones to move on at the top here. Secret take this final series of the day 2-1.